All right. Welcome, everyone. Good morning to those in Europe. At least this is it. I'm in the queue. I fully expect this queue to not work like it should. Um, because it always kicks me right at the end when I should be logged in, and then it never starts the queue back up again, and then at some point I can just log in. It's really weird how the game does that. Whew. It's getting interesting. I wish I could have stayed a bit longer on the not the login screen, the main menu screen, the new one, because it has some beautiful music. I'm pretty sure they showed it at some point during a live letter or something, but yeah, the music is gonna be incredible, I think, during this whole thing. Oof. Yeah, this queue is probably not going to work. I know you probably can't see it because it's a blocked scene for the PlayStation broadcast, but oh boy. Let's hope that it works, and let's hope that the servers actually stay up. That's my main concern. I mean, I know they did a ton of things, but not entirely sure if it was enough. Again, Shadowbringers launch was incredible. It was incredibly stable. Let's see if this works. I have a feeling it won't. Will probably kick me, but maybe it will. It actually, it actually worked. I can't believe it. It will probably kick me in a few minutes anyway. I fully expect that to happen, but at least this worked so far. Alright, let's keep the hype down. Let's get into this really, really chill and... Whew, I'm kind of nervous. Requirements for becoming a mentor have been updated. Yeah, I know. Don't display that again. So, let's get on to the first really exciting part. Oh, well, first I'll change my chat window. But let's look at the new skills for Summoner. This is going to be interesting. The gauge already changed. It displays Bahamut right there. Is this the proper size? Oh, it doesn't display the size change. Needs to be one bigger. Alright. So I think I probably know how this works. We'll still look at the... Holy hell. Look at my hotbars. This is weird. This is gonna be weird. Next ship to sail. Main scenario quest. That starts in Mordona though, right? Oh, the updated world map as well. Really, really cool. Yeah, so let's start with a couple of things. First of all, how does the new... Wait, that's the wrong thing. How does the new arsenal look? Ooh, that's strange. Alright. So they just straight up give you more slots here. Cool. So that means I'll put all my not finished relics into the armory chest. So that they're not bothering me in my inventory. And I guess I could desynth... Do I want to desynth it or do I want to turn it in? Let's desynth it. I think that's... Gives me a couple more points for desynthing, and maybe... What is this? Crafting? Is that new? Let's just get rid of all of this. Again, it'll probably take me a couple minutes to get to the MSQ actually, which I you know, fully planned to happen. Because this is bothering me otherwise. And also there's no, like, it's not running away or something, right? I don't want to be the first to beat the MSQ. I want to fully immerse myself into it, so... Oh, right. I also... After this, let's take a look at the character screen, how it all looks without the belts. Those are actually quite a lot of materials. Guess it'll probably be worth it to put them on the market board. And then actually get to the fun part, which is looking at my hotbars and how they've changed and what all that means for Summoner. And I need to change my layout too. So far everything's working. Oh, I just noticed my HP. That's weird, right? Especially because it's so close to what it was before, just missing the 1 in the front. Like, it was almost 100... It was 126k or something? Now it's just 29k. It's really cool, by the way. I really like how they did the stat squish. It's going to be interesting to see how it actually plays out in old trials and sync content and stuff like that. But especially considering how the new traits work and how they've done that whole thing. Oh, wait, what? Oh, right. The ether compass has been moved to collections. Let's get actually rid of this. It's not the current one anyway. Wait, how does that work? Collection. Ether compass. Okay, so it still works the same. Let's put it on... Wait. I probably want to have it here for the main scenario, I think. Let's put it here. Because that's just for Summoner, but I'm playing the main scenario on my Summoner, so... Let's get rid of this. Weird that they moved it to collections. Where's the difference, really, between key items and collections? I mean, I guess it doesn't use up a slot in your key items. Oh, I guess you also can't discard it anymore, right? Which is probably something that some players might have done at some point. Alright, character screen. This looks weird as well. Wait, why didn't they... This looks weird, because I would have liked them to actually put this like one slot down, right? So that it's in line with these 5 items. Ugh. These values are also downscaled. So how does this work? Does this now straight up have... I guess it straight up has less stats on it. Huh. Alright. Cool, cool. Let's look at this. New search info. Oh, that's also new. Oh. Shit. I probably need to update my search comment. Since Roman 2 is now a different skill and it works differently in general. Alright. Well, that's fine. Whew, I'm kind of getting overwhelmed by all the changes. Because I want to remember everything and... Yeah, so this is... Sage is now here. Tanks and healers are at the top now, which I kind of like this layout. And then Reaper is here, which is also weird. At some point, like, they have to introduce a new physical ranged and magical ranged at some point, right? I do wonder if they stick with 2 jobs per expansion, though, for the future. I feel like they're going to change something about that in 7.0, but let's not think about that now, shall we? And then I need to grab all of my discarded belts from the Calamity Salvager at some point, but that's also something that I can do later. Let's see here. So for some reason I have 2 Ruin 3s on my bar. Right, that's because this was Ruin 2 before and it's now a straight upgrade. And then Tri-Disaster is the new AoE, which was Outburst before, and now it's Tri-Disaster. That's weird, right? Why is it called Tri-Disaster? Because you hit 3 or more enemies with it? That's weird. And Biomiasma, all of this. I know some people put this on like a separate hotbar to remember all of that which is... which no longer exists, but I don't want to do that. I mean, the basic layout probably shouldn't change all too much. So let's take a look. Actions and traits. I also really, really like, by the way, how they've did the whole summoner transition. Like, whether or not it's actually good, obviously remains to be seen, but I really like how they thought about how it evolves throughout the levels, because that was, well, not only is a big problem with Summoner, but a problem with a lot of jobs, that they just feel very weird to level, especially on the very low levels. And I think they've done a pretty good job with this in order to actually keep it somewhat the same on lower levels. So Outburst now changes into Tri-Disaster at some point, right? Which... this one? Yeah. Alright. How do I do this? Do I want to go backwards through it? So these all cannot be assigned to a hotbar. Which, that's crazy. Look at this. That's like 20-something skills that exist but can't be assigned to a hotbar. That's actually crazy. These are actual buttons, though. Wait, why do I put these then? So previously I had the summons on my second hotbar here. But now with them being so frequent throughout your rotation, it'll probably be better to just put them right here. So let's try this. Let's put Titan here. Let's put Ifrit here and Garuda here. Keep that for now. And I guess currently they are these ones, correct? Yeah. Summons Ifrit Eggy and orders it to execute Inferno. Rushes forward and deals fire damage to all enemies in a 5-count cone before it with a potency. With the cone? So you have to, like, you can't... well... It shouldn't matter all too much, but you definitely have to keep in mind for trash packs to, I guess, not summon it too early, so it rushes to, like, 1 or 2 enemies and wastes the rest. 60% less for all remaining. That's also kind of ridiculous. Grants 2 stacks of Fire Attunement. Fire Attunement effect, Gemshine and Precious Brilliance become fire aspected. Duration 30 seconds. Alright, and then these ones do the other things. Alright. So, wait. Gemshine and Precious Brilliance. Where are they? Gemshine is here. Channel the energies of your active elemental attunement to attack your enemy. I guess let's try putting this here for now. Because that's one of my main attacking skills, correct? And then Precious Brilliance, if your active element to attack multiple enemies. So that's the AoE variant of it. I don't know. I don't know if I want to keep the AoE where it is currently, but I don't really... Like, usually I put the AoE here on the left bumper, but I don't really want to move where Bahamut is currently. Alright, so Try Disaster I already have on my bar, and Kindle Bahamut, that's still here as well, which those all change if you summon Phoenix. Summon Bahamut is actually on my bar twice for some reason. What was that before? Oh, that must have been Dreadworm Trance, yeah. That's weird. Why do they... What? Why do they change... Oh! I know. Because Dreadworm Trance now upgrades into Summon Bahamut. Right. So below level 70, you actually go into Dreadworm Trance still, instead of summoning Bahamut. Well, kind of makes sense. Alright, Searing Light, to execute Searing Light, increase damage dealt by self and nearby party members by 3%. So that's my buff. Where was that before? Must have been... Yeah, to the left. Wait, this is... Oh shit, condition. Does it still display? Devotion, yeah. It actually still has the correct effect description as well. It's interesting. Let's put it here for now. I mean, I guess I'll probably have a lot of free space on my hotbar as well. I'm not entirely sure if I want to keep it there or not. Ruin 4 deals unexpected damage to target on all enemies nearby with a potency of 430. Can only be executed while under the effect of further ruin. So how do I get that? Grants Ruby Arcanum, can only be in combat background. Increases enmity in target when Demi Bahamut is summoned. That's really strange. I honestly wonder why they've added those effects with enmity. Maybe it truly is just because technically you generate less enmity because it's your pet that's attacking, not you. So I guess in order to make enmity generation the same for Summoner compared to other jobs, they included this. I mean, what other reason would there be for that? Alright, Ruin 4, this is gonna be weird, because now this needs a place somewhere. Let's put it here for now. I probably want to change some of these things. Channel the energies of your active trance to perform one of several actions. Dreadman Trance effect changes to Death Flare, changes to Rekindle. Wait. Then where is... Oh! Is this just straight up... No, it's not. Wait, what? Wait! How did I have Death Flare on my bar before? It's can only be executed while in Dreadworm Trance. Why was Death Flare still on my bar? That must have been a bug, actually, right? That seemed kind of wrong to be there. So this is Bahamut, correct? Yes. And then this is Death Flare. I really need to think about where to put all of this stuff. So Energy Siphon I still have here, which is a really weird place to put that. I actually don't know. This one I still haven't put on my bar. Creates a barrier around self that absorbs damage holding. Yeah. Let's put this here for now. This is gonna be weird. I really don't know how to order my bars. Let's just go through this. So this is Ruin 3. The blue carbuncle is Garuda, right? Wait, what? Oh, right. Whoops. It's actually not. It's actually just your normal carbuncle summon. I completely forgot that that still exists. So let's put this here for now. Right. See, it's good actually going through these. Alright, let's put that there. Physic, I still have on my bar for some reason. Grants Ether Charge, increasing the potency of Ruin, Rune 2, Rune 3 by 50 and Outburst by 20. Duration 15 seconds. Grants Ruby Arcana. So Ether Charge is basically your low-level... Oops. Your low-level Dreadworm Trance, correct? Right. This is weird, right? So this then changes to Bahamut at some point. Alright. And then Summon Ruby, that would be this one. That's correct. Alright. Then we have Gemshine, which is the Thingy-Madoo. Festa, Energy Drain, Resurrection is still here. Summon Topaz will then be Titan, and Summon Emerald Garuda. It's kind of crazy that you get all of that by level 22. And then Outburst will change into Tri-Disaster, and Precious Brilliance is the AoE variant of Gemshine. And then Ruin 2 is the same as Ruin 3 now. And then on level 30, these all change to what I have currently, which is Garuda, Ifrit, and Titan. And you also get Pain Flare. Energy Siphon is here. I really need to change that. Upgrades to Ruin 3 at level 54. Dreadworm Trance is Bahamut. And Astral Flow is either Death Flare or Rekindle. What's the Rekindle effect? Restores own or target party members' HP. Grants Rekindle to target, duration 30 seconds, healing over time when HP falls below 75% or upon effect duration expiration. So I literally have a heal that I can even target during Firebird Trance. That's so interesting. I really, really hope that that's going to play a bigger part in raids. Because that's one thing, especially with things like Mana Shift being gone, I always hope they would bring back something like that, right? Some more party interaction. It's really, really cool that they did that. Also with the personal shield, although I don't know how useful that's really going to be. If there's like specific instances of damage where you are being hit, but it's still great, right? Because it's something that you yourself have to pay attention to and can optimize, which I really like. Alright, Astral Flow, then Ruin 4 is actually a different thing. And I need further Ruin for that. So how do I get further Ruin? Did I miss that? I guess I'll find out anyway, but... What is Carbuncle to execute Searing Light? Yes, that we put here. And this is Summon Bahamut, which is the Dreadworm Trance equivalent, and Kindle Bahamut, which is this one. This is Akmorn, and then Tri-Disaster, and Summon Ifrit, Titan, Garuda. Everything else you can't actually put on a bar. Alright. Radiant Aegis. So, like, the interesting part about this is you can only use this while the Carbuncle is out, correct? Meaning that you have to use it in between summons somewhere. Although I guess, like, the Ifrit Titan and Bahamut summons, the Ifrit Titan Garuda summons, they only stay for a very short amount of time, right? They grant you the aspected things, where it changes to fire, wind, and earth, but beyond that they then immediately disappear, I think. It's still interesting though, because you obviously have to plan ahead a little bit, because you can't use it during either Bahamut or Phoenix. So it's going to be interesting to see how big of a part that actually plays, how important it is, and how well you can use it. Alright. And then we now have sleep for some reason. It's an AoE sleep, so let's put this here for now. And the rest is still there. Showcast, Swiftcast, Adel. Close it, yeah. And then I guess I could probably put these somewhere else. Not these ones. So currently I have... I don't know how important these are going to be, though. So the reason why they're currently on my hotbars at all, in a place where I would use it, is because in certain situations, for example, before casting your party buff, it sometimes was beneficial to reposition your pet, because otherwise you wouldn't hit everybody. Oh, this doesn't show the range. Let's see. Searing Light. So it still only has a 15 yalm radius. See, so this is still going to be important. You still want to place your pet somewhere in the middle of the arena before casting this. And it's actually going to be more important than before, right? Because it's every 2 minutes instead of 3 as well. Wait, does this... Where's the... Searing Light? Yeah, every 2 minutes. I guess, well... Technically, you probably... Well... I don't know. It's going to be interesting to see, because I think... Even though Bahamut and Phoenix shouldn't move anymore to do their attacks, so they shouldn't run after you like an idiot, I think they're probably still summoned at whatever place you're at on the arena when you summon them, correct? Which means that if you're, for a mechanic or something, if you're at the edge of the arena, then when they go away, although... Well, does that really matter? I think the only thing that really matters is that when Carbuncle comes back, it'll be placed at a certain point, correct? Shouldn't it move to the boss, though? How does that work anyway? Or does it have only, like, a ranged attack now? Wait, these are... Does it say? It doesn't have an auto attack anymore, correct? I think. Or does it? Right, it can't, because it would say so right here. That's going to be interesting. That's really going to be interesting to see where the pet actually stays, and yeah, you'll probably still want to reposition it sometimes before casting the party buff. Okay. So I have my place action and my heal action here. I don't really want to accidentally press these though. So I'll keep them where they are currently, which is, I think, on my third bar, right here. Or I also have my limit break. Probably wanna... Wait, which ones did I... This is steady? Away. Stay. And guard. Okay. Right. So these things I want to keep as well. Oh, I completely forgot to purchase a couple more Gistol grains. Well, doesn't really matter. Still with my pizza, so let's get rid of these two for now. Maybe there's something else that I can put there at some point. And let's get rid of the question marks for now. So then heal and place are gonna stay at the same point Energy Siphon I probably want to put somewhere else, to be completely honest. I wonder why they put Sleep under roll actions. That's such a weird choice. And then the only double thing here is this one, right? Okay. You know what? Although, I have Pain Flare here, so maybe... yeah, I don't want to change too much because I'm so used to how it's laid out currently, but at the same time, I kind of want to bring in line the AoE and the single target stuff. These I think I want to keep here. I think that makes sense. And then I thought about... So the interesting part about Astral Flow, right, is during Phoenix, this is a heal for a party member. Where would I put that then? It's all a bit weird. I'm not entirely sure though which actions, because I think sometimes for single target you still want to use Precious Brilliance, right? Although that would be kind of weird, but I'm not entirely sure what buttons change to what depending on what you summon. Because I could put, let's see, if I put Summon Bahamut here, for example, then I could put Try Disaster here, which that is my usual spot where I put AoEs. Do I want to keep Ruin 3 on Triangle though? Astral Flow could technically go here, and then Ruin 4 would go here somewhere. I put this here. I know that it's technically only connected to these buttons though, so... not completely satisfied with this layout. Like if Astral Flow, if Astral Flow is connected to these, I mean they don't need to be on the same button though. I think it makes sense to have Ruin 4 here. And this is sometimes a heal. I could put my personal shield here as well though. Although it depends, because I kind of want to put... so this can stay here because you don't really want to use it. These are all my... I kind of want to put Energy Siphon and Searing Light somewhere else as well. Though I do have these here. I could put Energy Siphon obviously somewhere here, right? For example, here. And Radiant Aegis could be here. Let's see. I mean, I could put this here, then put Precious Brilliance here. That would bring in line Ruin 3 and Gemshine, and Try Disaster and Precious Brilliance. And then we have Ruin 4 here. And then I could put Radiant Aegis here. Maybe I want to change these two at some point, because I have a feeling that it'll be more beneficial to have... Let's just do this for now. I think it'll be more beneficial to have the heal on a button where it can still move. With the left stick. Well, then again, in order to select a party member, I would have to... I would have to use my left thumb anyway. Let's keep it like this for now, and let's put energy siphon somewhere here. This is a bit weird, right? I would like to... I would like to have these two buttons somewhere here, but that doesn't really work. And then the AoE ones on an equivalent here. I mean, technically... But I don't want to move the summons, though. And putting them here doesn't really make any sense. I think I want to keep it like this for now. I'm not entirely sure if it will stay that way. So then I can remove this. And the only thing that I need to put on my cooldown hotbar would then be the party buff. Searing light. Let's see. Let's put this over here. I want to change these bars at some point anyway, but for now it'll be where it would have been before. Let's keep it like this for now. It's not going to be completely important for the story, but for later on, I think it'll probably be important. And then let's go into the layout, and first of all change the trans gauge. I probably want to put a little higher. Let's see. Like this, maybe? 120, yeah, that's alright. Or do I want to move the ether full gauge a little? Let's put it a bit higher. Let's still put it a bit higher, like this. Because I think there's going to be numbers below it, right? Let's leave it like this for now. And then one of the other things that I wanted to take a look at is the where is it? The new status effect thing? Does it even show? Cross-out bar, progress bar, target info. Where are they? Status info other. Status info enfeeblement, status info enhancement. Where's the fourth one? You're just not showing? Enhancement, enfeeblement, other. What? Oh, that's interesting. So you can decide whether or not you want to split it in 3 or in 4. So technically, currently, all of my procs and that kind of stuff will still be on my enhancements. Whereas if I split it in 4, it'll then be a different one. Alright, that's great. I'll keep it like this for now, and probably change it before raiding or something. It's not that important for the story. Alright, I have the synth, I have, let's do the retainers, and then I think I'll start with the main story. I think that's pretty much it. Ruffled oyster. Nice. Assign venture, waterside exploration. Ugh. Yeah, I don't care. And it sold a bunch of smoked chicken. Great. It's 100,000 gil. The ruffled oyster. Oh, right, I probably want to remove the Oh wait, that doesn't make sense. I probably want to remove the high quality stuff at some point. Although this is still... is this new? Never seen this before, I think. Sell these, sell these. I mean, I know that I'll probably not be able to really keep up with my retainers for the majority of the story anyway, and I don't really plan to. Wait, is this also new? What? Let's just do this. But I just want to get rid of this stuff. Wait, maybe it just deleted the recent transactions tab or something? No, 2nd of December. That's... okay. Again, I just want to get rid of it from my inventory, so... Alright. Oh, I actually sold my mozzarella. Wouldn't have thought that somebody would buy that, but apparently they did. Yeah, this is still not really worth much, but again, I don't really care. I just want this out of my inventory for now, and then I can, you know, go back and at some point do all of this stuff and sell new stuff and everything and so forth. Alright, this is that. And then let's just complete these real quick. I don't think that they give any experience. I need to level my retainers anyway, but that'll come later. I know that it would technically probably be beneficial to have them up for Savage. Although maybe that'll still happen. I don't know. It didn't take very long to level them. But so far, no server crash, no disconnect. And now I'll probably disconnect because I said it. Whatever. I don't even need to do anything in Gridania, do I? I don't think so. I mean, I could technically go to the Calamity Salvager and get my belts, but I'll do that later on. I hope I don't forget. I mean, it's not a big deal, but... Whew. Let's join the fray, shall we? There's probably going to be like 1 million people right here. Whew. Let's see where this leads us. It's been so long, right? We have December now. When was the last patch? I feel like it was May or something? Definitely half a year since I've done main story. It's kind of... Oh. Not that many people at the Aetheryte, actually. Probably all in here, I guess. The Rising Stones. Let's see what our comrades have been up to. They're all here, right? is great. The whole crew. Let's talk to them. Ishtola. Those who were brought within close proximity of the towers had tempered into serving Garlemald, then forced to summon lunar primals with ether drawn from the land. But even having understood this, we are yet to uncover what the Telorthroi wish to achieve by all this. Are the towers purely for strategic advantage, or do they serve some other purpose? Whatever it is my father and the Forum are hiding, I'm determined to get to the bottom of it. Of course, now somebody calls me. Alright, gonna deal with that later. Nobody over there. I have conveyed Lord Americ's wishes to Coultenay and the others. For the present, their role will be to facilitate communication between our allies and gather information on our enemy. Graha. Not only do the members of the Forum intend to adhere to their long-standing policy of non-intervention, they made a point of sending Master Foshino here to explicitly state that fact. Rather than simply refusing to involve themselves in our affairs, it would appear they are actively trying to prevent us from meddling in theirs. Or they're actually trying to lure us to them? I don't know. It seemed weird that they would do that, right? Because it's... While they didn't want to help us, they still sort of changed their stance on what they were doing before. That does, of course, make Kryle's mission of securing our entry into Sharlayan nigh on impossible, but I am confident that she will find a way regardless. Stinian! After the end of the Dragonsong War, I spent many a moon roaming, Kugane, Ratzatan, even Garlemald, but never Sharlayan. In all honesty, a nation populated entirely by bookish types like Alphino is not a place that appeals to me. Yeah, I can see that. Oriange. Much and more have we discovered on the Telorthroi's machinations since Dankred and I did return from Garlemald. Verily, their troops doth appear to have been tempered in much the same manner as those engaged in the construction of the towering edifice in the capital. Right, I also, I didn't really forget, but I somehow didn't really grasp the fact that he and Thancred have already been there? When Arnwell tried to free the Amalja held in the tower, it triggered some sort of alarm, and the captives were killed instantly. As such, we have no choice but to leave them in the clutches of the Telorthroi until a means of rescuing them has been found. Yeah, that's kind of a fucked up safekeeping mechanism, isn't it? In the meantime, the summonings of lunar primals will continue, just as we must rely on the Grand Company of Eorzea to put down such entities and prevent any further abductions. So too do they rely on us to come through with our investigation. Then Tataru. I have a feeling the journey to Sharlayan is going to be quite the test of your nerves in more ways than one. You'll miss this place while you're away, I just know it. But for now, the best thing you can do is get plenty of rest while we wait to hear from Cryo. I don't plan on that. Alright, let's sit down for a minute, because I need to get to the toilet. I'll be right back, and then we'll actually start with the main story quest of Endwalker. It's going to be great. Alright, let's get this party started, shall we? This is gonna be one heck of an incredible journey, I feel like. And I'm all here for it. Alfino, what's up? The next ship to sail. That image already, right? Such a horse chestnut weapon coffer. Yeah, I'll keep those for now. Don't need them anyway. Do you have some time to talk? I would like to gather everyone in Dawn's Respite and together assess the situation in which we find ourselves. Dawn's Respite is like the next room, right? It sounds way bigger than it is. Oh, great music. Let us take stock of the facts, shall we? The crisis at hand began with the sudden appearance of ominous towers in a multitude of locations throughout the world. We have since learned that said structures were brought into being by an organization known as the Telothroi. So this is our story recap for the beginning. The Telothroi stated purpose is to recreate the final days of eons past, an apocalyptic event that would result in the destruction of all we hold dear. Already have these towers of theirs been the cause of untold suffering. I did not expect that piano. Holy hell. Countless innocents kidnapped and imprisoned, their faith perverted for primal summonings. How is the music so good? What the hell? This is the first cutscene. And unless we find a way to deal with the corruptive aura surrounding the spires, we can't even get close enough to rescue anyone. Those shielded with the blessing of light seem able to resist being tempered, at least. But after what happened to Arnwald and Fordola, we need to be very, very careful about how we proceed. Yet, while these threats close to home are of paramount concern, we mustn't lose sight of the situation in Garlemald. As you know, the Telothroi are under the leadership of Fandaniel and one other delightful fellow, Xenos Yai Galvus, Crown Prince and our dear friend. To date, he has reclaimed his old body, murdered Emperor Varus, and plunged Garlemald into an even deeper pit of chaos. The capital has probably seen the worst of it. For a good while there, I saw the bloodiest fighting in the War of Succession, but that has since changed, and in troubling ways. During our reconnaissance, the air was not once rent by the barking of cannons or the cries of discord. It was an eerie fog of silence which did blanket that ruined city. The inhabitants appeared to have been tempered, and with nary a word spoken did they labor to transform the palace into a soaring edifice born of nightmares. If they were indeed made thralls, it seems safe to assume that these events too were orchestrated by the Telothroi. An army of primals is awful enough, but in light of recent developments, I fear it is only the prelude to an even greater catastrophe. We need to devise a means to counter this threat, and quickly, before our allies are overwhelmed. We will find a way in Sharlayan, I am sure of it. Master Fushino's comments regarding the final days were curious, to say the least. The forum knows more than it is letting on. Yeah, that's why I thought that they were sort of baiting us into actually communicating with them, right? Because what he said, like, they must know that or what we'll do anyway, right? So it felt more like almost like an invitation without them losing their faith. Not faith, face. So you know, they can keep their, I don't know, old ways while still sort of hinting at us that, hey, you should do something. I wonder if it's like that, or if we'll actually have quite the trouble actually going into Sharlayan. Sorry to interrupt. We've just received word from Mistress Cryle. She says that arrangements for your visit have been finalized. Well, that was quick. You're to head to Limsa and board the next ship bound for Sharlayan. And on arrival, present yourselves as associates of the students of Baldesion, come to assist with the Order's restoration. Or maybe Cryle has done something. This music, though, it's already hype as fuck. The arrangements may be settled, but what of your thoughts? They must raise at the prospect of returning home after so long. I'm eager to see it, of course. Of course. We should set off at once. And I'll accompany you to the docks. You need at least one person there to wave and cry and wish you a safe journey. Oh, Tataru. There's music! And a new quest sound. I completely forgot that we get a new one. Oh, it's gonna be exciting. You're all alone here. Safe journeys, and please do be careful. Wait, I need 1 second though. Yeah, should be fine. Whew, that was hype music. Holy hell. Limsa's probably, like, full to the brim. Oh, I completely forgot. We have different instances though, right? So obviously it's going to be a little bit more empty than it usually would be, considering how many people are probably trying to log on. Still amazed that it's running so well so far. Huh. I mean, might be different in different parts of the world, maybe, but so far, all good. Alright, so, wait a second. Do we have, like, are they more expensive in some parts or not? I don't think they are. These are more expensive though. So I think what they've done is actually just remove the 99 cap, 999 cap, and just move it to 1,499. So this is the new stuff then. Alright, off to Limsa then, huh? Oh, right, I think you can actually set like an amount when it automatically uses the Aetherite tickets, I think? Let's take a look. It's not loading in, everybody. Would that be open teleport settings? Aetherite ticket usage. Always use for costs above guild allowance. So I'll set this to 300. So then automatically uses the tickets for every teleport above 300, right? Alright. Why is it so empty here? That's eerie. Are people already, like, gone or something? Or is it just not loading in everybody? So a bunch of people already playing the market board, obviously. not much going on here. I think they'll probably... Oh, now they loaded in. Somebody's seeing over there. Yeah, there's a bunch of people. I wonder how many instances there are. Usually there have been 3. I heard somebody say something about 5 this time around though, so... Right, doesn't Limsa also have the... Yeah, it does. It's over here. Sage's Path. Let's just... Instance Area Mordona, Rising Stones... Yeah, I wonder if there are more than 3 instances. I have a feeling there aren't, but we'll see, I guess. Whew. Still I really wanna sort of savor every moment of this journey, right? Because it's the last time that we'll... Oh, hello there. You look, ready for the journey, I think. Yeah, this is where all of the people are. Holy hell. Everybody in the cutscene. I might have lived in Master Matoya's cave for a good part of my life, but even for me, the thought of returning to Sharlayan is quite exciting. I can hardly imagine how it is for the others who lived most of their lives there. I mean, it is strange to think about, right, that for a long time, Alphinaud and Alizé just have never been home, essentially. Though part of me looks forward to returning home, I've not forgotten that my father stripped us of the privileges of our family name. I hope it doesn't cause trouble with the officials upon arrival. What a grim reason to bring you to Sharlayan. Not much to be done about it, I suppose, but I would have liked to give you the grand tour under happier circumstances. Graha is over here. At least they're standing a bit to the side, so you don't have to search for them in the huge pile of players. I never thought the day would come when I would be sailing home again. It always seemed so very far away. So it's really strange to think about that most of the Scions actually are really familiar with Sharlayan, right? Sea travel can be tedious, but I don't mind it. It's a rare experience for most Ishgardians. Although it's actually not that far away from the sea, is it? It's not exactly close either, but I shudder to think what manner of truth awaiteth us beyond the Indigo Deep. Still more do I dread the prospect of discussions long overdue. Contrary to what you might think, this will be like going home for me as well. I may have learned how to survive in Limsa Faminsa, but it was in Sharlayan where I was taught. Quite relentlessly, I might add, the skills to properly live. Yeah, it's like really strange that all of the Scions know Sharlayan, except us, as the Warrior of Light. Everyone's here, which is good, because I've already paid for your passage, and the fee is non-refundable. The ship for Sharlayan should be pulling into port soon, so please follow me and have all your luggage close at hand. Is there actually like a regular ship between Limsa and Sharlayan? I suppose there has to be? Probably for trade goods more than people actually coming over though. I haven't heard that sound in a while. So this is our trailer scene, just with happier lighting.
They've almost finished loading our cargo. We should be ready to depart right on schedule. Or so I'm told.
Excellent. 'Tis nice to have a smooth beginning to one's journey, at the very least.
It's funny. Master Louis Soir came here on a ship very much like this one.
That's probably a throwback to 1.0, right?
And now, years later, the street urchin he befriended that day is bound for his mentor's homeland. With his mentor's grandchildren, no less.
Aye. 'Tis upon reflection that every twist of time's river and fate's whims are brought into sharp relief.
Thank you for explaining that, Oriange.
Thou hast matured much in the intervening years. Wert thou not caught attempting to relieve Master Louisois of his purse scant moments after he made landfall upon this dock?
Oh, really? Now that's a tale I'd like to hear.
Will this be your first visit to Sharlayan, Sir Estinian? Sir Estinian?
Are
He's
we
not-
strangers newly met? Why this stiff formality?
Oh.
I, merely meant it as a professional courtesy, since we are now colleagues in an official sense.
I'd rather you dispense with the sirs, especially in private company. Or I'll be forced to respond in kind, little Lord Alphino.
You've made your point, Estinian. Painfully well.
Better.
Oh.
Are you all right, Tataru? You seem positively distraught.
Distraught? Me? Don't be silly. I think it's lovely that they get to see their homeland. It's just... we're trying to thwart the schemes of an army hellbent on destroying the world. And, once again, I have to stay behind and worry that this is the last time I'll get to see my friends.
It's actually pretty sad, right? Although, well, she did join us in Ishgard. Ooh, these are already... I don't know if I can promise that. The second answer is more honest, I think. But also pretty harsh. No sense worrying about the things we're powerless to change. I'll go with the honest one.
Well, that's hardly comforting.
I know, but...
Ah, good. You're still here.
Hori Balder gets a voice actor! Or did he have one before at some point? I don't think so.
Hori! Coulternay! What brings you all this way?
We're to assist the Maelstrom and the Kobolds with a lunar primal operation, so we thought we'd see you off before heading to the tower. Flamine and the others wish you all a safe journey, and promise that they'll look after things here until you return. We will too, of course. Aye, we, your fellow Scions of the Seventh Dawn, will do our part to ensure the end of the world won't happen on our watch.
That's great. I wish they would have gotten a bit more screen time before. I know that they've always been there, and you could always talk to them, but it's really cool seeing them in an actual cutscene interacting with the other Scions.
We're set to sail! All aboard for Sharlayan!
It's time.
It is.
Then we must delay no longer. We will contact you the moment we learn aught of value. Wish us luck.
Have a safe journey, and please, please, be careful.
Well, at least Tataru's not alone.
And so you venture forth unto the unknown. A fate beyond the horizon that cannot be divined. A future undefined and in flux. In uncertain times, naught but the simplest words of wisdom will suffice.
Thanks, Emmett.
That which lives is destined to die. Love leads to loss. Every beginning has an end. Treasure every moment, every step of your descent.
I wouldn't have thought them to use the... like, this is exactly like the trailer.
And there, in the depths where souls and stars rest, find your truth.
Whew. Yeah, those words, they are ominous. Not what I said to Tataru. It's probably loading because it's putting me into Sharlayan, right? And the instant's probably incredibly full. Well, this is taking a while. Not this song.
Here. Feel. Think.
The day has barely dawned, my fellow earlier riser. Though we're hardly alone in that. Envious of those still sleeping soundly, no doubt.
It's an ominous
Called out
sound.
to you, you say? I've heard nothing myself. In any case, I dare say the sea air will do you good. Why not join the others on deck? Sharlayan should be coming into view at any moment.
Sorry for that.
My voice yet reaches you. I am glad.
For the longest time it hasn't.
Hear, feel, think. And thus do we meet face to face at last. My warrior of light, guided by the crystal.
Ooh, a second answer already, huh? Yeah, why now, Heidelin?
After your sojourn in the First, I believe you have your answer.
I don't know.
You have gained an understanding of what I truly am, what Heidelin has always been, a primal. Zodiac was created to forestall the apocalypse which threatened the ancient world, and I was brought forth to bind him. Yet 7 times now, those who would orchestrate a return to that bygone era have rejoined a shard to the god I had sundered. The greater his strength grows, the swifter does mine own diminish. The power to draw your mind into the rift betwixt is no longer mine to wield.
Oh, okay.
Yet though it taxes me sorely, I dare not leave these words unsaid. Even bereft of my guidance, you and your companions have accepted the burden of this star's troubled past. A conjunction has begun to form, an intertwining of your time and mine. Wheels shudder and turn. Conflict looms. Monumental. Which will decide the fate of this world and all life upon it. When you truly understand what is at stake, and your journey has prepared you to surmount the insurmountable, then shall I honor the promise made in another time, another age.
When we were together in the convocation. Or at least in Amaral.
Cast your peepers to the fore, folks! Sharlayan's just over yonder.
I will not keep you further. Your traveler's heart must yearn to behold this unfamiliar land.
It does.
We shall meet again, and soon.
Beautiful cutscene.
Oh, what a fine morning. Oh, still a bit stiff though.
And a good morning to you too. Taking a look at the island already?
Then let's go! Let's go! Might still be room in the prow if we're lucky.
Ah, the sleepers have arisen.
God, the music. They've already... Holy shit.
There she is. Good old Sharlayan.
Oh, I see it.
There it is.
Home. Home at last. Well, maybe not in Father's eyes. But we'll manage on our own, if we must.
You do know you're not alone in this, don't you?
Yeah.
Indeed. 'Tis as Sir Estinian saith. Forget not the comrades who boarded this ship at your side, I prithee.
God, I left it.
Thank you, my friends. We are ever grateful for your steadfast support.
Upon arrival, we will be disembarking into the heart of Sharlayan proper. There is no greater concentration of wisdom in all the world. I am confident that somewhere within that center of knowledge and learning, we will find the answers we seek.
Well, I hope so. What an incredible cutscene to start off this expansion. I almost wish that Heidelin would have talked to us throughout Shadowbringers. I mean, I know that now it makes more sense for her, because apparently, well, she is quite weak. There it is. The moon's still only looming, not quite there to see yet.
Sharlayan, the solitary island nation of the northern seas. Where under the watchful gaze of Thaliak, patron deity of scholars, academics hoard all manner of knowledge and secrets. Once, they deigned to accept foreign students into a distant colony maintained in the Dravanian hinterlands. How swiftly they abandoned it once the first Garlean boot set hostile foot on Alamegan soil. So averse to the prosecution of war, these men of wisdom, your would-be allies.
Well, we'll see about that, don't we?
I thought they'd never let us off the ship. What's next, then? Entry applications?
I mean, it was quite difficult to get into Yulmore as well, so...
Hopefully they find no cause to deny us.
Hasn't Sharlayan all but severed relations with foreign powers? Those of us without direct ties, myself included, may be refused outright.
'Tis true that, as a nation, Sharlayan only forms trade agreements with a select few neutral countries.
Who are those countries? What country is still neutral, except for Sharlayan?
But from a practical standpoint, an island cannot afford to be overly strict with its borders. Especially not if that island's people are wholly devoted to the accumulation of knowledge.
That's a very good point.
If one submits the proper paperwork, with satisfactory evidence of identity and intent, then foreigners may be granted entry.
May.
quite. So let us be absolutely clear on these points before we proceed. The immigration officer will ask for your affiliation and your purpose of visit. Considering Sharlayan's views on intervention, I strongly suggest we avoid any mention of the Scions.
Wouldn't they know us, though? I mean, we aren't exactly, like, unknown to the world at large, aren't we? I mean, I
Crown
don't
has
know.
laid the groundwork for us to act as associates of the students of Baldessian, and our ostensible reason for being here is to aid in their order's restoration. Grahatir, it might expedite our progress should an actual student be seen at the head of our little group. Would you mind leading the way?
Well, yeah, that's also a very good point.
Of course. The immigration offices were this way, as I recall. Shall we?
Of course, exactly today our neighbors decide to, like, do something. I don't know.
Greetings. We've just arrived and are eager to make our way into the city. Would you be so kind as to process our entry applications?
I wonder about the climate in Sharlayan, though. Like, it looks somewhat northernish, right? But it's an island technically more north than Dravania. Well, then again, the climate there only changed because of the Seventh Honorable Calamity, right? So, I don't know. This is still, like, sea climate and stuff like that. But it looks, and they're, like, all of the architecture looks, like, pretty open, which would suggest a warmer climate, but,
Certainly. I see by your mark you are an Archon.
I am. Grahatir of the Students of Baldessian at your service. I was assigned to an Eorzean survey team, but have returned to assist with the reformation of my order. My associates here will provide additional support.
Very good. I have paperwork detailing your group and its scheduled arrival for today. And it seems some few of your companions are also Archons. If you'll step forward, we can process those applications first.
they have to know who we are, right? I mean...
Ishtola rule.
See how it glows? That list is etherically linked with a citizen registry kept in the main repository.
Okay.
I've confirmed your status as Archons and amended your travel records accordingly. Welcome home.
That was easy.
Now, who do we have here?
Alphino Leveilleur.
And Alizé Leveilleur.
Your applications have also been approved. Having said that, the streets are abuzz with talk of how House Leveilleur's lord disowned his young progeny. And while such personal circumstances constitute no reason to deny you entry, I urge you to avoid exacerbating your present situation. Times are quite troubled enough already.
Fair enough.
We shall keep that in mind.
These last two are not Sharlayan natives, but you will find their credentials are in order. An application was made in advance.
Name and occupation?
Adventurer. What is my occupation? Champion of Eorzea. Artisan. I wonder if you get this option if you've never leveled any crafters. That would be really cool. Adventurer by trade. Let's keep it simple. Didn't Emet say that as well?
An adventurer. Well, I suppose that is considered a valid calling in your native Eorzea, and it does indeed match the profile provided. You may enter.
Does she not know
you,
who we
sir?
are? I guess she doesn't.
Estinian Valino, formerly of the Order of the Knights Dragoon in Ishgard.
Formally, at least. And what, pray tell, is your profession now?
He's sort of,
If you'll allow me...
Kryl to the rescue.
My associate is a mercenary, hired for his strength at arms. Surely you are aware of the dangers we often face on our forays into the wilderness.
So Estinian is now essentially the personal bodyguard of Kryl? Is that his occupation?
Mistress Baldessian, if you insist on sponsoring his entry, then so be it.
Wait, is her surname Baldessian? Like, literally?
But while I appreciate that desperate times call for desperate measures, I find your choice of company concerning. Be advised that even a single misstep may have severe repercussions for your organization.
I have every confidence in my chosen company, dear and trusted comrades that they are. But I thank you for your concern.
I guess they couldn't really deny us entry, right? So...
Kryl! It is good to see you.
Likewise. Long voyage notwithstanding, you will seem none the worse for wear. There is much to discuss, but this is hardly the place. Let's be on our way, shall we?
We shall. Once again, beautiful music.
Welcome, friends, to Sharlayan.
As your mercenary, I should hope my welcome includes a generous salary.
Well, I had to say something, Sir Taciturn.
Is that the main music of this place? It sounds beautiful. And 1,000 adventurers. That's a bit foggy though. Yeah, everybody else is standing around you. I mean, I really like the music, by the way. It's a lot more... Like, I think the Crusarium had a very grandiose music, and it was really cool in its own way. But, you know, this being a bit more subdued and beautiful, it fits so well, right? Especially with the cutscenes that have just happened, it's sort of being very hype and very, you know, epic music, and then just having this kind of lower, more beautiful, more subdued tune. Really, really cool. And it already looks incredible. I like the architecture so much. I mean, The Dravanian hinterlands are still one of my absolute favorite zones in all of 14. Not especially for their architecture, more for the music and just the overall feeling that the zone has, but I guess, you know, part of it is also the thought of it, the thought of it once belonging to Sharlayan, right? And that it was once was a place like that. I am unaccustomed to fabricating lies on demand. Why should it matter now I earn my living? Should it matter how I earn my living? Well, you know. Here we are at last, the great city of Sharlayan. You may have noticed some similarities with the Crystarium, yes? In fact, Oh, but we really should let Kryl have her say first. We can continue this conversation at another time. Oh, so that's why it looks so similar. Well, now it makes sense that I think about it. So, well, obviously the Crystarium was built after Grahatir brought the Crystal Tower over to the first, right? And I guess he just took some inspiration from his homeland. Well, that makes sense. You are doubtless eager to take in the sights. Not to worry, the city is not like to vanish before we finish our discussion. Well, I hope so. Even allowing that the years are spent in the first passed here in the blink of an eye, the city feels untouched by time. They've probably worked very hard to keep it that way. Allow me to extend unto thee my warmest welcome. May the wisdom of my homeland aid us in our endeavors. I'm fine, honestly. Better to be waved through with a stern warning than be denied entry, after all. That was about as awkward as I expected. Still, we're here now, and that's all that matters. I'm glad I spotted your ship coming into port. The officers are born bureaucrats and sticklers for detail. In any case, you may relax and take a moment to get your land legs back. That's a very cool sound. I like the quest complete sound more than the quest taken sound. But, yeah. Let's just keep them in the inventory for now. Old Sharlayan, new to you. I had thought to launch directly into an explanation of what I've learned and how we might proceed. But this is your Industinian's first time in Sharlayan, and for the rest of you, a homecoming that was long overdue. You must have places you wish to visit, and people you're dying to see. Therefore, I propose we postpone our agenda so that you all may have sufficient time to recover from your journey and get your bearings in the city. I also love this sound. Once you've settled in, we can reconvene at the Baldessian Annex. How does that sound? That's a fine suggestion. May not be welcome at the level your estate as such, but I should like to nose around the neighborhood all the same. I am equally untethered, as it were. There is no particular place that my kin call home. Still, I would not pass up the opportunity to reacquaint myself with the city. Likewise, a quick tour of our old haunts might even yield some useful gossip. The annex was west of the Aetherai Plaza, wasn't it? I shall join you there anon. Yes, we'll see you there. Dum 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 dum. Oriange, what's wrong? I too have places I would be remiss in not visiting forthwith. By thy leave. What of you, Estinian? My services as a guide are yours for the asking. That won't be necessary. Until we reconvene, I prefer to wander as the wind takes me. He just goes, but I could... Oh. Well, Raha, would you like to join us then? You've been gone for quite a while, and this would be the perfect way to refresh those dusty old memories of yours. Oh, of course, if you will have me. Come, Sharlayan awaits. Oh dear, his enthusiasm is infectious, isn't it? It also looks so great with the lampposts, and God, I like this place already. Could be a bit less crowded, but yeah. After you, my friend. I'm more than content to follow your lead. Grahatia is now accompanying you, keeping him at your side in order to proceed with quest objectives. You can leave Grahatia behind by entering a different area, using the Ethernet, or by putting too much distance between you. You can also speak with Grahatia and select the option to part ways. If you wish to leave Grahatia accompany... Oh, if you wish to have Grahatia accompany you again, return and speak with him at the original location. While Grahatia is accompanying you, next try speaking with Kryle. Kryle? Oh, there you are. All set? Then let us be on our way. Our first stop, amusingly enough, will be the Last Stand. It's a cafe on the west side of the harbor. A cafe that's called the Last Stand? That's ominous. Kryle is also now accompanying you. Lead your two companions to the Last Stand and speak with Kryle at the designated location. While you are accompanied, you may encounter conversation points along the way, which offer additional topics of discussion. That's so cool! Enter the glowing area and speak with your quest companions to initiate these bonus conversations. Enjoy exploring your surroundings together. I just hope I don't miss them, I guess. There's one over there. How I wish that they would have done something like that for, different points in the story. This is so cool! It's such a, little thing, right? But it just elevates the whole experience all of a sudden. You realize how important it is in single-player RPGs to actually, have this immersiveness in the world, right? And, well, he didn't run through me, or she, I guess. But yeah, it's such a difference, right? To actually have this in game rather than being, I don't know, just alluded to. So cool. Let's see. Who are you? I found myself passage to Sharlayan for trade negotiations, but I'm beginning to think I made a mistake. The merchants here are so stuffy and stubborn. I'd have been better off staying in Uldar. Leaf meat. Oh, so this is where you get the leaves. Guild ship hunt vendor. Okay. So now I just talk to them? Discuss the storage facility. With all the unusual wares coming and going at all hours, I expect the assistance of an intrepid adventurer would be highly appreciated. I see no reason why you couldn't undertake any tasks which pique your interest. You have been cleared by the immigration officials, after all. Oh, that's interesting. That they actually explain leaves like that. It's very cool. I look forward to the day your name is celebrated in Sharlayan the same way it is in Eorzea. This place is called the Peristyle, and it is the first stop for cargo unloaded at the docks. You find the unusual necessities for daily living and other imports vital to running an island nation. but also supplies that further Sharlayan's pursuit of knowledge, namely large quantities of books, specimens, and samples. Sorting these stacks certainly seems to keep the attendants busy. So cool. This is so cool. I just like the way they've incorporated even the leaf meats into this, right? Because it makes sense. I really would have liked to live in a place like this. Imagine how interesting this must be, right? To live here and watch the comings and goings of people, you know, putting their wares here, and it's just so cool. If gathering and crafting is your game, then speak with Griggy here. You'll find you some of the most lucrative work around. If you're looking for work as a cleaner, if you've got the right skills, then we've got a job for you. Okay. There we go. So these are the leaf meats. People are already doing them. Oh, they also have automatons. Interesting. I guess this is the hunt. God, I love the music already, like 1 hour in, has nothing but been perfect. This is incredible. My apologies, but I can't serve anyone who isn't involved with the guild ship's hunt initiative at the moment. I've enough on my plate as it is. In order to be eligible for the quest, the hunt for specimens, you must have had... Oh, even that makes sense! So, the new hunting is essentially you gathering intel for Sharlayan on certain creatures, and then bringing that back, right? That's incredible. Yeah, I probably need to progress the MSQ for this. North Thota? I can dispatch those two to Labyrinthius, and then I can send no one, apparently, to Thavner. God, we could really use an extra pair of hands in the field. So, Labyrinthius? What do they say if I just talk to them normally? I'm grateful to have Kryle's help in reacquainting myself with this place. It's almost as if I'm seeing it all with new eyes as you are. Come on, let's head to the cafe. It may not seem so at a glance, but the last stand is actually a very important part of the city. 1 second though, I just... Just answering a friend real quick. Alright. So yeah, everybody else is apparently having really, really long queues. So, I mean, I'm on Phoenix and, well, my friend's on Odin, I think, and apparently they have like a 4,500 queue currently. That's nuts. I think I was really, really lucky this time getting in so early. Oh, the music's so, it's so perfect. Alright, let's continue this adventure. So there's another place there. I think, well, I don't think that they're necessarily, like too much off the beaten path. I think that most of these circles are probably pretty much where you have to go anyways. So that's the final circle, right? Oh, there's an ether right here. Scholars Harbor. With the trees and all. It's so beautiful. It also, like, one thing that I disliked a little bit about the Crystarium was that it almost seemed too big. Like, there was just a lot of space, right? Where you would have assumed that they would have maybe used it for something else. And I like that here it makes sense to be fairly big, right? Because it's a harbor. I mean, pretty big ships are probably coming here all the time, and then there needs to be a lot of space for the wares and for all of the people that are arriving and stuff like that. So already, I think the sort of dimensions of objects in just the world in this case is better done than in the Crystarium. Greetings, traveler, and welcome to Sharlayan. If it's knowledge you seek, you've come to the right place. Who are you? I am Warmine, an occasional lecturer at the Studium. I specialize in natural geography, including the history of the world's topography and climate transitions. I like to come here for a bit of fresh air between classes, but for some reason I'm asked for directions rather often, so I decided why not act as a guide. What is this place? Sharlayan is the city of knowledge, once a humble settlement founded by Archon Njunkrep and the refugees he rescued from the great flood of the 6th Umbral Calamity. It has since flourished into the grand metropolis you see today. Prior to the Great Exodus, it was common among Eorzeans to refer to our Dravanian colony with the short-lived Sharlayan, which resulted in the colonists unofficially dubbing our homeland Old Sharlayan, or the Old World. Alas, the name appears to have stuck. But old or new, we continue seeking knowledge from all over the world to record in the Bibliotheca Historica, among other collections of invaluable wisdom. That's cool. Oh, that looks great. Was that Ishtola who's running by? Looked like it. So beautiful. Again, the lighting is incredible. I really, really like how they've done all of the lights and it just looks incredible. Oh, 'cause, 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 ' 1 second. The music, it's just, you can just leave this on in the background, right? It's such a perfect background music. It's incredible. Oh, all right. Let's see what this is all about. I really hope I'm not missing some of these places. I mean, I guess you can always replay these quests, but still. The giant statue. Now, that is a sight one could hardly forget. The great statue of Thaliak. I also like how they specifically point out that it's Thaliak and how Emmett explains why that is and what's the purpose of all of this. It's really, really cool. It's something that they've neglected like a little bit in the past. I feel like they should have sometimes like pointed out more some of the things that they added to the world, because there is so many really, really cool details that you really easily miss. Because they're never really pointed out to you, and they're never really explained what they actually are. I mean, you can obviously read up on them, and there is information available, but it's really cool that you're actually able to get that information right here. As a student of Baldestian, I was usually quartered on the Isle of Var, but I would gaze upon the scholar's wise features every time I returned by ship to the city. Isle of Var, by the way, being Eureka, correct? This path leading out towards the sea is known as the Thaliak Stoa, so named for the statue of a scholar which stands at its end. As you know, the Sharlayan people prize the accumulation of wisdom above all else. Thus, when Thaliak was chosen as our patron deity, it was more of a matter of pragmatism than belief, an alignment of principles, as it were. We may have honored him with a rather impressive sculpture, yes, but our faith is not so restrictive as that of, say, the Ishgardians. Individual Sharlayans can, and do, worship the divinities of their choosing. That's interesting. Really cool. I wonder what that is. Seems like some vendors or something, or is that the cafe? Oh, I think it is. Already, I would really... That was also another thing, right? The Crystarium was really cool, and it was really well integrated into the main story of Shadowbringers, especially with you having to go back to the pendants and how that all interacts. And there are a couple of places I really like to hang out in the Crystarium, especially the cafe where the role quests are. But this already feels like much more of a place where you actually want to just hang out and relax, right? And the cafe seems to be quite big as well. Sounds. And here we are, the last stand. We may have mentioned this before, but although our research into nutrition and food preparation is quite extensive, the average Sharlayan tends to regard seasoning and flavor with a certain indifference. How can I put this? The food is, it's bland. And encapsulated by our infamous Archon loaf, the prevailing sentiment towards cuisine is dietary value first and taste a distant second. Yeah, I could not live like that. There was one pupil at the studium, however, who could stomach the school's insipid meals no longer. So he quit his lesson and poured all his savings into building a proper eatery. And so the Last Stand came to be. It is, as the name implies, the sole dedicated outpost of fine dining in Sharlayan. That's why it's called that. I was wondering what that was referring to. The one and only bastion of the culinary arts in an isle of otherwise mediocre fare. I seem to recall the burger being hailed as one of the more impressive items on the menu. Not that I ever had the pleasure of eating one myself. Burger? I can really go for one of those. Because you were a typical Sharlayan when it came to cheap and convenient, brah. But surely Tataru has since taught you how to appreciate a well-prepared dish. We should all stop in when time permits and sample the cafe's delights. Shall we press on? The stairs to the side of the cafe there will take us up to the Aetheryte Plaza. So this is the cafe then. There's quite a lot going on. And like the place of this cafe is incredible, isn't it? Like right in the harbor. Incredible view of the sea. Holy shit, this is a great place. It already looks delicious. What are they eating? The oven-baked lobster is one of the Last Stand's most famous dishes. The flavor is said to be phenomenal, but unfortunately, so is the price. I can imagine. Gisla. The Gazette featured a piece about a so-called champion of Eorzea. They say this barbaric hero has prevailed in a multitude of battles, like some avatar of perfected violence. And it's almost uncanny how closely you match the given description. What an odd coincidence. Yeah, I wonder why that is. Weird, right? Really weird. So they do know who I am. At least some of them. Welcome, step right in. If you've placed your order, find yourself a seat and we'll be along shortly. My friends and I were just discussing the Marquis and the practice of black magic. Did you know that... Wait, is it evening already? How long have we been sitting here? Very cool reference, by the way. You have the look of an outsider, and I have little and less to discuss with foreign barbarians. Oh. Okay. Why does it look so beautiful? This is... I could stand here all day just listening to this music, right? So cool. What are you guys doing here? You must try the Zurich. It's amazing. Best shared with a loved one, if you ask me. Okay. So this is where you order them? I like the tablets. What are they? They almost look like futuristic or something? Something blinking at the bottom? I wonder if they're like heated or... Right? Heated tablets? Something like that? I mean, there must be a reason why they're so thick. The coffee here is to die for, but one cannot look past their charming tea set. I recommend you order both, funds permitting. I could go for a coffee. What is that Damazu doing here? Dickon. Welcome to the Last Stand. As the final and some say only bastion of fine dining in Sharlayan, we guarantee a quality culinary experience found nowhere else in the city. Ooh, I wonder if the culinary quests will actually lead you here. Let's take these steps, I think. I don't know if I want to RP walk all the way. Certainly in here. Like, probably not in the outer zones or something. That would take ages, but definitely want to take in the sides. Oh, let's turn on auto running. This is incredible, isn't it? The way the architecture is done, the way the harbor sort of flows into the rest of the city with all of these bridges and with the cafe being there, and oh, incredible. Now also, I really, really like the trees, by the way, right? That it's not tropical. That's really cool as well. I hope I'm not missing one of the blue circles here. I don't think I am. It's just stairs after all. It's an incredible aetheryte as well. Old Sharlayan Aetheryte Plaza. An unusual shape, isn't it? I assure you, however, that it's a perfectly functioning aetheryte. Remember to attune yourself before we move on. Now, being the diligent tour guide that I am, I should make mention of the Confluence, a research facility located on this very plaza. Its much vaunted discoveries are the reason Sharlayan stands at the forefront of teleportation technology. In deciphering the underlying principles of elegant aetherites, it allowed us to understand and reconstruct what was essentially a lost art. And off we go to our next destination. Our path leads northeast to the Agora, Sharlayan's largest marketplace. So, wait, how does that work? So, teleportation magic and teleportation technology was elegant, right? And it was basically uncovered and then reused. But that would mean that between, I guess, the 4th Umbral Calamity and then the 6th Umbral Calamity, teleportation didn't really exist, apparently, right? And then Sharlayan sort of brought it back by uncovering how the Elegants used it. At least that's what I took from that. Oh, and the sun's rising as well. I really like all of the details, right? That bell at the top of the cafe. It's just, I don't know, the way you can sort of see everything, right? Because that was another thing in the Crystarium, at least, that you never really saw the Crystal Tower because it was so huge, right? And right in front of you, so you never really looked up. And also, it was a bit convoluted with, the long stairs leading down and, like, there being a lot of roofs and canopies and stuff like that. You never really you could never really look at it as, like, this one big place, I guess, right? Whereas here, it really has some beautiful sort of vistas that you can look down to. Let's see what this is about then. What are they doing here? Archon's design. The Confluence. Speaking of aetherites, those teleportation fees do add up after a while, which is why I tended to rely on the far cheaper ferry services. I was pleasantly surprised when Mistress Tataru informed me that the Scions are reimbursed for transportation costs as part of our duties, but I find old habits hard to break. And I'd rather not be bothered filling out the necessary paperwork. What? I can ask Tataru to give me my teleport costs back? That's the entrance to the confluence. I have no doubt the expertise will prove useful at some point, so I suggest you remember the way here. Okay. What are you guys doing here? Labyrinthos is host to numerous research facilities, so as you can imagine, I end up fielding quite the assortment of requests from the researchers. Even listing them all up for the gleaners to deal with has been a trying task. It's interesting that they talk about that. Pardon me. I coordinate the acquisition of academic supplies for the studium, and this deluge of requests for subjects from far-flung lands has given me a splitting headache. Basildair. What's your occupation? Well met, good sir. I am Basildair, one of the foremost scholars in the field of comparative mythology. It has been my life's work to scrutinize the myths of people across the land and throughout the ages, trying to glimpse the truth that hides behind commonalities these timeless stories share. That's actually a really, really interesting field of research, I'd imagine. Is that something that I always find incredibly fascinating, right? To see different sort of cultures throughout the ages and throughout history basically tell the same story, or at least stories with the same content or referring to the same things. And that's always really, really interesting to discover, really, right? If you didn't know a piece of information like that about a certain thing, and then it gets revealed to you, well, oh, this is actually, the same story, but from a completely different cultural background or something. And again, this is just the fact that you can look over the harbor like this. It's incredible. So there's the market board, which is very close to the Aetheryte, by the way. It probably, like, a lot of people will still hang out in Limsa, I'd imagine, but would still be cool if this would be a bit more populated than, say, Kugana. Or even the Crystarium, for that matter. That was pretty empty throughout most of Shadowbringers, unfortunately. So this is like a small bookshop? Welcome to Tovwit's Tomes. My bookstore may not be the biggest, but every volume you see is a carefully selected treasure. Browse at your leisure, and don't forget our modest range of sundry goods. Huh. There's the market board. So I guess this is the market, right? It just looks so incredible, right? Also reminds me of Idleshire, by the way, which, I mean, obviously it's the same style of architecture, but yeah. Another small bookstore, I'd imagine. Do you mind if I browse the shelves for a moment? There might be some hidden gems I've yet to read. Only a moment? How optimistic. Feel free to browse all you like, but we won't wait around for you. Perhaps I'll return here later then. These little open-air bookstalls are so uniquely Sharlayan. I'd always thought them a common sight until I visited other nations. Yeah, that's a really, really cool detail, and I love that. I love that. I would actually like to have bookstores like this where I live, right? That would be incredible. They just look really cool. I already love this place. So cool. Oh, I forgot to talk to that person over there. Oh, whatever. Let's see what we have here. Plate armor. So these are the ones selling your gear. If you had muscles to move, you wouldn't be whinging like that. Well, he did buy probably one of the heaviest pieces of armor that exists within the game. Mender, tool supplier, data pool. You must be new around here. I'm the head merchant of the Agora. There are plenty of rare and unusual wares for sale, so be sure to take a good look around. I'll do just that. I also love these benches here in the middle. This obelisk, and oh, it just looks really beautiful. Incredible. Oh, a gemstone trader. Material melder, materia vendor. Let's see. Take it you're here to exchange materia, yes? Then let us be about it. So we need a correct dendro cluster or a correct antho cluster. And it's materia 9 and 10. Ooh. They almost look like the moon. That can't be a coincidence. Okay. Material supplier? What do you have? X potion, X ether. Almost sounds like a Pokemon item, doesn't it? Let's actually buy a couple more Gifter Grains. Grade 8 dark matter. Oh, right. How much do I have? I have... Well, this'll last me a while. Archon Loaf. Skill, speed, vitality. Baked with either fish or vegetable flour, this fluffy loaf of rye bread is, from a nutritional standpoint, wholesome indeed. And they sell shrimp balls, gold salmon roe, and leeches. Okay. I'd imagine he doesn't really have anything to sell. Yeah, still preparing to open up shop. Retainer Volcade, alright. I also love, like, the people standing around. I wonder where he's from and what wares he brought to Sharlayan. It's just such a cool place, right? I mean, again, the first was really great in and of its own, but this is just... Because now this is finally an expansion of the world that we've known, right? The first was incredible, right? Shadowbringers obviously was incredible, but it was another world, right? We weren't entirely connected to the places, whereas this, we've heard so much about, right? We've seen so much of its architecture throughout even Heavensward already, and yeah, we're finally here. Welcome to the Agora, where you can find wares made in Sharlayan, as well as a wide selection of imported goods. They also used to sell questionable prototypes from the various research institutes, but I think that practice has thankfully died out, for the most part. Okay. Otherwise, I can think of no better place to stock up for your next big adventure. Am I overselling it? On a more serious note, the next stop on our tour is one which has particular relevance to our ultimate purpose here. We must head back to the Aetheryte Plaza. Follow the path north, then climb the stairs up to that imposing building at the very top. Okay. Dum 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 dum. Such a great piece of music. So back to the Aetheryte Plaza. Oh, why does it look so great? It's incredible. And now I'm meant to go this way, huh? this as well, right? This, like, a small fountain, and then there's water there as well, and the benches everywhere. You just want to sit there and see everybody moving by, right? It's like a port city on a mountain. It's incredible. And then with all these places, I really like these places in Idleshire as well. Idleshire also has this like small garden, and just the way you can look out over the like horizon in Idleshire, that was also always great. So, you know, seeing this back here is also incredible. Research must needs be conducted efficiently. I surround myself with the sweet scent of flowers to calm myself down. Helps me keep an open mind, you see. Okay, just, I guess, don't smoke them. Such a beautiful place. People are already taking screenshots. Well, who can blame them, right? Oh there! Surprised I know your name? Well, you shouldn't be. You're practically a living legend. Oh! So people do know me. Interesting. Is he reading that, like, magazine or something that the other person in the cafe was talking about? Guess he might be, huh? This also... Like, imagine just building this into the side of the staircase just to look beautiful, right? Just so that it looks like this. These little decorative features are typical of Sharlayan architecture. Aside from the research wing, our headquarters on the Isle of Varl were rather simple and rustic by comparison. This is the Nymphaeum, an area dedicated to the blessings of water. For Sharlayans, water represents more than a life-sustaining liquid. It is a reminder of the Great Flood, which precipitated the birth of our nation, as well as a symbol of the knowledge which flows from Thaliak's divine Ila. This is the reason you see an abundance of fountains throughout the city, and a propensity for utilizing water as a decorative feature in our architecture. Oh, so it's also connected. Right, so the... Am I remembering that correctly? The 6th Umbral Calamity was water-based, right? Or water-aspected, I guess. Which must be why they're so closely connected to water. It's actually quite interesting. This is the Nymphaeum, a monument built in tribute to water spirits known as the Nymphae. Seems rather fitting for a city that erected the towering statue of the ruler of rivers, Thaliak, no? Nymphae. Okay. Let's take that staircase, actually. It just... like, the way you can see the aetheryte from here, and the... you know, the statue is always visible. It's incredible. And it's also the way they've designed, like, the pathways and everything. Just looking this direction, right? You just want to discover what's there. What are all the buildings about, right? Where the pathway is leading you. It's such an incredible design. Oh, I also went the right way for the aetheryte. Although, especially in the beginning, I probably never will use those aetherytes. Just want to go everywhere by foot. This is a huge building, holy hell. The tower over there looks pretty big as well. And then there's this... I don't know what those are supposed to be. Are those just, like, beacons? Light beacons or something? They have them there at the front as well. Might be, right, for, like, guiding ships or something? Or they're just huge lanterns or of some sort. Again, from here, like, you can see the canopy of the markets and everything. It looks a lot more detailed than the Crystarium as well, right? Just by the way they've designed it. It's not that they necessarily put more objects into it or more details. It's just because it's designed like this, where you can actually look over a lot of it and still see, like, architectural features and stuff. It just overall looks a lot more detailed, I think. Wait, where's Graha? Oh, no, I need to talk to Kralin. This grand structure before you is the Rostra. The name refers to the original public platform erected here, upon which a forum of elected representatives would deliver orations and debate policy. Although the stage has since evolved into council chambers, the nature of the forum and the duties of its members remain largely unchanged. Am I boring you, Raha? You seem awfully distracted. My apologies. From here, one can see the entire city spread out below. The vista put me in mind of my arrival in the First. Those who had gathered at the Crystal Tower asked me how they might go about building a new home. Naturally, my answers were all inspired by my knowledge of the finest settlement I could think of, the great city of Sharlayan. And bit by bit, those few buildings grew into a town, a community. The Crystarium. Can almost see its echo. I see. Feel free to come up here whenever you wish. I don't think the councillors would object to you simply enjoying the view. Such memories should be treasured. For now, however, the tour must go on. Our spectacle of sightseeing concludes with the fittingly named Journey's End. Walk down the stairs to the east and continue straight ahead. So beautiful. It's incredible. I know I've said that like a million times since I've went to this place, but still holds true. So now we're just actually going on straight ahead. This also, like, imagine being a student here or something, right? This being like a real life university. That would be incredible as well. All of these small bridges. The river flowing under you. Let's see what we have here then. We've arrived at Journey's End. History tells us that this was where those who put ashore with Archon Neoncrept built their first homes. In the present day, it serves as the residential district for the most important officials and the oldest Sharlayan families. You'll see that one mansion is clearly larger than its neighbors. That estate belongs to our friends from House Levelure. All things considered, we should probably keep our distance for the time being. And with that, we bring our little Sharlayan tour to a close. I hope it has proven to be an entertaining and enlightening experience. It certainly was a beautiful one. Now, shall we head directly to the Baldesion Annex? You remember the way, don't you, Raha? Let me think. We head down towards the harbor, cross the bridge to our right, then follow the path below the Aetheryte Plaza? Correct. After you. So, this is the level you mentioned? Let's grab the Aetheryte real quick. I mean, it certainly looks like it, right? Holy hell. It's quite a big building. I wonder how many Aetherites there actually are in this place. I have found... how many? 3? Level Estates. I mean, this in and of itself as a housing district is quite beautiful. People are gonna cry for, like, getting an actual Sharlayan housing district as well. Probably. My friends and I gather here from time to time to discuss what we've been reading recently. It's truly helped us broaden our intellectual horizons. Quite a lot of people, like sitting on benches and just talking to each other. It's really cool. Arthilbor. My mother told me never to talk to strangers, so I'm ignoring you. See, this is me paying you no mind at all. Okay then. Probably wondering who I am. Oh, there's another Aetherite. Great. So these are more houses then, right? A bit strange that they don't really, like, their foundation extends outwards a lot for some reason, and they don't really seem to have any sort of, like, private gardens or anything. Maybe it's all more community-based. And now back to the Aetherite Plaza. Right? I mean, this looks almost a bit empty in front of the house. I wonder why there is no, like, decoration or any other stuff. I mean, this house has a bit more. I guess it's just their style of building buildings. Graha! What are you doing? Why are you floating? Right, we crossed this bridge here, as I recall. Stick to the path, and be careful not to end back up in the Aetherite Plaza. Sharlayan is full of educational and research institutions, but there are still professors who prefer to establish their own private practices. Not that I ever attended the exclusive schools they run in these residences. Perhaps the twins could tell you more about them. Oh. So they actually have, like, other schools as well? Okay. Archon's design. Ooh, no. And that was my first disconnect. Let's see what the queue is. The world is currently full? Yeah, I know that. Please wait and try logging in later. Great. Well, at least I guess now I can get lunch without fear of being locked out. Holy shit, this is probably gonna take me ages to log back in. Well, I mean, I guess at least I've seen some of Sharlayan. So how long do you have to wait? Oh, just a couple of seconds, I guess. 2,100 people are in the queue. Great. Well, I mean, it's not a big deal. I pretty much expected something like that. I was actually wondering up until this point why it was running so smoothly. Alright, this looks promising, unless I get an error message, which would be really disappointing. But at least something moved. It only took about... How long did it take? I think about an hour and 10 minutes to get back in. But I think it was also aided by the fact that the server apparently went down, or at least a lot of people got disconnected. I'm actually back in! Can't believe it. 1 second. One second. Alright, let's see here. Wait, why am I here? Wait, why? Did they roll back something? So I definitely lost my connect. Oh, what is this? It's a funny little place. So I definitely lost my connection to Graha and Cryo. But why was I there? Because the point where I locked out, or where I got disconnected rather, was a lot later during the quest. So maybe they rolled back like my character? Was I disconnected that early? I don't think so, because otherwise I wouldn't have been able to actually finish the quests. That's a bit weird. Well, let's see, I guess. Because the next step in the quest definitely would have been another one, right? So I was I was on that bridge when I got disconnected. Wait, can I... Let's see, in the journal? Or does it, like, start the quest all over again? That's weird. Let's see, have I... So this is still registered though, right? No, it's not. Apparently. I don't... Or is it? This is weird. Let's see. So now they're both following me again. Right, and the next quest objective is that one. Yeah, they actually did roll my character back a little bit. One second. Brent is asking about how Summoner works now. Alright, let's see. So, Graha and Kryla with me? Yeah, that's really interesting. It's also a really weird rollback position, because, like, this is that part, and then we went to here, or at least I went through here, right, and then got disconnected here. So it's, I got rolled back definitely at least 5 seconds or something. 5 seconds, 5 minutes is what I'm trying to say, not 5 seconds. Yeah, let's get back into the flow, shall we? I hope I don't get disconnected again. It's kind of weird, but I guess they have problems with the servers in general, so you will just sometimes be disconnected. So let's see, technically I should still have this one then, yes. This one still exists. I wonder, I hope I'm not losing anything because of this. So I definitely talked to them about this, and then we went this way. Let's see if it registered that aetheryte over there, because I'm not entirely sure if it actually displays whether or not you've registered one of them. Let's see here. No, I'm not attuned to this one. That's interesting. Oh, yeah, so they show which ones you've already attuned to. I haven't been to this place then, yeah. My character got rolled back at least 5 minutes. Or maybe 4 minutes, something like that. That's really, really interesting. Rostra refers to an original public platform erected here. And he's talking about the view. Yes, we've already seen this. That is really, really interesting. I wonder why and how that worked even. Oh, right, I wanna... No! Wait. This one. I want to turn that one back to not the general chat channels. I know, like, I've never been spoiled through the general chat or anything like that, but I still want to keep them closed. You arrived at Journey's End. History tells us that this was where those who put a show with Orca and Newcrave built their first homes. Yeah, present day it serves the residential district. House Leveilleur Estate. Right. So let's get those 2 aetherytes that I'm missing now. Again, I'm really wondering, because that was an actual character rollback, which is really strange. I've never really seen that happen, because usually you'll get disconnected and then you won't be able to really interact with anything anymore. And then if you reconnect, you'll be obviously at the point where you disconnected, but you wouldn't really have been able to attune to anything or something. At least I don't think so. So it's really interesting that I got rolled back that far, even though... Are you an NPC? Oh, flowers will wilt before the customer picks them up. She's waiting for a customer? They're dancing under a tree. Great. Yeah, again, that's interesting. One second. just talking with a friend about the new summoner. Really going to be interesting to see to actually play it, because at this point, obviously, I haven't done any combat whatsoever. Alright, let's get this Aetheryte as well. And then hope that we'll actually be able to get back into the story. Yeah. This is where we are, right. And the last 2 Aetherytes I should be able to get now. And this is where I was and where I got disconnected afterwards. So I hope this will not disconnect me again, because Graha was suddenly floating in the air. Maybe that's what got me disconnected? I don't know. Journey's End. Right. We crossed this bridge here, as I recall. Stick to the path and be careful not to end up back in the Aetheryte Plaza. Sharlayan is full of educational and research institutions, but there are still professors who prefer to establish their own private practices. Not that I ever attended the exclusive schools they run in these residences. Perhaps the twins could tell you more about them. Right. So there are some exclusive schools, apparently. It's also really interesting. The Bridge of Doom. Yeah, I wonder how it wrote me back. I'm still like, Alright, finally, let's get back into it, shall we? Let's go back to the Aetheryte Plaza, although then again, why not? Let's get back into RP and actually enjoy this. It's foggy again, by the way. It's interesting. I really like that as well. I know I've said a lot about this place already, but just the way it's designed and even the fog is great. It just really, really adds to the atmosphere here. And this is interesting as well. I saw that down at the harbor too. They apparently get quite a lot of crystals in the harbor, like sent to Sharlayan. So I'm wondering what this actually means. Are they like researching the crystals? Are they... I mean, they could be for all kinds of things, right? Researching the ether, researching, I don't know, whatever. I mean, especially if they're into teleportation magic and all that kind of thing, I imagine that they need quite a lot of crystals, but considering how dangerous crystals can also be, for primal summoning and that kind of stuff, I do wonder a bit why they apparently get quite a lot of crystals. That's really interesting. I wouldn't have thought that, especially in the current state of the world, they would just handle crystals like that here in the harbor. Alright, let's get to the actual new part then. Again, beautiful trees and just really, really like the atmosphere of this. I also like that they've broken up the paths a little bit, right? It's not just these really highly built up and incredibly well-structured paths, but they also have these smaller ones. Like, you can almost imagine that these were maybe like built at an earlier time, and then over time they added onto them, right? And added different buildings and different paths, and then built them in a new way and that kind of stuff. Really, really looks cool. So let's see what we have here then. As the joyous look on Raha's face has undoubtedly informed you, this is the Valdesian Annex. If you continue up the hill, you will arrive on the doorstep of phenomenon. But I think we've explored enough for one day. We can take you there another time. Inside with you, then. Oh, is this the, like the place we're staying at? I'm back, and I've brought him and Raha with me. Ah, you were right about the ship, then. Hello, Graha. It's nice to see you again. And it's a pleasure to finally meet you. I've heard many a tale of your exploits. Ojika. Ojika Tsunjika. Has been an age. Allow me to introduce Ojika, cousin of Ejika Tsunjika and administration officer for the students of Valdesian. He oversees the day-to-day business of the Annex. So, I don't want to make a mistake here, but I'm pretty sure that Ejika Tsunjika, however that name is correctly pronounced, is the one that helped us in Eureka, right? And was pretty crucial for the story around Valdesian's arsenal in the end. And so this is cousin. That's really cool. Again, I like these references and these throwbacks. They do that so well, and it's so well done here, because it would make sense, right? Obviously, there would be a connection between those. And yeah, it's great. And they also incorporate that into the dialogue, of course, which is really great. I read the reports on the Eureka expedition. I hope Ejika didn't cause you too much trouble. He's impatient and impetuous, but a good sort at heart. Yeah, I mean, I grew to really like him in the end. Valdesian's Arsenal story was really, really good. That was my main gripes with Eureka, right? The story only was really good at the end, because there really wasn't any story before the end. But the final story, especially when you clear Valdesian's Arsenal, was really, really good. This place is like a second home for the students. The Isle of Val served as our main headquarters, of course, but we often had occasion to visit Sharlayan, whether to make use of the city's research facilities, attend conferences, or procure supplies from distant shores. And the annex here was built to provide lodgings for our members while we engaged in such activities. Now that our former headquarters is on the wrong side of the world, I also really like that they reference that so much, by the way, because that's something that, you know, during Stormblood, Eureka suddenly appeared, and obviously if you followed the story, and especially if you paid closer attention during the 2.x storyline, then it was clear that it was the Isle of Val, right? They did talk about it, but not a lot. Like, it wasn't ever really referenced. It wasn't a big talking point, even though you would consider it to be a big talking point, right? I mean, during the 2.x quest line, it was already a bit weird that they sort of, like, suddenly this whole island with really important scholars disappeared. It just disappeared. Nobody knew where it had gone. Everybody suspected, everybody to just be lost and died at sea or something. And then during Stormblood, it suddenly just reappeared at a completely different location, right? And I don't know, that was never really referenced. I mean, it was, and it was explained, but it was never, like, it never really got the attention that it deserved, I felt like. So it's really, really cool that they finally, do explain that again, go over it again, and also acknowledge it. Among other things, the Annex has become our new base of operations for all intents and purposes. And yet it feels so empty, with so many lost to us. Our organization is a shell of its former self. The day will come when we will see the students rise again. But first, we must ensure that the Telofroi fall. Through that door on the left there is the main hall, where we can discuss our options moving forward. Once everyone arrives, that is, you probably have time to rest before our discussions begin in earnest. I've had private quarters prepared for you in the Andron, so please feel free to make yourself at home. Ah, the nap rooms. Perfect for an afternoon doze. Graha? Oh, I didn't mean to give you the wrong impression. The chambers are quite well appointed. Far more so than some cheap roadside inn, you may be assured. It was simply that we were often so busy with research or exhausted from journeys abroad that we would slip into the Andron just to steal a few wings. And thus they became known amongst the students as nap rooms, even if many such naps might last well into the following morning. Say the word and I'll be happy to show you to your chamber. Hopefully the others won't be too long in coming. Wait for you all in the main hall. It's a very tidy place, isn't it? Loading times always give you anxiety, right? Because you always sort of fear that you're kicked again, but it's always just because there are so many people around. Oh, there's a mender as well. Annex Administrator. Graha is staying here. Do you have papers pasted on the walls of your room? 'Twas not unusual for occupants to pin up notes or documents and such, and then forget to take them when they went on their merry way. Sometimes it was quite deliberate, though. You might see complaints addressed to other members, or a thank you card for the engrossing literature someone left behind. Okay, beloved traditions. That I should know them better than to dwell upon. If we are to create a future for the students of Valdesian and so many others, we must look to the days ahead. Cool. I wanted to look at something else, but now I think I forgot it. Alright, I probably should attune to the Aetheryte before I go in. Let's do that real quick. Alright. Welcome back. Ready for a nap? Ask about the Andron. As Graha explained, the Andron's rooms were furnished for folks needing a break from all-night research or recently returned from expeditions. The students are used to seeing those walls plastered with articles and diagrams and personal messages, but I imagine it's quite a surprise for our newer guests. Why not take them down, you ask? Well, it's often the same people who stay in these chambers, after all. Besides, when I see old notes written by friends who've since passed, it's comforting in a way, as if they're still here with us. Oh, and just to be clear, these are properly appointed bedrooms. Any mention of naps is not meant to dissuade you from getting a full night's sleep. Clean sheets and warm blankets await. Rest as long as you like. Definitely want to take a look at them. The Northern Empty is also a very interesting description. This looks cool! Holy hell. It honestly looks exactly as what they described. Just kind of a surprise, to be honest. So this is like a washing chamber thing, I guess? Would you also be able to stand in there? And the notes plastered about. Chalkboard. This is really great. Comfy feather bed. Always looks a bit hard, right? But... so what are those then? Can we see what that says? The can't really... The... Off. Huh. I can't really read what it says, but I'm... What is that referring to? That's interesting, isn't it? I mean, that's Ifrit, right? Why are there posters of them? And then there's a poster of Behemoth? Interestingly enough, apparently... So that's... Oh no, the Crystal Tower's there, I think, in the background. That's the scene from the 2.0 trailer, right? Why is that here? Did some, like, scholar take, like, a picture of him, or what? Really interesting. Well, I don't want to use the bed, because I don't want to look back, lock back out. Definitely not. So let's exit the room again, but it looks really cool. Really, really like it. I mean, the room in the Crysarium was really cool as well, and obviously it holds a lot of memories since you meet Artbird there, and you have a lot of really meaningful, in-depth conversations in that room. But I feel like this is going to be another really great home. Actually, if they released housing here, like, I really, really like Ishgard, but the new housing district in Ishgard, I don't know if that would really be for me. I mean, I like the cold, I like snow. I don't know, but I'm also really happy in Shirogane, but being able to live here? Yes, I would definitely want that. I would want to live here in real life and study and, like, have really cool conversations with really, really cool students and stuff. Oh my god. What's going on here? That's Garuda. Wait, what are those? So that's Garuda, clearly. And somebody made like a sketch of her. Then we have Eorzea. And what's that on the top right? Is that like... What is that? Is that the Sea of Clouds? Or... That's something else? Diadem, maybe? Then it's a star shard at the top. A huge map of the world, which is also really great. It's an updated one as well, with the new places. Like, you can see Sharlayan, you can see Golemalt a little bit better, you can see Thuvnir and Rotzathan, and Rabanastre is actually on there. Really, really cool. You can even see the entire Hingashi. Is it called Hingashi? I think it is, right? And then we have... What is that? What are these pictures? So that thing on the right, I think, is that a new place from this expansion? And then this one with the, like, crystal things? That's also interesting. Up top, that's, what is that? I recognize the picture. Is that Azizla, or is that something else? Holy shit. And then that's one of the Eureka cubes that you find in Maldestin's arsenal. That top one as well. What is that? Oh, that's Tankoinak. Close to the Crystal Tower. Right. At least I think it is. And this one is one of the, well, spaceships, essentially, that fell down when Dalamut descended. This is an old map of the East, with the clouds still intact. Then up top... What is that? I think that's like... Is that the 12th wood? And then some Moogle thing. That's King Mooglemog. I really... At some point I need to take a look at these again. It's really, really interesting. Also because there's so many different ones. Feeling refreshed and alert, our colleagues should be wandering in soon, so I suggest we stay here and wait for them to join us.
Pray forgive me. I was delayed.
It's fine, Urianger. We're all here now.
Let's get down to business then, shall we?
Let's see where this leads us.
Come what may, we must prevent the Telophoroi's plans from coming to fruition. At present, I see two paths for gathering the information which may aid us in achieving that goal. The first involves an investigation into the change which has come over Sharlayan, not to mention the recent inscrutable behavior of the Forum.
Are they behaving differently to how it was previously?
As most of you know, the 99 members of the Forum are elected from the general populace. This alone guarantees a plethora of opinion with regards to foreign policy. The bibliotheques, for example, are a group of conservatives which would have Sharlayan focus on recording history, while remaining entirely uninvolved in the making of it. And at the other extreme, we have advocates for proactive diplomacy and direct intervention. My grandfather Galef was one such member, as was Archon Louisois. Yet despite our diverse factions and philosophies, the recent vote to deny Eorzea's request for assistance was unanimous.
Okay, so that's... that's really interesting then, right? I mean, just in general, sort of unanimous votes are always weird, right? You know there's something fishy going on then.
Even more concerning was the fact that many cited other, more pressing duties as justification for their recalcitrance.
Okay.
Fortuno's refusal in Gridania had those same undertones. 'Twas as if, having stared unblinking into the face of impending doom, he had simply turned away to pursue something more important. But what could that possibly be?
Well, they probably know something we don't, right?
A mystery indeed, and one which I ask for your help to solve. Our future may depend on it. As for our second potential path, it concerns a request made directly to the students of Baldessian. Our organization was founded primarily to study strange and unexplained phenomena the world over. Mysterious relics and ruins, arcane disturbances, and so forth.
Oh, alright, so that explains all the pictures. So every time something weird or unexpected happens, Baldessian's students were involved in it, or at least they tried to study it. Well, that makes sense then why the primals and things like Good King Mooglemog are displayed on the wall here.
Compared to our more isolationist Sharlayan colleagues, we have strong connections overseas, namely with scholars and academics who share our passion for the unknown.
That's a really interesting parallel to Azem, right? It's almost like they sort of continue exactly that, right? So the point of the traveler in the convocation was to get to know other people. And it's almost it's definitely a parallel there, right? The convocation being sort of very, like, they all had their different tasks, I guess, and different interests. But only one of them really went out and tried to learn something new beyond their borders, right? Beyond what, because they had so much, knowledge and so much power and lived forever that they didn't feel inclined to ever, I guess, learn something outside of what they already knew. So everything that they did know and the creation magic and everything, they did experiment with, right? And they obviously tried to find new ways to do things, and it's not like they didn't do anything, but they didn't ever really look outside of what they already knew, right? They weren't really interested in seeing sort of the rest of the world, if you will. Because I guess their whole idea was that they would, they are perfect already, so why would they look for something else, right? It couldn't be more perfect than what they already had, essentially. And this feels, well, it's not entirely similar, obviously, but, most of Sharlayan sort of keeping to themselves and, not really wanting to meddle with the affairs of other nations. And then having these Baldessian students here who specifically make it their task to learn new things and to research the unexpected and the new, and research things beyond what they already have and beyond their own nation, right? I don't know if that parallel is really important. I don't think it necessarily is, but nonetheless it's very interesting. One second. Okay.
The request in question comes from one such acquaintance, Nidana, an alchemist residing in distant Favnair. Her missive describes the sudden appearance of a tower and the subsequent summoning of what I can only assume is a lunar primal.
Right, we've seen the tower in the well, not in the trailer, but in the what was it? Benchmark thing.
In response to this threat, the satrap of Radzat-Han, the individual who governs the city-state, has instructed the alchemists to find a means to deal with the spire.
The artisans of that land are heirs to an ancient tradition, one rather unlike that of their Uldan counterparts. It is possible, nay, probable, that they have gleaned truths unattainable by Eorzea or her Far Eastern allies.
Sounds promising.
They do, in fact, appear to have a strategy in mind, though it will require further research. To that end, they have requested an introduction to a capable warrior shielded by the blessing of light.
Well, that's convenient, right? Because we have one right here.
Assuming we divide our forces to pursue both of Kral's lines of inquiry, then having you join the group heading to Thavnair would seem the obvious choice.
Right.
But the investigation in Sharlayan is of vital importance as well. Equal, I think, to the Thavnarian one, given that the fate of the world may hinge on the results of both.
Yes, it is quite the quandary. Though it is a great imposition and an altogether too common one, our efforts would be more likely to succeed were you to lead the charge on both fronts.
I'm right here for it. So this is how they split it up this time, which is also really interesting, especially in the way they do it, because in Shadowbringers, you know, you were sent off to find either Alphinaud or Alizé, and while both of their, I guess, occupations and what they did was really, really different, this one seems far more different, right? So one is basically, hey, stay here and help us see what's going on in Sharlayan, and the other one is, hey, travel basically almost to the entire other side of the world to find out something that some other scholars may have found out about the towers, right? It's just a bit strange because Daphne is so far away. I mean, it's obviously, you know, considering that we travel back and forth to like Doma and those places all the time, it's not that far away, but it's still interesting that they decided to do it this way. I do think that I want to start with Sharlayan, though.
You are indeed our champion. As to which task to tackle first, we will defer to your decision. Let us next decide how everyone else might best be assigned. As for myself, I shall continue what I've begun in Sharlayan. I should also like to steal the services of an Archon or two.
Because at this point, I'm just really invested in Sharlayan, right? I absolutely love this place. So much so that I would actually like to live there. So yeah, I really want to know what's going on with them.
And thereby gain access to a greater range of reading material. I will help with that.
Allow me to offer my assistance. I have some small amount of experience in the field of research.
Small amount?
Alizé and I would also like to help, if you would have us.
Anything to understand even a fraction of what our father and the Forum might be thinking. Of course, the more the merrier.
Right. The rest of us will make the journey to Thavner.
Right.
Thoughts? Objections?
It's not like Astinian, really.
I passed through Thavner on my way to infiltrate the Empire, and though I'm not qualified to give a guided tour, I did gain a sense of where things lie.
I'll be happy to have you along then. So for this group, it will be you, me, and Urianger.
Sounds great.
Give me a moment afterwards, and I'll supply you with all the details of Nadana's request. Consider this hall our rendezvous point once our respective tasks are complete. May our investigations prove fruitful.
I also really like that this is sort of an investigation that we're doing, right? That's quite a cool start to an expansion, I think. Because it sets the stage, right? You're trying to uncover what's the secret here, what's even going on, why are we doing this, why are things happening, right? And then to really have it be this actual investigation is really, really cooler, I think. One second, I need to look something up. Wait. So this is just because somebody was just asking me. During Garuda, in order to Aerial Blast, grants 4 stacks of Wind Attunement for 30 seconds. Wind Attunement effect: Gem Shine and Precious Brilliance become wind aspected. Grants Garuda's favor. Ends upon execution of certain summons can only be executed while under the effect of murder. Garuda's favor? What the hell does that mean? It's wind damage with a potency of 220. It's 100. So this is 220 with a 1.5 second recast. It's instant, and this is the AoE variant of it, I guess. It's a bit unusual, like the, I guess the order in which these unlock. It's just also really confusing that they, like, you have your normal actions that go to level 90, and then without some sort of separation, it starts off with the skills that can't be assigned to a hotbar that then start off with 58 and go to 90 as well. Interesting. Yeah, but let's quickly look at this, as long as I'm here. So Slipstream is the long thing with the dot, right? Creates a windstorm centered around the target, dealing damage to any enemies who enter potency 30. It's not a lot of potency, unfortunately, which is something... It's a bit of a shame, because that means that it's not really that important to actually keep any enemies in it. It's only 150 potency over the course of its duration, so... it's a bit of a disappointment, but whatever. These are just the AoE variants then, right? Will be Catastrophe. I think so. This is the charge and the strike thingy. And this is the off-global thing, I think. These are the AoEs. Then what are the other ones? That's all Phoenix, Emerald Riot. That's just a normal wind damage attack. Normal earth attack. The normal fire attack, right? They don't really do anything. Oh, right. Well, this one's casted. That's so weird, right? Because it doesn't really... This one's casted and it's really, really strong, and then these ones are instant and this one's faster than this one. So there's all kinds of things going on here. The interesting part that I just noticed is, though, like, these are obviously dependent on your spell speed. This one is not. It's the only one, though, right? So I guess you have 4 GCDs that are not dependent on your spell speed. Then I wonder if that actually changes anything in terms of how much spell speed you want, right? All right. Let's see. So I can decide, and I want to stay here first, right? So let's talk to them. Though I have read much on the subject of Ratzat-Han, this visit shall be my first. It will be interesting to see how the Hanish mean to contend with the tower, different as their magical and technological disciplines are. So it's back to Thavnair. Had I known earlier, I would have considered more suitable attire. Do you really care? Oh, it's probably because it's really warm, right? Our tour of the city was a pleasant distraction. I feel more than ready to tackle the challenges of the day. The process by which forum members are elected is fair and equitable. Neither wealth nor social standing offers any advantages to a prospective candidate, but fairly elected or not, Master Matoya still found them all to be insufferable. Yeah, I mean, I don't know if that's necessarily true, right? Maybe social standing or money doesn't really play that big of a role, but I do think that there's still... I mean, it's politics, right? There's probably gonna be some sort of, I don't know, stuff going on that still influences how they vote or who even gets voted into office. I still think, like, think about especially the mansion that we just walked by, House Levellier, right? I mean, even that tells you that while they may try to not be influenced by social standing or anything, it still plays a role, right? It's not completely disregarded. I still don't understand how the vote could be unanimous. What could possibly convince them all to turn their backs on Eorzea? If the Forum is intent on concealing its intentions, then a cursory investigation will avail us little, I suspect. We will need to dig deeper, and with the greatest of care. Yeah, that sounds really, really interesting. Sorry, Estinian, Oriange, Thacred, but I'll start with this first. Hitting the books. Yes, that sounds right up my alley. Kryla's intent on uncovering the reason behind the Forum's inexplicable behavior. An unsettling change has come over Sharlayan, but together we will divine the underlying cause for the Forum's callousness. As I mentioned before, however, questioning the councillors directly is a fruitless endeavor. They seem to have already come to a consensus as to what and how little they are willing to divulge. Which is why I began scouring Sharlayan's archive of historical records for any hint of a connection to the final days. Suffice it to say that progress has been slow. There are only so many dusty pages one can skim in a day, but now that I have this band of willing reinforcements, the search should proceed all the swifter. Let us reconvene outside Numenon, shall we? Numenon. Exit the annex to the right, and you'll find the archives on the western edge of the woods. Numenon. What kind of awesome name is that? Okay, that's also the maybe not the last, but definitely one of the Aetherites that I still don't have, right? Sorry guys, you'll have to wait. I guess we'll probably return here, right? I think. Holy hell, it's loading for a long time. But I guess that's because there are so many people here. Ooh, it's so beautiful. I still can't get over the fact how well they've designed the city. It's really incredible. So this one I already had, right? Right. And the Studium is the only one I'm missing, which is where we are going now. And there's side quests. I just saw a side quest. So that's the cafe. That still looks incredible, right? Even from this angle. The colors are also really great. That there are these woods as well. It just, you know, it really looks like this calming place. You can almost really, like, feel the energy of people just, you know, I mean, this is honestly a place where I would be willing to just spend actual years, right? Just learn things, study. I don't know, it just seems really, really great. The studium is home to all manner of debate, though there are some who have taken to recording forensic victories, even betting on who will win and who will lose an argument. The scion of House Levillier, who graduated quite a while ago, claimed the most wins and has yet to be dethroned. Wait, who's he talking about? Is he talking about Luzois or Alphino? Alright, let's see what kind of side quest this is. It's actually, I can't RP walk everywhere unless, otherwise this expansion's gonna take me fucking years to finish. But then again, I mean, don't you just want to admire this? This is such a beautiful place. It's incredible. I really love how they've integrated the woods into all of this. So what is this about then? Waiting woman. Awaiting love. How long must I wait? Ooh, that took very long for her to turn around. Oh, forgive me, I was just thinking out loud. I made plans to meet my paramours, you see, but the time of our rendezvous is long past. As a member of the Forum, his work keeps him ever so busy, even more so than usual in recent days. Still, he promised he would put some time aside for me. For us. I don't suppose your wanderings will take you anywhere near Neuenkreft's site today, will they? I need someone to check if he's there while I stay here, just in case. Thank you ever so much. My tardy sweetheart is an hoary man, brown hair, serious mien. Should you happen to spot him, pray convey the state of my rapidly mounting impatience. Okay. She looks a bit impatient. Looks very beautiful though. I wouldn't keep her waiting. Oh god, the music's so great. Wait, is that here or is it... It's not here, is it? Nope. I mean, I can take a look at this map, can I? Waiting love. Ooh, there are even more side quests. And blue quests. Ooh. Let's continue the main story first, just because I kind of want to do these quests as I come across them, right? Sort of in a natural order. Blue quest might be for the hunting stuff or something. There's also just this view alone, right? Like looking through the trees, like, you can really feel like this is some old ancient academy where like thousands of students have gone through. And you know what? What I like about this place so much, I really have to talk about this. You know, this scene almost reminds me of something that, you know, something out of Dark Souls or like other fantasy games. But what they do most of the time, and what Final Fantasy XIV has done in the past too, is you have these like beautiful structures and these old structures and structures where there were, you know, really important things going on in the past, and maybe it was a place of learning at some point. Grand cathedrals, right? But unfortunately, most of the time in a lot of games, places like this are, you know, they've fallen into disarray. They're like, either they're just straight up ruins, or they, you know, they've been occupied by monsters, you know, similar to the Great Google Library, for example. It's very, very rare that you actually get to see a place like this while it's still active, right? While it's still fulfilling what it's meant to be there, to be for, right? I mean, there's still people learning here, people using this place as a place of learning, as a place for gathering knowledge, for, you know, understanding the world and researching things. And I think that's what I like most about this place. It's just this general atmosphere of there really being people here that are still using these facilities as if they were, you know, real schools, a real university, right? A real place of learning. And not just something where somebody happened to learn thousands of years ago or something, right? Which is what most of the time happens in RPGs. So I think that's why I love this place so much. A studium. Let's see. And then this almost looks like an actual library, right? I mean, oh wait, I forgot the aetheryte. Let's grab that. Like, it just looks really, really similar to real life, you know, these old real life universities that you see all the time. You have attuned yourself to all the Ethernet shards in old Sharlayan. Great. I guess at some point that'll get me access to another place. How many people are back there? Guess there's a longer cutscene over there. I definitely don't want to miss any of the side quests, so... This is the place that we saw in the trailer, right? Where Grahatir was researching. And also, like, this, I really, really like. Just in general, the visuals of it, but just the way they've designed it, where it looks like, you know, beyond the actual world that you're able to travel to, there's still so much more going on, right? It seems like it's a much bigger place than just what we are able to visit in-game. So that's really, really cool. And holy shit, there are a lot of carbuncles here. I think everybody's playing Summoner, huh? My directions were easy enough to follow, I hope. In any case, you stand now before the doors of Numenon, Sharlayan's greatest collection of books and tomes. This building is actually only an entrance, and one of many at that, for the archives of Numenon extend deep beneath the surface like the roots of a tree. The vast halls of the Great Google Library pale in comparison to Numenon's endless maze of subterranean chambers. Holy shit, it sounds great. Any citizen of Sharlayan is free to enter and peruse its shelves, well, most of its shelves. Only Archons are afforded access to certain restricted vaults. I've dispatched Ishtola and Raha to investigate those. Meanwhile, Alisei and Alphino will help me continue my search through the stacks open to the general public. Your status presents more of a problem. As a non-citizen, you are only permitted to browse the first floor here at the entrance. Even so, there should be a number of books which touch upon Sharlayan history or foreign policy. Your task will be to find and study the relevant publications. I promise you, a working knowledge of those subjects will make it far easier to spot the sort of clues we're looking for. Let us be about it, shall we? I've told the others to meet us at the stone benches over there once they've found some promising tomes. Happy reading! You know what? I would actually like to read these, right? Just go in there, pick a book and see what it's about. Because it's such an interesting world, right? And such an interesting place, and... oh, a mountain in the distance. God, I love this place. And this just looks phenomenal. Look at this. The lighting is so great. I mean, again, right? This reminds me, even the layout a little bit, definitely reminds me of, God, I forgot the name. What is it called in Dark Souls 1? Anno Londo, right? And in Anno Londo, you go through... Wait, is it in Anno Londo? Yeah, it is, right. Once you've opened up these like golden seals or whatever they were called, You can go up to the Duke's Archives, right? That's what the place is called, the Duke's Archives. And they look similar to this, right? I mean, obviously not exactly the same, but definitely they give off a similar vibe, I would say. But again, this place is actually current, right? It's actually still working. It's an actual library. Whereas in Dark Souls, it's just the backdrop, right? And I feel like a lot of games make, well, it's not really a mistake, right? The reason why a lot of games sort of only ever present you with the aftermath and with histories of great battles rather than actually showing them is because it's much more expensive to have places like these actually be populated, right? I mean, this is an MMO, so they can get away with a little bit more because there are actually players running around, so it feels a lot more occupied than it normally would be. But in normal, like if you think about Skyrim, for example, or any other like normal single-player RPG, any kind of place like this would need to be populated, right? If it would be current instead of an old ruin, it would need to have actual NPCs. It would need to have people you can talk to, people to interact with, people that are running around and doing stuff. And they would need to have, for example, animations, like they're picking a book out of a shelf or something like that, right? Imagine all of that and all of the amount of time that would take to realize in a single-player RPG, whereas if you just portray it as a ruin or a historic place that's not really active anymore, you can get away with it being either empty or a little bit destroyed, right? The lighting doesn't need to be as complicated, and there doesn't need to be a whole lot of NPCs in there, and you can just maybe plug in some normal monsters or anything, right, that happens to be in your game anyway. So I know why they do it, but it's still incredible to see a place like this finally still being active, right? And something you can still visit and see in its glory rather than being destroyed or torn down or otherwise just history. Jajaba. I'm assisting my colleague in his hunt for research materials, specifically a thesis by my own breeder, but it's difficult to find any one tome in the library of this size. Own breeder, huh? I also really like that they have these automatons that are apparently here to make sure that everything's organized and put back to where it belongs. Let's go to the reference page first. This is, how big is this? Holy hell. We apologize for the inconvenience, but the reference desk is currently experiencing an unusual high volume of requests. Please stand by until this issue is resolved. Is this honestly like a reference? Did they sort of try to reference the fact that the service would be really stressed at launch day? That's great. That's really, really great. Alright then. I guess we'll venture out on our own. Let's start over there and just make the rounds. This is also interesting. Is that supposed to be glass or some kind of magical bridge? What are you looking for? Oh, were you looking for a specific volume? Only Archons may check out forbidden tomes, but if there's anything else you require, simply say the word. Okay. Let's see what we have here. Brightly colored book. The title on the spine reads The Story of Sharlayan. Let's read it. Long, long ago, on an island in the northern sea, there lived a Rogadin man by the name of Nunkraf. Oh, he was a Rogadin. Nunkraf was a student of astrology, and he divined that a flood of terrifying proportions which would soon sweep over the lands of Eorzea. He divined, huh? Did he really now? I suspect that that was a lot more complicated than just divining something. So it was that he built a gigantic ship, assembled a crew, and set sail for that imperiled realm. The flood arrived as foretold, and to their horror, the strangely churning waters drove the people towards the ocean. It was there, however, that Neuenkrepf's crew hauled them aboard his ark, but the danger had not passed. A towering wave approached, threatening to smash the vessel to pieces. With only moments to spare, Neuenkrepf wove a mighty spell of teleportation and shifted the entire ship to safety atop Abalathia's spine. And finally we get the backstory for it. I mean, I feel like we've heard this story before. I don't know if it was in the second volume of... I mean, I can't check. I don't have them here, unfortunately. But I've definitely heard that before. I don't really... The thing that I don't remember is whether or not the ship in that Stormblood area, right, that's on top of the mountain, which is referenced here. I mean, I've heard this tale before. I wonder if we ever knew that it was connected to Sharlayan. But I think the part about the Sixth Umbra Calamity and the ship being teleported there because of that, I think we've heard that before somewhere. Refugees from the surrounding regions huddled there alongside them, but it was not long before disputes over the dwindling supply of food led to violence and bloodshed. Saddened by the sight, Neuenkrepf gathered to him his crew and his grateful passengers and abandoned the Ark to those reddened peaks. They journeyed to the coast where they built a new ship, intent upon returning to the northern seas. They landed on the beach of an island and settled upon that very spot. That settlement prospered and grew, and in time it became the city of Sharlayan we live in to this day. Well, let me quickly check something. Alright. Moving on. Can I still read I want to read all of them. Or maybe not all of them are relevant? Red covered book. The title on the spine reads Roads of Old, the Colony. Many years ago, on the banks of the Thaliak in the Dravanian hinterlands, a Sharlayan colony once thrived. The settlement was originally established as a mere outpost to study the ethereal sea in the year 1311 of the 6th Astral Era. The ethereal sea. Why there specifically, though? Scholars dispatched to Eorzea found the facilities wanting, and their demands encouraged a gradual expansion in structures and services. As rumors spread of a growing community of academics, the area was further inundated with Eorzean students hoping to share in the renowned wisdom of the Sharlayans. 50 years later, the Forum passed a motion to recognize what had become a flourishing town as an official Sharlayan colony. Eorzean residents took to calling the colony itself Sharlayan, which led to no small amount of confusion when discussions turned to the subject of the motherland. In response, some Sharlayan inhabitants, if pressed for a name, would simply refer to it as the Emporium. Following the Great Exodus, however, goblins and treasure hunters claimed for themselves a corner of the abandoned colony and gave it yet another name, Idyllshire. The following chapters go on to introduce the most prominent features of Idyllshire. This book does not appear to contain additional information on the Forum or cover the history of the Sharlayan motherland to greater detail. Okay, still an interesting one though. Sometimes I wish that they would have books similar to the ones in the Elder Scrolls series, right? Where there are actual books with like 30 pages or something that you can read through. Like obviously that would be insane, right? The amount of things that they'd have to write. But it would be really cool. I'm rather in the middle of something, so if you wouldn't mind leaving me to my research, thank you. Alright. And once again, right, I mean, you as the player can only visit this first floor, which conveniently they say, you know, you're not allowed to visit the other ones, but you can see them, right? And that makes this place look a lot bigger than it actually is in terms of play area. It's really cool. Leatherbound Tome. The voice of a growing city. In the years which followed the founding of Sharlayan, civic policy and other matters of import were decided at the Ecclesia, a public forum at which every citizen was eligible to speak. As the city's population grew, however, this format became increasingly impractical. The larger number of participants gave rise to ever longer debates, resulting in significant delays of vital resolutions. Various measures were introduced in an attempt to curtail protracted discussions, but in the year 201 of the Sixth Astral Era, it was ultimately decreed that Sharlayan would transition to a new form of governance. The nation would now be led by a body of 99 members, citizens chosen from amongst their peers by means of a nationwide vote. Thus was the forum as we know it today conceived and created. It's really interesting, right? It's almost similar to sort of Greek history, I think, where they sort of invented democracy and the problems that come with it. Because I always felt like that's one of the problems that democracy definitely has, right? Is that you're sometimes just way too slow for the things that are actually happening in the world and to really respond to them and everything, right? Because obviously if you want to have a real in-depth debate about important subjects and about these things and about how they work and why they work or what should be done for the future, unfortunately with a lot of our current democracy systems, I feel like that they're a bit they're sometimes a bit lacking in terms of what they're able to cope with, right? When you think about the larger problems, especially in a globalized world. So I think that we should definitely think about at least some measures to maybe do a similar thing, right? To maybe try to, I don't know, decide less important matters on a smaller scale, or I don't know, to bring in maybe technology, although technology, you know, the internet and with all of the manipulation that you potentially can have on like online votes or something, I don't know how clever it would be to actually involve that in proper, in proper votes. But at the same time, I do feel like we need some system in order to sort of make decisions a little bit faster, or if not faster, then definitely, I don't know, a little bit more connected to what our actual world demands of politics, right? Then again, I do think that there is also merit to it taking longer, because not only does that mean that if you reach a decision, you can be sure that it is a decision that has been debated a lot, which can only really be an advantage. And also, I think that some of the things in the world just sort of move in a direction where they're faster than what we can even really, sort of logically cope with. So certain aspects of our world, I feel like already are just moving faster than what we humans would ever need, right? So maybe that's also a thing where we should look at, well, how fast do we want things to move, right? Do we really need that? Or shouldn't we sort of try to think about, well, how fast are humans, right? What do we need? How fast do we need to be? And do we need to be faster all the time? Do we constantly need to improve how fast things are done? Or is there a point where we can say, well, this is fast enough. It doesn't make sense for things to go any faster, right? That's also an interesting discussion point. I feel like that sort of flows into the same direction, right? That's definitely, if things wouldn't move as fast, then you also don't need decisions to be taken as fast, right? So There's definitely a point there where things need to be in line, I feel like. But again, it's definitely something that I feel like needs to be addressed in some form or another at some point, where we need to think about, well, do we want to fundamentally change something about the way we currently come to decisions in terms of, political, or come to decisions that are of political importance. The title on the spine reads Forever 20 Summers. Okay. It almost sounds like just a story. My beloved seekers of knowledge, have you ever put learning before your health and neglected to feed and rest your body as you should? I too once engaged in such foolish practices, but one night, engrossed in philosophical study, I had an epiphany. For all the world's mysteries that drive us to reckless abandon, we have so very few years of life in which to achieve our goals. Thus do I share with you this mantra: I am forever 20 summers young. The number itself is unimportant. You could be 19 or 23 or 40. Whatever age you are when you discover this manual, let that be the age you aspire to remain. Through mindful, healthy living will you extend the time available to spend upon your chosen research. Another day, another moon, another summer to grasp the greater truths you pursue. In the pages that follow, we will explore the secrets of maintaining one's physical condition from a biological, ethereological, and arcane viewpoint. Huh. Okay. That's interesting that they chose to bring this book in here. This book is on the wrong subject. Search for works which contain details on the forum. Yeah. Still a very interesting book. I mean, the philosophy behind it, I think, is pretty clever, right? Just think of yourself as being a certain age and, just don't care what other people think or say you should do at a particular age. I feel like that's dumb in and of itself anyway. Stewards of Wisdom. During the chaos of the Sixth Umbral Calamity, Archon Eunkrep, founder of Sharlayan, bore witness to the madness and savagery of men brought to the brink of despair. Upon raising a settlement on an island in the northern empty, he instructed his people thus: renounce the ways of war and pursue enlightenment through knowledge and reason. The Sharlayans took to heart the words of their savior and henceforth served as stewards of wisdom. Thenceforth? I thought that meant henceforth. Upon a foundation of accumulated learning, they built a homeland unlike any other, a nation born from strength of minds rather than strength of arms. With knowledge of economics came shrewd trading. With knowledge of agriculture came bountiful crops. Engineering brought wells and sewers, ending squabbles over water. Wealth of expertise could be bartered for wealth and coin, and the more their wisdom spread throughout the world, the more mankind as a whole would thrive. And so it was that no matter the trials and tribulations of the age, the citizens of Sharlayan would live by their founder's teachings. For the sake of a better tomorrow, for the sake of a brighter star, they would issue the tools of war, and with knowledge deliver the world. I mean, yeah, it's very inspiring, right? And I wish that somebody would pursue that, and people do pursue that, but not as sort of a nation, really, right? The question remains whether or not it's really possible to do that for everyone, right? You've gained a fundamental understanding of Sharlayan history and the foundation of the forum. Head outside to the rendezvous point and wait your companions. I think you can still read the rest of the books, though. I think there was one other one. But yeah, I mean, I like the idea of this place very, very much. I'm just here looking for some tomes I need for reference for my thesis. Luckily for me, if a tome exists, it's almost certainly somewhere in Numenon. Wait, is there another book on the side? I sometimes have a feeling like this seems too good to be true, right? I think even if there's no violence, it doesn't really mean that everybody agrees either way, right? So, I don't know. It's getting dark. That looks really cool as well. Like the small waterfall at the edge of the building. Really cool. It's just the destination, I guess, huh? Sorry, were you waiting long? I wanted to make sure I'd borrow at least a few promising volumes. Alphinaud Kryl should be along shortly. I was delayed in similar fashion. As far as I could see, no titles in the Archon stacks mentioned the final day specifically, so we have no choice but to start with the tangentially relevant tomes, if they are even that. At present, the plan is to skim through as quickly as we dare and share our discoveries as we make them. Would have been nice to invite everyone to the estate. Plenty of comfortable places to read and ready supply of hot tea. Oh, I was always quite fond of reading outside. But it's not about the little pleasures, is it? You miss your home. It's been difficult. After our arrival, we managed to speak with one of the family's servants and ask how things were. Seems our dear father has instructed the staff that even if Alphinaud and I were to return to Sharlayan, we will not be allowed to cross the threshold. A harsh measure, indeed. I hope that our efforts to understand his position and that of the Forum will perhaps lead to reconciliation. We'll mend this rift one day, I'm certain of it. And what of you, Graha? Have you been to visit your family, or do they not live here in the city? Well, my situation is also somewhat complicated. I was raised in Sharlayan, yes, but I was born rather further away. In the southern reaches of Ilsabard, in fact. For generations my people have dwelt in Corvus, the coastal region opposite the island of Thavnair. The Allegans founded a city in that fertile land, and by ship brought in the subjugated tribes of the Mikote to serve as laborers. Of course, the massive earthquakes of the Fourth Umbral Calamity brought an end to the Empire's reign, and when the Fifth Calamity froze the sea solid, many of the tribes still living in Corvus braved the journey back to Eorzea. My ancestors, however, chose to remain, that they might prevent the remains of Allegan technology from being misused. Isn't Corvus under Guardian rule? For the past 50 years, yes. Some semblance of local culture remains, as is the case for most imperial provinces, but Garlemald renamed the legion Locus Ammonus. When I was a boy, a nearby town came under the jurisdiction of an illustrious imperial family, the nobles of House Darnus. Oh. House Darnus demonstrated a singular interest in Allegan civilization, so my tribe was forced to consider a plan of action. For some time already, voices had been raised in favor of abandoning our ancient customs. After all, the Allegan Eye no longer passed to our eldest children as reliably as it once had. Fear of discovery eventually tipped the scales, and the decision was made to bury our ties to the knowledge of and traditions of Alec. As the last child born with the Allegan Eye, I was given over to the custody of friends and the students of Baldassian, who had me registered as a Sharlayan citizen. I never even considered. Forgive me. was an unkind question. Even Thancred was taken in by Archon Louisoix, was he not? Stories of adopted wives and rescued orphans are more common among Sharlayans than you might think. Yet regardless of our origins, we are all provided with an equal opportunity to learn, and with sufficient what are these words? Perspicacity? The outsiders can even earn the vaunted title of Archon. That's actually pretty cool. That's exactly why I have such love for this country, and why I wish it to remain a nation of which its citizens can be proud. Hear, hear. Another good reason to get to the bottom of the foreign stubbornness. Aside from the trifling matter of our impending doom. Yeah. It's actually a really cool backstory for Graha there. Excuse us while we try to make some headway into these books. More company should be arriving any moment now. It's also really, really interesting that they constantly keep mentioning all the different calamities, right? It's almost like they try to sort of re-establish and re-educate you on what happened when. That's really, really cool. God, this music. I just want to sit here and read? Holy hell, so cool. They're standing here with their books. What else do I know of Corvus? Precious little, I'm afraid. I've not returned since Master Golov first brought me here. I can tell you that Corvosi rebels still seek to slip the yoke of their imperial masters, though the fighting is far less fierce than it once was. Oh, and they have carpets. Flying carpets. The legends are quite extraordinary. Isn't that one of the mock station mounts? The flying carpet? Does that originate in Corvus? There are others better suited to poring over old history books, so I thought I'd try my luck with more recent events. If I can find anything to better inform the Foreign's baffling behavior. Oh, I have to wait on the... Alright, let's wait for the others then. God, I love this expansion! Holy shit, it's great. I just want to sit here and play all day. It's so great. I mean, I'm going to be doing that. I don't have time tomorrow, unfortunately. Only tomorrow evening, so I don't know how much time I can actually spend tomorrow on playing, but the next week will be just Final Fantasy, definitely. We've returned with our selections. Although I must say, the pickings were quite slim indeed. Mistress Kryl has already flicked through every history book devoted to disasters, and more than a few which barely made mention of them. As such, we will be looking into research papers on the Umbral calamities, as well as articles written by prominent forum members. Perhaps their knowledge of the final days comes from an unexpected source. Speaking of which, might I ask you a few questions related to the final days? I'm the only one here who didn't witness the events of Amarod firsthand, and fear I may be overlooking critical details. My thanks. Now, where to begin? First things first, what kind of phenomena did the ancients encounter as the final days drew nigh? Complete destabilization of creation magics. Yeah, that's pretty much what happened, right? Yes, the unfolding catastrophe wrought havoc on all manner of life. The chaos extended to the ancients themselves, causing their powers of creation to spiral out of control. Fear and despair manifested in terrible, tangible fashion. Meteors raining from the sky, fire erupting from the ground, indescribable abominations prowling the streets. That more or less aligns with my understanding. If only the arts of creation had survived until the present day, we might have had something substantial to analyze. To the best of our knowledge, however, those techniques were not preserved or passed on. Stola surmises that the closest known magic is that of the summoning rituals promulgated by the Ascians. Was there aught else of note which heralded the approach of the final days? Alfino, you can answer this one. They say it began with a keening sound from the land itself. Ah, yes, the Amorotine spoke of it, didn't they? We never did hear the sound ourselves, of course, thrust as we were into the midst of the madness. But it seems that each and every one of the catastrophes was preceded by this ominous noise. Eventually it resounded all across the star, and not even Amarot was spared. So the ground was crying out, you say? To be considered the harbinger of doom, it must have been quite distinctive, and probably quite loud. I have to speak with one of Numenon's mammoths, and ask after any books which make mention of such a sound. Last but not least, would you describe how the ancients sought to quell this unprecedented calamity? What definite action did they take? They knocked out and they summoned Zodiark. Yes, with Elidibus serving as his heart, so many gave themselves in sacrifice to bring him into being. We do not know exactly how Zodiark brought salvation to the star, only that by his godlike will were the laws of nature set aright. Then once the balance was redressed, the ancients offered up a further sacrifice to heal the ravages of the final days. Life sprouted anew, and it was these fledgling souls they intended to render unto Zodiark. A trade that would have allowed them to resurrect the shades of loved ones absorbed by the primal. Or might have, had Venard and her fellows not manifested their opposition in the form of Hydaelyn. Thank you, both of you, for the detailed review. I feel much more confident now in my understanding of events. With all that freshly in mind, it does make me wonder what the Telothroi truly mean when they speak of bringing back the final days. We've seen what they're doing with those towers of theirs. Is forcing people to summon primals a kind of catalyst? Are they attempting to mirror the conditions caused by unstable creation magics? Or are they simply using the final days as a figure of speech, a convenient metaphor for the scale of destruction they plan to unleash? That's the question here, isn't it? But this is all just pointless conjecture at this stage. Let us return our attention to the forum, shall we? We should keep an eye out for Ishtola, but this time we began studying these research papers. And where's she? Gone lost somewhere? Many forum members are also researchers or professors. If they know aught of the final days, then that knowledge might surface in their writing. That is my hope anyway. Wait, where's Cryo? Oh, there she is. It really is comforting to have all this dedicated assistance on hand. Right then, enough chatting, more reading. I'm the last, am I? Well, my extended research of the Archon stacks produced one or two possibly useful books, but I wouldn't get your hopes up. If you recall, Urianger learned of the source's reflections from the Garon oracles. For its potential to cause panic and confusion, that tome was deemed apocrypha and sealed away in the Great Google Library. It is even less likely that knowledge of the unsundered world, not to mention the horrors of the final days, would be left sitting on a shelf for any curious scholar to find. It stands to reason, then, that my colleagues, be they Archons or Councillors, should perforce be largely ignorant of the subject. Yet when you confronted Master Fortuno with knowledge of the Telothroi and their machinations, he scoffed at the suggestion that they posed a threat. He seemed adamant that the Forum would know if the final days were truly upon us. Which only supports the conclusion that whatever privileged wisdom is guiding the Forum's behavior, it is being kept secret from the rest of the nation. Right. I didn't even really realize that. He he immediately knew what we were talking about, right? Right, yeah. He just knew of the final days. Didn't even question it or anything. Not that I mean to excuse myself from reading duty. Whether they contain mention of the final days or no, these books could yet hold something of value. You weren't thinking of leaving, were you? There's plenty of work for everyone. Hey, I want to read these books. Don't look like that. You labor for what feels like an age as Ishtola's research assistant. I mean, I would hope so. Where's she? Stola! Where are you? I found naught of interest so far. I think Stola might be right about not getting our hopes up. Your efforts to gain Grahatir's attention go unnoticed. He appears to be lost in his reading. Yeah. Oh, there she is. How many books did you bring? Didn't she say 1 or 2? Thank you for your help, but I think I can manage the rest without your assistance. If I were you, I'd steal a few quiet moments for myself. Okay. Oh dear, you look exhausted. But what about your studies? Were you able to find any books on the subjects I mentioned? Then the day was well spent. Should you wish to read them again, a man at the reference desk will point you in the right direction. For the moment, though, I suggest you take a well-deserved rest. We might be occupied with our research for quite some time. Okay. I need to sort these a little bit. Oh, they just straight up say what they contain. That's great. Who's laughing? Well, I did find one paper focused on the world before the advent of the first Umbral calamity, but it reads more like a world of fanciful fiction than an actual academic supposition. Seed at the last stand. Ready for a tea break? I know I am. Honestly, my neck and shoulders are going to calcify if I don't stretch my legs and walk around for a bit. You know the last stand down in the harbor, don't you? Come and meet me near the outside tables, and I'll treat you to their coffee. It's quite good. Okay. Are there any side quests I can take here? No. There's one, though. There are 2 others, but... Alright, I'm not gonna RP walk back, though. Because if that would be the case, I would not be able to do anything ever. So peaceful! I mean, if we're taking a study break anyway, I can definitely look for that lover's husband thing. Lord Commander. What kind of name is that? Wait, did I walk the wrong way? No, I didn't. Let's see what kind of quest this is. If I can find it. Oh! Diminutive Gleaner. Let's talk to you first. Abelard. Oh, I simply adore sitting here and watching them unload cargo. What's with him? That was weird. Really gives you a sense of the Sharlayan's work ethic. Although, I can't shake the feeling there are more crates than usual. Okay. I also really like these gondolas. Just notice them. Like, you can almost imagine there being, like, big ships, right, that anchor, like, in front of the harbor. And then the passengers are brought in with these smaller ships as well. It's really, really cool. And then just, again, the atmosphere, the lighting. Just looking over there, right, you can sort of get the sense of a harbor that's slowly, the last wares of the day are brought out and, slowly work is calming down a bit. There are less and less people on the streets, and a couple people just enjoy, like, the last sort of warmth of the day. Really, really cool. Could stand here for hours. The hunt for specimens. Ah, I was right. This is the hunt quest. The diminutive Gleaner is on the lookout for an able-bodied adventurer. Do my eyes deceive me, or are you... Oh, they know me. Well, as I live and breathe, it is you. Ha! I knew I'd be the first to track you down. Who's the guildship's top hunter now, eh? Wait, you have heard of guildship hunts, yes? They are not so different from the hunts you're familiar with in Eorzea, as I understand it. I'd wager they're rather more challenging, but an adventurer of your caliber would never turn down a challenge, would you? No, you would not. Pray speak with Northoda at the Peristyle to register your interest at your earliest convenience. Well, that's over there anyway. Do I want to take those two quests as well? I mean, I'm still here, why not? Let's see what they're about. People are already crafting. Whoosh. Bold Swiss. You seem to have called Bold Swiss interest. Hello, friend. Are you new to Sharlayan? You have that look about you. I thought as much. Oh, I'm not bothering you, am I? I so rarely meet travelers from beyond our shores, and couldn't pass up an opportunity to broaden my horizons. Can I assume a visitor such as yourself is eager to do the same? If you have an interest in learning about the city's history, for example, then I know the perfect person to give you an impromptu lesson. Head on over to Scholar's Harbor and keep an eye out for a black-haired Rogadine. That would be my brother. He'll know the tale of any pillar and statue you care to point out, and would be more than happy to share it with you. Well, that sounds great. Yeah, I just noticed, in terms of experience, right? They said that they would tone down, obviously, all kinds of values in the game. But I thought they would tone down experience points more. Because I feel like still having 6 million experience points for the next level is still quite a lot. I thought they would actually tone it down a lot more than that. But maybe that wasn't possible or wasn't really feasible, I don't know. Are you one of those adventuring types I've heard so much about? Oh, but this is perfect. I just happen to have an errand of the kind that adventurers love, or so I'm told. I'm holding on to some volumes my customers ordered in, but instead of coming to pick them up, they've all decided that they want their goods delivered, so I find myself in need of a delivery drudge, person. Might that person be you? Alright, I guess. Huzzah! Let me give you the details then. All in all, there are 3 books on the delivery docket. The first, Ishgardian Astrology, Comprehensive Theory, should be handed to the servant at Albright Manor. The white yonder is for a certain talkative book lover who you'll know by the constant stream of chatter. The last, narrow road through the deep grass goes to one of the toughest, most unflappable gleaners I've ever met. I'll just mark their locations on this handy map, like so. The books are brought and paid for. No need to collect any coin. Do return to me for your own reward. Of course, let's just deliver some books. Sounds fine. Oh. I need to go over there for one of them. I constantly think that this is a quest, but it's just a portal. I guess let's do that. This is weird. Why aren't there any steps here? This just seems wrong, right? It seems like it's missing some steps somewhere. This place is so great. Mischievous Mikote? What are you up to? If I ask for your help, you'll help me, won't you? You will? Good, because I'm having a problem with a runaway doll. It ran away? That's right. All I did was lend him a little ether, and he hopped up and dashed off down the street. Mama and Papa bought him for me as a special gift. Now I've gone and lost him. They'll be furious with me for losing the toy I kept asking for, so please, you have to help me find him. Sure, I'll do that. Sounds a lot more exciting than delivering some books. Okay, I'll hurry home to see if he went there. And you can search, the rest of the city. Oh, he's a yellow carbuncle doll, by the way. I think he was headed north. Anyway, meet me back here when you have him, or, you know, just give up. Okay. North, you say, huh? Did I already talk to you? Information's everything. That's why I'm here chatting with anyone I can find. What? Did you think I was slacking? Okay. I mean, I would talk to those two lovely ladies as well. Albright Manor servant. Welcome to Albright Manor. Do you have an appointment? Guardian astrologer. Wait! That book! That has to be connected to, the... whatever her name is. The one who's teaching you astrology in the quests, in the quest line. I think that's a reference to that, right? Ah, yes. One copy of Ishgardian Astrology, a comprehensive theory, just as his lordship requested. I must confess to some confusion, however. What interest would his lordship, an esteemed practitioner of Sharlayan astrology, have in such an outdated Ishgardian discipline? Not that I am in any position to question his lordship's reading habits, of course. On your way, then. Yeah, because they're far better than the Sharlayan ones? You ever thought about that? That's great. That's the kind of detail that I'm looking for. And what is this, then? Is that our future housing district here? See that stylish, shiny new house there? It's mine. I'd say I was lucky to snag the plot from it, but no, I really do deserve it. Oh, God. Now they even put references into the game about how the housing is so bad and you can't get any plots. That's, that's incredible. Wait a second. I mean, let's just do the side quests first. It feels like a really good moment to do them overall. Because we're taking a break anyway, right? And I just love strolling through the city. And again, somehow, I mean, I'm pretty sure that they didn't change the lighting. It's just, I don't know if it's how the light sources were placed, or because there's so much more light in the, like, windows of the buildings or something. Just feels a lot more, well, alive is the wrong word, but it feels more lively, I guess. More realistic, almost. Wait, what am I looking for here? Oh, the doll, right? The carbuncle doll? Is it back here where the other people are? Where's this path going to, anyway? There it is. This also looks interesting. See what I mean? I mean, this... Like, even there's another path. Like, you can almost imagine there being even more houses beyond that, right? It's really cool how they've designed it. Let's see, what's up with you? You find a yellow carbuncle doll. Lifelike expression aside, it appears to be otherwise motionless. Return to Journey's End and deliver him to the mischievous Makodi. Alright. So, the side quests last time around, I sort of thought that because they changed how they work, right? So you can do them on any level, right? So I thought in Shadowbringers, oh hey, I could just do the main quest with my summoner, and then use the side quests to level something else. Unfortunately, that didn't really work out, because that meant that suddenly I was sometimes behind on the main story quests in terms of level. So this time around, I think I'm going to just do all of the side quests with my summon as well, and only at the very end, if I should, if I'm still at like story content 87 or something, and I'm already almost close to 90, then I might consider doing the side quests on another job. But so far, I think I'll just start on Summoner so that I'm never behind on the levels for the MSQ. And also the, overall, I wouldn't really be a big fan of, keeping side quests for leveling other jobs either way. I just want to do them anyway. I want to do them for the stories they're telling, not for the experience, so I don't really care. He wasn't here. I don't think I'll ever see him again. Do not fear, I found him. You found him! Just like Big Mooney would have. Who's Big Mooney? Oh, that's what I call the neighbor who used to play with me. She was so tall and smart and always... Oh, God. She's talking about Moonbreeder, isn't she? She'd tell me stories about her friend, a powerful wizard, Oriange, who could summon his very own carbuncle companion. That's why I wanted one for myself. I have to learn how to move him around better, though, so that when Mooney comes back, she can see how hard I've been practicing my magics. This is for you. Papa says that when someone helps you, you have to show your gratitude, so thanks for finding my carbuncle. Bye. That's fucked up. They can't just put a side quest in here where you help a little girl and then she's waiting for somebody who's dead? Really? Holy shit. The references are out of this world in these side quests. Well, let's head back to the harbor. Why can't I unlock the leaves? Oh, they're for disciples of the Hand and Land, right? Not for battle classes. Unflappable Gleaner. Something I can help you with. The book, sir. Ah, is that my book? Good. I need it for my journey. I usually don't have a great deal of time for reading, but as I'm leaving for Othard on requisition duty, I wanted to do some research on Far Eastern cultures. I know little of the peoples of the Azim Steppe. It says here that there are 51 distinct Aela tribes, each with their own customs and traditions. The Baduga, for example, are exclusively male and are known for kidnapping male outsiders to replenish lost numbers. Is this accurate? Need to tread carefully, it seems. Thank you for the timely delivery. You indeed do need to tread carefully. If you couldn't tell, I'm quite busy taking stock of all this unloaded cargo. Should you need something, I'm afraid you'll have to wait. And that, by the way, is also really cool, that they've added this sort of passage where you can't see where it goes. And that's really cool. And the water is also really, really clear. Really cool. Do I want to unlock them or not? I think I'm gonna wait on that for now. Can always do that once I start leveling my crafters. Hi, I'm Northota. Have you come to place a bounty on an unruly beast? By the scholar! You're him! I was half convinced I'd set the others an impossible task asking them to find you. The Cleaner's Guildship has begun posting hunt bills, you see, in the hopes that capable individuals will take up arms to lighten our ever-increasing load. Unfortunately, capable individuals remain the sticking point. Few hailing from our fair polis are willing to take up arms, let alone able to stand against the more fearsome specimens. You, however, have the experience and the grit that we need. When I heard that you had arrived on our shores, it was music to my ears. You needn't work for free, of course. We've done our research, and the rewards we offer are as fine as any you'll find abroad. The currency we employ is a relic of times when Cleaner was a great deal less figurative, so you may find it somewhat eccentric, but it's as good as skill here. Speaking of eccentric, it should be noted that the majority of our clients are scholars. You probably won't have heard of half the creatures they sent you after, but I find it's best not to worry about that overmuch. Slay beasts, collect samples, try not to think about the long-term effects of touching said samples, and get paid. Simple, no? That being said, I wouldn't dream of throwing you in the deep end just yet. Let's have you start off with some junior marks so you can get your feet wet. Guildship hunts still accessible. So as far as I know, they also take the clan Nutsy, like the nutsacks for the hunts here, which doesn't really make any sense. And if she's talking about them as some ancient currency, well, I mean, technically they're 100 years old in the first, right? You're now permitted to take bills for junior marks from Guildship hunt boards in Old Sharlayan and Ratzat Han. Defeat the monsters described on the bills, and you will be rewarded with tokens that can exchange for exclusive items. Change tokens for exclusive items, speak with either Jalakshai in Old Sharlayan or with Wilmeda in Ratzat Han. New quests and associate marks will become available from Northota in Old Sharlayan upon reaching level 83. Alright. Peruse Junior Guildship Mark builds. Labyrinthos, Fafnir. Alright, Gold Knight. It's gonna take a while then. Yeah, they still 3 sacks of nuts. That really doesn't make any sense, but at the same time, you know, I appreciate them not changing the currency again. Diablo's wings. Whoa. That's a fashion accessory, I'd imagine. Interesting. Noxian cat. Ooh. The very soul of grace and ability, and can see souls to boot. A striking dummy, a pestering roller material. Cool. I wish I would have stacked up on nets of what? Sacks of nuts. Yeah, I really should have done that, but then again, I mean, it's not really a big deal. Oh, there's another blue quest. Let's do them first then. I wonder how long the ship is actually going to stay here. It has to leave at some point, right? The shape of the port keeps any larger ships from coming in, which means we have to use smaller vessels. Of course, this means more trips and time wasted unpacking and reloading. It's really quite a hassle. It's really cool, though, that they thought about that. I mean, once again, right, the design is just impeccable. And it makes it a lot more approachable in a way. Oh right, if I talk to him, I can probably get back to Limsa, I'd imagine. So they also have... Wait, is this a lighthouse or is it... Wait, is it snowing? It started snowing. Cool. Can finally see the statue. Yes, was there something I might help you with? Ah, my dear sister, you say. Well, she did indeed send you to the right man, for who better to teach you about Sharlayan's history than a Studium-certified history professor? Here, take my spyglass. Go on, take it. No time like the present to learn about the past. We shall begin your education with Divine Thaliak, the scholar himself. Expect the statue of Thaliak. Okay, I'm ready for a history lesson. The different sections. Scholar's Feet. If you've learned your history, you will know that the 6th Umbral era brought a catastrophic flood to the lands of Eorzea. Yet when all seemed lost, the 12 Archons rose up and saved multitudes from a terrible fate. Of those 12, it was Archon Neonkrep who brought our ancestors here in his ark, and together they founded what was to become the great nation of Sharlayan. The beach at the foot of Thaliak's statue is the very spot where those first Sharlayans made land. Imagine how they must have felt on that day, some 1600 years ago. It's also really cool that they specifically say when it was, 1600 years ago. Which, you know, just that in and of itself is really interesting. How long of a time there was between these different calamities, right? Because sometimes it feels like, especially because the 7th Umbral calamity was so close, right? It's not that far away for us personally. But in between, there was just all this time where there was no calamity. So imagine how the people think about that, right? I mean, even 2-3 generations past, or even after 2-3 generations, people already would have pretty much forgotten what a calamity really is. Like, they would know about it, of course, but they would have forgotten, like, they wouldn't know how it would truly feel, like the horrors of it, right? Because currently, I mean, we are about almost 80 years after the Second World War, right? And I have absolutely no idea what it would be like to actually live in a nation that is at war, right? Where you are at the potential risk of, I don't know, bombers coming in, destroying your house at night or something, right? Like, a lot of us just don't really know that anymore, and it's not even been that long. So imagine if, for example, you were born, let's say, 300 years after the Sixth Umbral Calamity. You wouldn't know anything about it, really, other than that it existed and what it contained, but you wouldn't have any clue, I guess, as to the sort of the feeling that it invoked and the struggles people faced, right? And the, like, overall despair and destruction that it brought. So it's really interesting thinking about that, how long it took, and also thinking about the Asians, and that they apparently needed 1600 years to come up with another plan that actually worked for rejoining, right? Even they needed thousands of years to set these plans in motion, right? That's pretty incredible when you think about it. Alright, what else am I looking for? The Scholar's Ewer. Mythology tells us that Thaliak bore a magic pitcher from which poured forth the waters of knowledge. See how the water is drawn up from the canals and cascades endlessly into the sea? As well as recreating the divine ewer from the tale, it also symbolizes the wisdom which rises from our city and flows out into the world. If you would like to learn more about the mechanisms by which it works, the stonemasons who built it left records of the struggle in the archives of Numenor, a rather challenging construction by all accounts. I wonder if they put this quest in just so that Soda Poppin would know how the fuck this works. This statue is a representation of Thaliak, one of the 12 divinities of Eorzea, and guardian deity of Sharlayan. As the god of knowledge, he rules over rivers and wisdom. There was once a system of governance in Sharlayan known as the Ecclesia, a great gathering at which each citizen was given a voice in decisions affecting the nation's future, and it was during one such forum wherein the people voted to elect Thaliak as our patron. It was not piety which drove this choice, but rather a natural progression of our principles and creeds. We Sharlayans have, after all, always devoted ourselves to the pursuit of knowledge. Also, again, I love that they put in a side quest that specifically tells you about the history of Thaliak and the history of the statue specifically. And there you have it. I hope you enjoyed your introduction to Sharlayan historical architecture. If we are to do justice to the towering Thaliak, however, there is one last snippet of knowledge that we simply cannot overlook. Come along to the foot of the statue. Okay. Babeth Ironheart. Beg pardon, good sir, I could scarce help but notice that sightseeing look on your person. You wouldn't happen to be the adventurer my niece wrote about, would you? Aha, so it is you. Pleased to make your acquaintance. I am Babeth Ironheart, Millilith's aunt and seasoned explorer. Be it here and hand me that log of yours. Millilith told me all about how she helped you embark on explorations of your own, so it's only right that I share with you some wisdom of my own. Hopefully we can see some of these sightseeing log places on our journey. Now let me see here. Oh, I can't forget to mention that. And done. You should be all set, dear. I have jotted down everything I've heard about the most remarkable vistas the realm has to offer. Of course, a few notes I've shared are not more than rumors, some describing locales so fantastical that I can barely believe they exist. But as I always say, the true joy of exploration lies not in the destination, but in the journey. So go forth, dear, and see what sort of journey these hints take you on. That sightseeing log of yours won't fill itself, you know. Nice! Sightseeing log expanded. Endwalker entries have been added to your sightseeing log. You must be level 80 or above to record Endwalker vistas. Travel to the location indicated, fulfill the necessary conditions. Yes. Use your wits in the notes provided by the Bath to identify these stunning sights and the proper way to appreciate them, and see Daphne, Sharlayan, and beyond, as only the greatest explorers have seen them. I wonder whether there are sightseeing logs in Sharlayan itself. Oh god, this looks so cool with the snow! Really, really fitting for the time of year that we currently have. Alright, let's see. The sightseeing log here. I still need to do the Realm Reborn ones, by the way. I think Heavensward I've done, yes. And then in Stormblood I only need Kugane Tower, I think. 2 spots in Kugane I'm missing. Wait, why 2 spots? Whatever. Shadowbringers is also done, and then this is Endwalker. Yeah, at some point if I actually do Realm Reborn sightseeing logs, which are a lot more, you have to be a lot more patient for them compared to the other ones, then I'll maybe also do the remaining ones in Stormblood. It's not a big deal though. I mean, that's something you can always do at some point. And I will do it at some point, I'm pretty sure of it. I mean, when I had nothing left to do in Shadowbringers, I did Heavensward and Stormblood sightseeing logs. I just didn't really have the time to put into Kugane Tower. I mean, I tried that at some point, and I don't even know why I didn't really finish it, because I already was almost at the top, but yeah. Worldly Affairs Official. Seems you've already been approved for entry. Just try not to cause any trouble while you're here. Yeah. You, once again, he's carrying around crystals, right? It's really interesting. Wait, leaves? Oh yeah, that's the other quest for Hans. I really hope that it snows here regularly and that it's not just because we have December. Although the wait, is the event actually happening? Wait, can I see that somewhere? It's probably going to take a little bit. Wait, let's just use the mouse instead of the controller. Where is it? Locked in. Updates to do. No. So currently there's no event going on, so I guess it always snows here at certain points. It's quite beautiful. The Thaliak Stoa. Oh, that's also really cool. So you can actually, well, like technically, I don't think that I'll be able to, but you know, technically this is sort of like the Statue of Liberty or something, where you can actually, you know, go in it and see what's going on. Pray direct your attention to yon doors. Behind them, nestled within the statue itself, is a chamber known as the Pathless Way. Those who have acquired mastery over specialized disciplines, or whose deeds have led to significant advances in their chosen field, are invited to enter the chamber and receive the title of Archon. Oh, so that's cool. We place great value on the pursuit of knowledge, and thus the Archons are held in especially high regard. As the embodiment of our ideals, they are permitted to browse the forbidden archives, and have ever stood at the center of our nation's greatest achievements. Now, as for the most secret and sacred ceremony which awards them their title, I'm afraid that even I am not privy to the particulars. You will forgive me my ignorance on the subject, I hope. A scholar and a gentleman, and thus concludes the lesson. Should you happen to return by the same route, pray convey my warmest regards to Baldswis. That's cool. So the scholars are invited to actually go into the statue. That's a really, really cool way of acknowledging their academic profession, I guess. Academic achievements, rather. Though the waters here are calm, perils lurk below the surface. A miracle we were able to come near port at all without floundering, really. Interesting. Brown-haired counselor. If we are to efficiently supply the acquisition requests for the gleaners and no time for mistakes. The Ori man appears to be lost in contemplation. Perhaps a gentle poke will get his attention. Okay. Wait, somebody... so the carbuncle doesn't do auto attacks anymore. What are people writing in shout chat? What is this? By Thaliac Squill, where did you spring from? Oh, it seems I really startled him. Alright, yeah, let's... Oh, wait. Yeah, I can just go to this tab then. Alright, let's continue. She grows tired of waiting. I'm not sure I... Oh gods, that was today? I was so engaged with my tasks that I was go to her immediately. And you must be rewarded for the service. Come along, please. Quickly now, quickly. Yeah. The scholars, ever in the pursuit of knowledge. Alright, let's continue with the main quest since I'm here. Did I talk to you? I don't think I did. The statue of Thalia is just past the store. I would advise against trying to see it from here, though. Strain yourself too hard and you'll like to fall into the water. I guess that's a concern. Let's see, where's Alice? Oh, there she is. As busy as ever, I see. I'm very Sharlayan that no other gourmet cafe has sprung up to compete for customers. Actually, this crowd gives me an idea. Before we place an order, why don't we ask a few questions and gauge the mood of the city? I'm interested to hear what the average citizen has to say about the Telofroi. Might even learn something new. Worth a try, don't you think? Alice is now accompanying you. Keep her at your side in order to proceed with quest objectives. Still really cool. This edition is incredible. Someone here at the cafe should be willing to speak with us. Let's ask around. He was very unfriendly to me before, so... What is it? Can man not enjoy a moment of private respite? If you're looking to share a table, then I respectfully request that you look elsewhere. You misunderstand, sir. We were simply wondering if you knew of the Telofroi. These enemies of peace have promised an end to all we hold dear and... Wait, you're that house level girl, aren't you? This man with you is obviously a foreigner. I'd heard you were disowned for helping outsiders indulge their barbaric whims, and here you are giving truth to the rumor. I'll thank you to leave me be. Not to say to the likes of you... Well, I must apologize. 'Twas foolish of me to expect an ounce of civility from one so enlightened. God, I don't like him. He's annoying. And an idiot. By the way, is there any... I don't think there's any blue circle currently, right? Or is there any additional dialogue if I talk to others? No. Let's see, I don't think that there is a circle of some sort here. Hildros. Yes, I don't believe I have had the pleasure. Pray excuse the interruption, but we were hoping you might share your thoughts on the Telofroi and their unconscionable plans. My goodness, if it isn't the young Miss Leveilleur. My apologies, but I work in the offices of the Forum, and if word reached Master Furchenot that I was helping you... I see. We're sorry to have bothered you. Not really cooperative, all of them. Who are you? What is that outfit? Welcome. Welcome, sir. What can I offer you today? Wait, is that Mistress Alcée I see there? My word, how long has it been? Far too long. Meet Dickon, the owner of The Last Stand. I used to frequent his cafe on occasion, in between lessons at the studio. It seems like an age ago now. I remember hearing that you and Master Alfino had set sail for Eorzea, but then you never came back. Lately, there's been gossip about your father disowning the pair of you. Everything all right at home? It's complicated, and I hadn't expected complete strangers to be so familiar with our situation quite so quickly. Everyone has an opinion, it seems. Well, it is House Leveilleur. No matter how discreet Master Furchenot may have been, news of your family's doings never stay secret for long. Things being what they are, what brings you back to the city now, of all times? We have questions, and only Sharlayan has the answers. Tell me, Master Dickon, have you heard anything about an apocalypse called the Final Days? What, like the end of the world? Nothing like that, I'm afraid. And that's what you're here to find, information on this apocalypse. Yes, whatever we can learn. Unfortunately, your patrons appear to be unwilling to speak to me. I wish there was some more I could do to help. But maybe there is. You're a visitor to Sharlayan, aren't you? Then few will know your face. I should be able to pass you off as a server, with none the wiser. Just finished preparing a few orders. Strike up some friendly conversation while you're settling down the food, and you might just get the answers you're looking for. I don't know, people seem to know my face for some reason, but yeah, maybe that'll work. Not a bad idea. I hate to ask, but what do you think? Sure, I've already delivered some books for some reason, so why not? That's the spirit. Pay attention now, and I'll explain where each of these dishes needs to go. The tea set is for the chatty group sitting by the water's edge. The omelette is for one of our regulars, a Highlander by the name of Gisla. She's sitting at an outside table with a friend of hers. Behind them you should see a McCoty gentleman. He ordered the oven-baked lobster. Got it all? If you're not sure, just ask and I'll explain it again. Good luck. Wait, fuck, so the lobster goes to the... Wait a second. Any troubles? Remember, the tea set goes to the group by the water. Alright, tea, water, omelette for Gisla, and lobster for the McCoty man. Alright. Should be easy enough. Omelette for Gisla, tea, alright. Yeah, I got it. I'm not looking like a server though. It's a bit weird. Wait, oh, I have to start there anyway? The group sitting, so that's the tea. The tea set. Oh, my tea set, lovely, thank you. The Tilloff for who? I'm sorry, I've never heard of them, or their final days. My friends and I are somewhat uninformed when it comes to current events. Now, if you wanted to hear about ritual arcane practices of the 6th Astral Era, common or esoteric, then I'd be happy to talk your ear off. Okay. No fear, I'm here. That rhymed. That's the omelette. Ah, finally. 2, 4, 6, 8. Let's dig in. No time to waste. What? The Chalofroy? Ah, yes. I remember seeing the name in the latest Gazette. That had some grand claim about the end of days. Wait, they write that in whatever paper they read? Okay. Same old senseless warmongering. When will these fools grow tired of spilling each other's blood? Best stay out of it, I say. The Forum made the right choice, and I fully support our decision to remain neutral. I wonder who's responsible for that Gazette of hers. Urbane banter with a small what? At last, the oven-baked lobster is mine. You have no idea how long I've scrimped and saved and suffered to afford this heavenly dish. Right, he was talking about that before. Completely forgot. That was the guy that was talking about the lobster and how hard it is to afford. The final days. This is the first time I've heard of it. Although that would explain why my friend has been rushed off his feet. Must be a busy time to be a gleaner. Huh? You don't know what a gleaner is? They're collectors of a sort. Travel the world procuring things that we haven't got here in Sharlayan. Priceless books, unusual life specimens, and so forth. So named for those folk who trail after the reapers in the fields, picking up every grain which was missed. Aye, by all accounts, gleaning is a most meticulous and demanding profession. If these Telothroi make good on their audacious threats, then many uncatalogued rarities could be lost forever. Why else would the gleaners be buzzing about in such a frenzy? Watch their harbor, and you'll see what I mean. They're carting loads in from the docks all day. It's never been this hectic before. Not like this. Aha! That seems like an interesting bit of information. So that would make sense. So for some reason they're clearly sort of trying to... Is he honestly called Bubblegum Bear? That's a great name. And great glamour too. Yeah, if they know that the final days are upon us and they're trying to save, I guess, important artifacts, important history and knowledge, then obviously they would try to get everything here, right? Any trouble with the customers? Were you able to get anyone talking? Interesting. They seem unaware of the final days, aside from whatever vague news the gazettes are printing. Even Dickon had nothing to offer, and he's the best source of gossip in the city. If the Forum does have secret knowledge, then they've done an impressive job of ensuring no one whispers it in the wrong ear. In any case, thank you for playing the part so well. Here, that cup of coffee I promised. But let's enjoy our drink somewhere else, shall we? Maybe behind the peristyle? Away from the gossips and their wagging tongues. Wait, where? Oh, yeah, there. Well, that's interesting, right? Because I don't know. I would think it highly unlikely that 99 politicians would be able to actually be silent about this matter. Like, silent to the point where nobody really knows about it. I really wonder what's going on here now. Yes, this should do nicely. Out of the wind and out of sight.
When our father disowned us, I couldn't believe what I was hearing. It wasn't until much later that his words began to sink in, that I began to feel the weight of what it meant. Do you remember when the decision was made to come to Sharlayan? Grahas said that the Forum was determined to keep us in the dark, and that Father's venomous performance was part of that strategy, to keep us at arm's length. Perhaps it was. Father argued with Grandfather on many occasions, but never with such dismissive contempt.
That is weird, right? I absolutely can't quite figure out whether or not he's doing that on purpose to lead us here so that we can uncover the truth, or whether or not there is some other threat or influence, rather, that almost forces him to be that way.
And when he demanded what justifies the sacrifices we make in war, I honestly didn't know what to say. Neither did Alpha know, I know, but never for one moment did I believe we had made the wrong choice. So all I could do was fume silently. It was only afterwards that I realized how childish I had been. How being stubborn and self-righteous must run in the family.
Alright, yeah, if you look at it that way.
If I could have just mustered a civil response, then things might have turned out differently.
May those be the crystals that I've seen all day? That's quite a lot of things.
They must be ferrying goods to Labyrinthos. A vast complex beneath the island. Sharlayan is famous for archiving knowledge from around the world. Well, that knowledge is not preserved exclusively in dusty tomes and desiccated samples. Our living library, comprised of all manner of flora and fauna, is housed and studied within that underground facility.
That's kind of nuts when you think about it, right? They actually build like a huge, I don't know, laboratory, or what else would you call that? Beneath an island, nonetheless?
Still, that did seem to be an unusually large shipment. When I lived here, it was rare to even see such cargo transported by boat. Wait! Didn't you hear something in the last stand about the gleaners coming and going more than usual?
True. I would wonder, though, if there are so many people like bringing these wares, they themselves would be suspicious of that, wouldn't they? So again, I'm wondering how they're able to keep whatever secret they're holding secret.
Well, I think they're the ones we saw manning those boats. And gleaners answer to the Forum. If the appearance of the Telophoroi prompted this sudden burst of activity, then Labyrinthos may hold a clue as to what the Forum is planning.
Probably. Oh no. Oh, people are still running around. I think it's just loading in. There it is. A labyrinthine descent. We should tell the others what we've learned about the Gleaners. Go on ahead to Numenon, and I'll join you in a moment. Master Deacon will want his cups back. She was running off. But again, I'm wondering how they're able to keep possible information about that secret. Wouldn't there still be people who would wonder why there's suddenly such an increased activity, and why there's especially an increased activity in Labyrinthos? Labyrinthos, right? I don't know. Let's finish these side quests first. So I guess that's where we're actually going when you take this route first, right? Labyrinthos. Ah, you've just come back from hearing one of my brother's lectures, haven't you? That's another look I'm quite familiar with. His breadth of historical knowledge is extensive, sufficient to earn him the title of Archon, he hopes. The problem is, if his contributions to the field are to be officially acknowledged, he must have written recommendations from high-ranking professors. But in these tumultuous times, such ceremonial concerns have been pushed to one side. And so he idles away his spare moments at the harbor now, just gazing out at the ocean. I thought having an eager student might relight his spark, which is why I jumped at the chance to speak with you. I must apologize for not being more honest with my intentions. Please accept this gift for your troubles. Allow me to welcome you once more to Sharlayan. No, it was quite... I liked it. It's exactly the kind of information and quests that I want. No other side quests for the time being, it seems. Except for that one. There is a sightseeing spot. How the hell do you get up there? I don't... Is there a place to jump? Well, of course. I'm the weird guy standing on top of... standing on top of the fountain. Well, we have one of them. Let's see what it says. The rostra. This building houses the assembly hall, where the forum debates Sharlayan national policy. Once a simple outdoor plaza, the rostra would ring with heated discussions through rain, wind, and worse. Following a death by lightning strike, however, plans were drawn up for the imposing stone structure, which now crowns Archon's design. Well, yeah, that sounds a little bit... Doing these debates out in the open probably wasn't the greatest idea, especially considering how long they probably took most of the time. I see a lot of people are trying out the new astrologian skills and things. What's the fastest way? Let's go this way. Yeah, the side quests so far have been really great, and also the references and like little ideas and I guess sort of funny references to things that are happening, you know, contextually around the game. It's really, really cool. Well, my sweetheart finally arrived thanks to your gentle reminder. He looked so exhausted from his endless labors, however, that I sent him home to rest. I had a feeling he would be at Neuencraft's site. They say that spur of rock was where the eponymous Archon used to sit when he had matters to meditate upon. My habitually late love holds Neuencraft in great esteem, both for his role as the founder of Sharlayan and the ark he built to save people from the floodwaters of the Sixth Umbral Calamity. Thus I have an inkling of where to look when the appointed time of our tryst has passed. In any case, I should go and be with him whilst we still have some spare moments to enjoy. Oh, but I mustn't forget your reward, the token of appreciation from the two of us to you. Thank you. Alright, let's deliver that last book then. Babbling book lover. Please tell me you've got my new book. I've been waiting for what feels like ages for the latest shipment to arrive. Here you are. Yes, finally! Did you know The White Yonder was written by a lad of 14 years? I myself questioned how reliable such a work could possibly be, but a Far Eastern colleague with whom I've been exchanging correspondence says he absolutely swears by it. It describes the wonders of the Abalathian Sea of Clouds in exquisite detail and is, by all accounts, a roaring good read. The bit about the fighting Pisces is said to be an especially entertaining episode. Well, I should let you return to your deliveries and whatnot. Thank you kindly for putting this long-awaited treat into my ever-so-grateful hands. 14 years about the Sea of Clouds. Was that also written by somebody we know? I have a feeling, but I don't quite remember that. Did I talk to you already? Are you familiar with Wandering Minstrel? The tales he spins never fail to engage and enthrall, but I wouldn't give to receive a masterclass in storytelling from the minstrel himself. They do indeed. Especially when it comes to ultimates, for some reason, he quite embellishes his stories. They never seem quite like the original, but still very entertaining indeed. But yeah, what was I about to say? Right, the book that was written by a 14-year-old. Maybe some of the, what were their names? One of them did follow us into the Sea of Clouds, didn't he? Sea of 14, though? Like the one that was so fond of, or was that somebody else? I don't quite remember, but I have a feeling that's somehow a reference to a character from Heavensward. Where is Alice? I thought she was with you. Raha still reading as well. My loyal assistant returns. There is a lexicon on the first floor that I need you to... Ah, you found something, haven't you? What am I, Stola? Some kind of errand boy? Well, most people think that I am. Welcome back. Been for a walk and cleared your head, have you? Not exactly. We did some impromptu investigating and turned up information on the Gleaners. It makes sense. The Gleaners take their requests directly from institutions and bureaucrats, but as you say, they ultimately answer to the Forum. A sudden and significant increase in Gleaner traffic and in cargo certainly gives the impression of an overarching plan being put into motion. Let us see what theory we can build from the facts. As Ishtola observed earlier, Numenon's archives appear to contain no information concerning the final days. Coupled with what he and Alice learned at the last stand, it can't be reasonably sure that most Sharlayans know nothing of that particular period of ancient history. It can be reasonably sure. Yet my father and his colleagues are not only familiar with the final days, but are also somehow certain that the destruction being perpetrated by the Telothroi is wholly unlike these apocalyptic events. Moreover, the Forum claims to be so occupied by duty of such pressing importance that they saw it fit to unanimously deny Eorze's request for aid. And now the Gleaners, official agents of the state, have been mobilized on an unprecedented scale. I do not think it a stretch to conclude that the Gleaners' recent activities are in service to the Forum's secretive ends. In which case, our next course of action seems obvious. We visit Labyrinthos and assess the situation for ourselves. And if we're lucky, the Gleaners will be far more receptive to our questions. What should we expect down there? Oh, I would hate to spoil the surprise. As for myself, there are a few more subjects I should like to research. I may join you later, but feel free to leave behind your borrowed books and be on your way. I'll see to it that each is returned to its proper place. That would be a great help. Thank you, Raha. Can we just go to Labyrinthos? I would have thought that that would be even more guarded than the forbidden section of the library. Let's head down the stairs over there, and I'll show you where the entrance is. Apparently not, though. Apparently you can just go there. just right here. Ready? Labyrinthus is not too far from here, but you may find the path a bit disorienting. I'll take the lead, so stay close. Oh! We also follow her. That's not exactly a brisk walk, I'll say. Pleasant here amongst the trees, but we really should move along. Now rewind. Try to keep up. Wait, what? Why are we suddenly running? Keep to the path. Straight ahead. We cross this bridge. Water sounds so nice. Up here. The rostra, not far now. Oh, it's just like a side entrance? That's interesting. Here we are, through the store and down the stairs. You did remember to attune to the shard back there, didn't you? It will make your life much easier if you need to come back in a hurry. Otherwise, we should keep moving. I mean, I can do the quest later, I guess. We'll return to Sharlayan at some point, and then I can tell her that the books have been delivered. Huh. It's interesting that it's like a side entrance here. I would have thought that it would, like, get a bigger entrance, I guess. Well, then again, it makes sense to be, like, essentially below the forum. The rostra. I actually quite like that it's sort of a, like, smaller path, right? It's kind of, what's the word? Unambiguous? Unambiguous? Is that how you would say that? What I'm trying to say is, you know, this isn't... Like, it doesn't really look like anything too special, so you wouldn't really assume that there is anything too special down here, right? The Hall of Artifice. You know, it'll take me a while to check all these, so you go on ahead. Why is there a chocobo keep here? That's strange, but alright. Well, Mad Traveler, might I interest you in a chocobo porter? Ah, do not tell me this is your first visit to the store. I shall update my register with your name so that you may access this location in the future. Yeah, so these are just like straight up elevators, right? Lift operator. But I don't think... Can we just go down there? You didn't take a wrong turn into the rostra there, did you? I doubt the forum would take kindly to you barging into a private session. I've not been to Labyrinthos in the longest time. Even as a student, my visits were few and far between. How did the forum learn of the final days, and exactly how much do they know? And more to the point, what do they intend to do about it? Hopefully the answer to at least one of those questions lies below. Welcome to the Hall of Artifice. Should you be looking to descend to Labyrinthos, the lift here will take you there. Or you can just go there? We're all here now, yes? I've taken the liberty of securing permission for our group's descent. Right, everyone onto the lift and down we go. I would have thought that we would need, like again, if they're hiding something, well, maybe they're hiding it sort of in plain sight, so nobody really suspects anything. Nobody suspects that there's actually something of more importance going on. But it is a bit strange, isn't it?
Deep beneath the scholar's city shines a false sun within a fabricated sky. In any age exist those who consider the floor an extension of their bookshelves, and this vault's architects surely belonged to that special breed. If the stack grows too high, start a new one. If no room remains, then make more rooms. A simple solution at first, and then bit by bit, a profound transformation.
Oh.
Knowledge, buried beneath knowledge, a growing, creeping labyrinth from which there is no escape.
Labyrinthos.
Not what you expected. I must admit, the artifice is very convincing.
Yeah, how did they manage to build this?
But I assure you that we are beneath Sharlayan itself. The breeze you feel, the flowing waters you hear, all created by the hand of man.
The island is volcanic, you see, and once upon a time this great hollow must have been a reservoir for magma.
Oh, that explains it. I thought they actually... Yeah, I was wondering why they decided to build something like that beneath an island. But that makes more sense if there was a cave already here and they just extended it, I guess.
It was discovered some 400 years ago, at which point it was repurposed as a storage facility for scrolls and samples and such. Renovations have continued, with nigh on no interruption to this day, with the lower levels still undergoing expansion.
Aren't those people gleaners?
Looks like it.
Aye, judging by their dress. They are said to work alone as a rule, but 'twould seem that rule is being enthusiastically broken today. It may be as you suspected, that they are engaged in a task apart from the norm.
Why would they work alone, though?
Let's spread out and get some answers then.
I would have thought it pretty common for a couple of them to work together, actually.
Ugh.
What's going on?
Did you call to me just now? No. How odd. I must be a bit dizzy from the descent.
What was that?
I'll be fine, I'm sure. Let's get to work, shall we?
I wonder if she's connected to Xenos in any way. But I guess if that were the case, we probably would have seen that before. Oh, right, the new achievements menu. Huh. Mapping the realm and Freebird. Looks really cool, I like it. Well, yeah, so, well, first of all, this looks incredible. And it's really, really interesting that they decided to make this a zone, right? Because, well, it feels so unusual if you think about it, right? It's not really... Well, obviously, it's an area that exists within the game world, but it's not really what you would typically associate with, like, an MMO zone. Because there have to be fates down here and stuff, right? At least I think so. It's going to be really interesting to see how they handle that. I mean, people are already killing stuff down there, so apparently we can just kill whatever they have down here. That's interesting. And then, well, yeah, the phrase about the cleaners, right? That was strange, because you would assume that they work together quite a lot. But I don't know. Such a cool area. Oh, a fresh face? That's a rare sight. How might I help you, newcomer? What kind of place is this? This is Upper Acrinthos, Labyrinthus' primary storage facility for materials delivered via the lift. Here we identify and sort said deliveries before they're sent on to the Archeon or another facility for safekeeping. You might say we're a service entrance for Labyrinthos. What do you do here? Simply put, my job here is to record and classify the Gleaner's acquisitions, but the work's anything but simple. We collect all manner of items here in Labyrinthos. Ancient scriptures, artifacts, rare specimens, you name it. What's all we have it. And all of that needs to be inspected. Okay. This is also really great because it sort of reminds me of this one vault that exists somewhere in Finland, I think, where they store like all of the known what are they called? Like plant seeds, right? Like a vault of knowledge, somewhat. This sounds very similar, right? Which is very, very cool. Really interesting to me still that there are so many crystals being hauled around here. Not looking forward to transporting all of this, but I am looking forward to a nice drink afterwards. Sorry, 1 second. I just got a snowman that lights up, but it's got a rather annoying piece of plastic stuck where the battery is. So it's always really annoying, right? They put these sheets of plastic, like, where the battery is, so that you can... that it doesn't get drained before. It's very hard to get out. And it won't stand while the sheet of plastic's still in there. Ugh. What is this? I probably would have to use a screwdriver for this. Although, it should work like this as well. Oh, I got it, I think. See? Yes! Nice. Alright. Just put it on the desk. It's nice and glowing. Glowy snowman. Alright, let's see what they have to tell us, shall we? I wonder why... yeah, right. I was wondering for a moment there why they... Ooh. Nice music. I was wondering why they go to such lengths to... What is this music? Okay. That's a rather interesting piece of music. But yeah, I was wondering why they go to such great lengths to actually simulate real weather and real time of day down here, but I guess if they're storing live specimen, that definitely makes sense, right? They would keep them in as natural as an environment as possible. Dubbin. What is this music? It's like really playful in a way. You want to know what I'm doing? Hauling books and ore and fauna. If it needs hauling, I haul it. Every decade or so, they take stock in Labyrinthos, you know, sort and tidy up the inventory. Never seen an operation like this before, though. They just did one a few summers ago, even. Then, with no warning at all, this mess gets dropped in our labs. Orders from on high. Damned if I know the reason. Could be that they're changing the layout, eh? Preparing for the next big expansion? I mean, that's probably why they don't really... They're not really suspicious of anything. Right? If... I mean, it's still suspicious. It's not like it's something completely normal that's going on. Most of those gathered here appear to be gleaners. Why don't you wander around and try making small talk? Yes, but I'll also grab this sightseeing log. Stola, if you don't mind. Holy shit. This looks incredible. And once again, they've outdone themselves with the way they've designed the zone, right? Much like Old Sharlayan itself. It's incredible that you have so many, like, things to see while down here. Looks really, really cool. And these structures are insanely huge, right? Whatever that is. Looks like a... well, some sort of dam, I guess? Or water transportation? I wonder what's up there. This looks incredible. And the artificial sun also looks great. Like the glow that they've put on it just looks really cool. Let's see. The Path of Artifice. This massive lift is one of several, which connects the surface of Old Sharlayan to the subterranean research and storage complex of Labyrinthos. At the end of its descent, the mechanism opens up onto the hub of Upper Acrinthos, from where passengers or cargo continue onwards towards other facilities. This music though, like it's such a playful tune, almost as if you, I don't know, walk into like an old western city or something. Nay, I'm not shirking my duties. I've not been down here in an age. I wish to get my bearings before I went bumbling about. From what I can see, however, there is not obviously out of place. It seems we shall have to resort to discreet inquirers as usual. I can't wait to look at this zone in more detail. It looks so cool already. I wonder if you can actually go to the back there, or if it's just this part between these two walls. Guess I'll find out, huh? Let me think. The rare seeds should be item 1058, human seeds 1059, snowballberry 1060, or are they 1061? My head feels like it's stuffed with moko grass. Why more loads to take out than carry in? Why do all this at once and risk mixing it up? What if someone mistakes the Kurathan carrots for the Girabanian carrots? What then? Interesting. Junkmonger. Oh. Alright. I only just started as a cleaner, so I don't mind handling menial chores. Any experience is good experience, right? I'll do whatever it takes so that one day they'll trust me with those veteran requests that take you all over the world. Okay. You here to help or give me more headaches? Because you don't have the look of a cleaner and I'm in no mood for idle chatter. One of my colleagues was so exhausted he took a tumble and crashed into a pile of crates. Now I have a pack of marmots running loose. I wonder how they transport these crates anyway. Because they almost look like small trucks or something, right? Or the, whatever the second part of them is called. Just without the machine at the front. Wonder how they actually pull them. Excuse me, are you a cleaner? If you don't mind, I have some questions to ask. Let's see what this is about then, huh? Oh, I ran past. Wow. Any luck? What tales did the gleaners have to tell? Dun, 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 dun. That's really funny music. So this grand operation began without warning, and for every item they bring in, they're sending more inventory somewhere else. That would explain the haggard faces I've been seeing. We were right. The Forum is definitely up to something. They're turning Labyrinthos upside down in the process. Glorified rat catcher. We would do well to learn more of what specifically the Gleaners are being tasked to do, as well as who has tasked them to do it. If you're game, I have an idea. Oh god. Didn't one of the Gleaners you questioned say something about escaped marmots? Perhaps if you were to help him capture said creatures, we might be inclined towards a more friendly and enlightening conversation. Guess that makes sense? In the meantime, I will turn my charms upon this Gleaner here. We can compare notes afterwards. Happy hunting! Bamboo. This music. I mean, obviously the zone itself is incredible, but the music as well. It's just such a fun tune, right? You wish to help me find the marmots. I've nothing suitable to pay you for your services, but if you're offering out of the goodness of your heart, I'd welcome the assistance. Gameplay! After 7 hours. Well, that was also with me being thrown out of the server. The name is Aaronville, friend, specialist in the collection of live specimens. That said, the capture of these Naxian marmots is a trial I have no desire to repeat. Grizzled mice, they call them. For mercy, there are no other marmot species on this tier at present, so there should be no mistaking our little fugitives. If you happen to catch any, stuff them in the sack. Gently, of course. Where to begin, you wonder? I've not seen any scampering around here, so we'll need to widen our search into the surrounding forest. Be on your guard, there are beasts out there that won't hesitate to prey on a marmot. Or you. I'll search the trees to the west. The eastern part of the forest is all yours. Good luck. Alright. What is that? Is that an A rank? No, it's just a level 80 mob. It's a big one. I mean, together with music even, but this whole area just looks really, like, playful. Like, such an exotic, but at the same time really, really cool idea that they just went with, right? Nothing... like, it's not too... what's the word that I'm looking for? It's just very playful in a way. Which is really cool. What is this? I wonder what that's for. They are huge, holy hell. Those are some mobs. Somebody's already gathering here. Oh, I need to search for their location, alright. I wonder what these lamps are all about. You think they are to... well, either keep certain creatures away, or maybe lure them here, or maybe test something on them, or make them like calmer or anything to that extent. Grizzled mouse. Alright, so first summoner gameplay. Let's see how I can handle this. Probably want to glam my carbuncle at some point. Let's just do that now, by the way. They changed the command, didn't they? It's not Eggy Glamour anymore? I think it's Pet Glamour now, right? Echo, emote. Party, pet action, pet glamour. Alright. Slash pet glamour? summon Glamour. Alter the appearance of select summons. You must resummon the Eggy for the Glamour to take effect. Command not applicable in PvP instances. So I want the Topaz Carbuncle for now. So, Pet Glamour, Carbuncle to Topaz Carbuncle, right? Let's see. Pet Glamour, Carbuncle, Topaz Carbuncle. Is that correct? Yes, that's correct. It's also quite fitting for my current Glamour, I think, to have the orange one out. Alright, let's see. Oh. It already died. That's cool music. Grizzled mouse. No! Don't run away! Barely have you readied the sack when the grizzled mouse scampers off into the underbrush. So I still have to think about how it... So this is now my summon, or Bahamut summon rather. I'm still not entirely sure whether or not I want to keep the hotbars like they are. I'm really not. Right, I think the second charge for my shield is later on, right? You don't get that immediately. Oh, I completely forgot. I should probably search for these, huh? 183 yards to the east. These things are so weird. They're huge. I wonder if they'll be a mount at some point. Northeast. There. Ah, shit. Probably up there then, huh? Where somebody was running before. How many do we have to get anyway? Ether currents. Oh. That's also interesting. So apparently they changed the number of ether currents you need to get into the in the older areas to to 9 from 15. Is that correct? Let's see, my first ether current in Endwalker. Yoop. Alright, that's not until later, I guess. Let's jump down here. It's probably... it could be anywhere. I don't think that it's quite for now. Should be over there. It's already such an amazing tune. Can't quite get over that. Alright, let's see. It's also really weird to not have oh. Wait, what? Such a weird feeling to fester without dots. Like, the missing dots are definitely weird. Rat sack. The rodent nimbly evades your grasp before once more disappearing into the trees. This just looks so incredible. Alright, I guess I need to run back to the point where I just came from. Yeah, it's really, really weird to play Summoner without the dots, especially festering, because usually you'll, you know, I mean, it's just sort of an automatic thing to look at the enemy bar and see whether or not the dots are applied or not. And because it's so ingrained, right? It's always the first thing that I've done, usually. So, yeah, it's a really, really different feeling. I hope that it won't feel too underwhelming over the course, like later on, right? Because, well, just for now, the rotation seems fairly simple, but then again, I haven't really done anything, so... There it is. Come here. More prepared for its speed this time, you succeed in closing the sack over the elusive quarry. Alright then. Like, it's even getting foggy in here. What the hell did they do to this place to actually have such a like accurate representation of weather and time of day? Must have taken ages to build this, right? It's also interesting, I can just activate this shield at any time, right? Yeah. And also, no, I think you were always able to summon Bahamut outside of combat, weren't you? I think. If you had the ether ready. It's going to be really interesting to see what the opener will be like. Wait, did I forget to pick up these quests when I just ran off? Or did they just appear? Outer Circuit Researcher. It's not the heat, it's the humidity. Excuse me, do you have a moment? I have an urgent task to attend to, and I could use some assistance. As the supervisor of the sector, I was concerned with how cool the air in Mornvale Forest felt as I walked through on my usual rounds. Ordinarily, it should be a touch more humid. My colleagues assure me that the gaugers are displaying acceptable temperatures and, well, hinted that I was being oversensitive. My instincts, however, inform me otherwise. Would you mind assisting me with a more thorough investigation? Thank you. Payment will be forthcoming, of course, but first let us begin by assessing the problem from within the forest itself. Okay. Is this South. No, that's still the same thing, I think. Probably. How did you fare? I checked down 3 of the pack, which leaves 1 unaccounted for. Here it is. Ah, there's the odd marmot out. Wait here a moment while I put our friends in a holding cage. Thankfully, the marmots seem to be unharmed. They've held up well in isolation, but it's much too soon to release them into the habitat. It's a good thing we were able to recapture them so swiftly. You have my thanks. Who tasked you to capture them in the first place? Why, the authority in charge of Labyrinthos, now and in perpetuity. The same officials who've had us working day and night of late. The honorable members of the Forum, who else? Suitable for consumption and easy to breed, those were the 2 conditions I was given for the stock I was instructed to procure. Okay. I don't know what the Forum has planned for these creatures, but at the very least I doubt they'll be served for dinner today or tomorrow. There you are. Is this the gleaner you mentioned, the one who's looking for lost marmots? Interesting company you keep, friend. Who are you folk, anyway? I'm Kryl of the Students of Baldesion. These others are my associates. Truth be told, the Forum's decisions of late have not sat entirely well with us. That is why we made the descent into Labyrinthos. We hope that by seeing those decisions put into action, we might more fully understand the reasoning. Wise and practical, never hurts to try and gain a broader perspective, does it? Anyway, duty calls. Other animals to capture and enclosures to empty. Once again, I'm sorry that I can't offer you more for your services. Did you learn anything new from your friend there? Not really. Think. So we've confirmed that the order for this ambitious operation did indeed come directly from the Forum. However, the Gleaners have not been informed of its purpose. Well, that would be pretty dumb, right? I'd say that fits with everything we've heard thus far. We also discovered when the operation was begun, the Forum contacted the Gleaners Guildship and put their people to this great work some 4 days after the Telofroi made their chilling declaration. Oh. How very, coincidental. As seasoned travelers, the Gleaners keep abreast of news from every corner of the world out of necessity, thus am I inclined to trust that their calendar of events is accurate. Altogether, it gives the distinct impression that this undertaking was a sudden and unexpected development. Yet I find it hard to believe that such a comprehensive restructuring of our Labyrinthos and its archives could have been planned in so brief a window. Nay, this plan was long in the making. They were but awaiting the right time to put it into effect. And the Telofroi's declaration was what set it all in motion? It seems likely, but let us not leap to conclusions just yet. For the moment, I suggest we conduct a wider investigation of Labyrinthos. The more facilities we visit, the more pieces of the puzzle we stand to find. In that case, how about we head to the Archaon? From there, we can reach the lower... Kryl, what's wrong? I'm fine, truly. The sudden descent left me with a bit of headache. That's all. Nothing that will stop me from soldiering on. Let's be about it then. At least allow me to take the lead. I'm fairly certain I remember the way to the Archaon. We follow the path east, through the forest where you were chasing after that mouse, or marmot, was it? Anyway, Just the trolls you need to watch out for. Yeah, I already saw them. What is that? What the hell is happening to Cryle? Like, is she already experiencing the first effects of the final days? Why her specifically, though? Does that have anything to do with the fact that she was captured by Xenos? No laughing matter. Oh there, friend. Fancy lending a hand to a gleaner in need? I'm fairly new to all this cleaning business, so it's only proper that someone with the requisite experience deliver this very important Uldan alchemical compound to that research facility. You know, that one a shorter way to the west. Why not ask a fellow gleaner? Oh, I couldn't do that. They'd never take me seriously again. No, I need someone bold and brave and unconnected to me in social circles. In other words, an itinerant adventurer like you. I would do it myself, of course, but duty calls. Just deliver this package to someone in a position of seniority, and I promise I'll be back here to pay you for the favor. Okay. Oh, wait, to the west? The senior researcher. Is that here in the starting area, or is that somewhere else? Oh, there's another quest. Ugh, so many things to do already. Green Gleaner. Is there another ether current here somewhere? Southwest. It's definitely another one. Excuse me, but aren't you the one who was assisting Erenville? If you have a moment, I could also use some help with a certain task. Simply put, I'm to hunt down a number of caribou, but as this is the first job I've accepted which requires any degree of violence, I'm not entirely confident in how I should approach my prey. You seem like the type of man who's seen his fair share of combat. What if I could observe you from concealment while you engage my target's horn? I wouldn't need you to spend all day on it, of course. 1 or 2 examples in the forest west of here should be plenty. Let's say 2, shall we? I'll even pay you. Please. Yeah, sure, why not? Do I want to... Well, now I already ran to the west, so let's do that first, I guess. Yeah, let's do that. Let's go to the west first, and let's do the side quests. So a friend of mine is saying that apparently there are some bots being set up that DM people on like Twitter or something with details of the story because it's already been data mined. I don't know. Yeah, whatever. I'm not too afraid of that, unless they whisper me in game or something, which I don't think that'll happen. Servers are way too crowded for that. Could also just set myself too busy, but then again. The south? Why the south? Oh. Interesting. Yeah, I wonder what that is. It looks... Well, it's probably doing a couple of things, right? Right, let's see. So, if I summon Bahamut, that just immediately turns into... Alright. Still not entirely sure what actually grants you Ruin Ready. And now I can, for example, let's say do this. That's still very, I don't know, it's such a new gameplay experience on Summoner. Really need to get used to that. Well. That is a long cast. I do like the changes to Ruin 3 though. Wait a second, so... let's see here. How do I get further Ruin? Why does nothing say how you get further Ruin? That's weird. What is this place? May I help you? Ah, yes, the old iron compound. Excuse me, but whatever happened to the gleaner I was told to expect? You don't quite match his description. And so here you are in his debt. I thought that might be the case. This facility primarily studies small Vulcan and their ilk, and their role as carriers of disease. As such, we seem to have become the subject of some rather unsettling, not to mention wholly unsubstantiated rumors. I imagine some senior gleaner was amusing himself by taunting his junior colleague with scary half-truths and outright fabrications. The scholar lent me patience, but such jests lead to no end of trouble for us. In any case, I thank you for bringing me my delivery. Should you happen to return to our faint-hearted gleaner, pray do me the service of setting him straight on what it is we do here. Okay. Such a peaceful night music. I mean, most night music is really peaceful, obviously, but this especially. And then also compared to the day music. The day music is just really like playful, and then the night music is just really calming. Interesting difference there. I just noticed that the bridge actually doesn't make any stepping sounds. Interesting. This does, though. Thank you for the instruction. Well, I doubt I could emulate your particular style. Seeing you in action was enormously helpful. You've also provided a service by culling a few of Labyrinth's more prolific animals. That's your worry. It's essentially we reduce the caribou's numbers every now and again to maintain a stable habitat. And nothing here is killed for mere sport. Every part of a carcass is harvested and put to use. Practice I will make sure to carry out with the creatures you slew. There are still a few more that need culling, but I think I can handle that on my own now. Such as the gleaner slot, and I should learn how to do it sooner rather than later. Oh, and here's your payment. Wish me luck. Okay. The other quest's here as well, right? Yeah, there it is. Nonolato. You're back. You're not suffering from any horrible maladies. Well, nothing visible anyway. What's that? You think someone's been having a laugh at my expense. But the others told me. They said the researchers ordered a forbidden substance from Uldar so they could concoct some kind of zombie powder. And the cleaners who deliver there are often never seen again. Aye, that does sound a bit unlikely now that I say it out loud. Those lying bastards. Right, well, here's what I owe you, plus a little extra for keeping quiet. Gods above, I'll never live this down. Well, I mean, I guess I can, you know, feel that being new at a job and all. Something to drink in between. It looks also really beautiful. I wonder how they're actually doing that. You think it's actually some kind of elegant screen technology, or do you think that they've... Well, it's probably more magic-based, right? It's really cool, though, that it does appear to... Like, it's not just essentially a flat texture, but it actually moves. I think, at least. I mean, not like, obviously the stars move, but I mean, move compared to where you look, almost as if the sky is behind this case structure. Oh, yeah, he's about these things. So these are for temperature then. Oh, that makes sense, yeah. Mist sprayer. Take a close look at this mist sprayer. You'll find these devices throughout Mornvale Forest, and I need you to see if they're functioning properly. It's nothing too complicated. If the spray's crystal is glowing blue, then that means it's working. If the crystal is dull, then it's most likely broken. Here, I'll jot down the locations of the sprayers I wasn't able to check yet. Meanwhile, I'll go and see if there are any problems at Mistloom. That's the big tower over there, responsible for regulating the sprayers. That can be our meeting spot once you finish checking the devices. Okay. Mist sprayer. The crystal is glowing blue. This mist sprayer appears to be functioning correctly. Oh, by the way, if I do want to do some quests later on another job, I think you were able to just switch to the job if you turn in the quest. I think that's how it worked. This is clearly broken. The spray's case is cracked, the crystal within inert and dull. This device appears to be malfunctioning. And then there has to be one more down there somewhere. crystal is glowing blue. Yeah, this is functioning. So this is the tower that they were talking about, alright. Monrad's temperature is holding steady. There are no failures in the equipment here, as far as I can tell. Well, the Mistloom technicians can detect nothing away with the tower's workings. Any issues with the sprayers? Aha! So there was a malfunction after all. The sprayer's job is to keep this area blanketed in mist, to accurately simulate the moist-laden air of certain forest habitats. One broken device had no effect on the temperature, but the humidity had fallen out of the optimal range. If we hadn't caught the change, we would have started seeing an adverse effect on the forest's flora and fauna. Nice work, but I didn't bring your payment with me. Come back to Upper Corinthos, and we can settle accounts there. Sure. I'll run back for you. A faulty mist sprayer, eh? Those devices were built to last, so I'm surprised you found a damaged one. Well, if they're working with crystals, I guess they work until the crystal is expired? Like, has expired its ether? Or something like that? I see an etherite. Hatching canal. That is a long waterfall. Holy hell. The outer circuit. The Archaeon. This actually has different music. And really cool music too. Don't worry about me. I'm hale and healthy. In fact, I'm beginning to suspect that... nay, let's discuss this later. The investigation demands our undivided attention. This is the foremost material archive in Sharlayan. I should love to explore its treasures shelf by shelf, but I fear we have little time for such indulgences. Material archive, aye. Were you caught in mist on your way here? The sprays keep the air humid, so the habitat feels as close as possible to a natural forest. Behold the Archaeon. As Numenon serves as Sharlayan's literary archive, so does this structure house the city's wealth of material data. The architecture too is similar. This building you see is merely the upper entrance, an access point to the walls carved into the cliffside itself. Within those vast rooms are stored countless samples and specimens, as well as the detailed records which describe them. In a manner of speaking, an Archaeon contains a physical history of Sharlayan's unwavering dedication to the accumulation of knowledge. And more quests, yay! Well, we won't learn anything of value standing out here. Let us proceed into the main building and speak with the custodian. They're called only cats. Okay. That's a lot of quests. Access point, huh? It's really interesting that there are chocobo keeps here. Somewhat weird, right? That they still exist anyway. You have an air of dangerous competence, and you are most certainly not Sharlayan. Yes, you should do nicely. For what, you may ask? As the overseer of the wildlife in the sector, I often find myself in need of new volunteers to help with the feeding. While I am perfectly content to perform the task myself, it would be, unwise to allow the carnivores to grow too accustomed to my scent, or that of any of my colleagues for that matter. Which is why I'm pleased to encounter fresh meat like you, if you'll excuse the phrase. So, what say you to a brief foray into the forest? You will be provided with suitable recompense, of course. Wonderful. Here, take these hunks of raw flesh, and just set them down at these locations. Hurry back as soon as you're done. Okay. What's going on there? Well, I see it's the right standing in water. Well, that's interesting. Oh, it's a gemstone trader. Interesting, yeah. Right, I completely forgot. They had the small exclamation marks on their heads in Shadowbringers as well, I think. In the market for something on the rarer side, got a whole village's worth of surplus from the Archaeon, some of which can even be yours for some bicolor gemstones. Yako Chuck, Luncheon Toadskin, Birkenon Sap. Okay. Let's take the quests on first, I guess. Chatbird. A hard task to digest. We'll be alright, I just need to... Oh, God, what do I do? I asked the gleaner to bring me a lively Coblin specimen, but perhaps I was a tad too insistent on the lively part. The thing flung itself about with such force that it broke the wall of its enclosure and escaped. For a moment I considered chasing after it myself, then realized it would likely beat my soft academic frame into a bloody pulp. You, on the other hand, seem to possess a rather higher degree of fortitude. The last I saw, it was skittering off towards Mornvale Forest. Please, track down and subdue our frisky fugitive. Stuff it in the sturdy sack, then bring it back here to me. My humble gratitude will be yours, as well as a generous reward. Another one of those, I see. Yeah, let's do the quests first. I'm terribly sorry to bother you, but might I ask a small favor? I just saw the gleaner I'd hired for a job, and he seemed awfully, well, jittery, I suppose is the word. And when I tried to ask him what the matter was, he met my eyes for a moment, then bolted out of the room. I should like to catalog the items he was meant to bring and get them safely stored, but I refuse to play this ridiculous game of curl and mouse. Would you mind tracking him down for me? The last I saw of him, he was dashing off towards Pasmerant Pastorponix, whatever that is. What's your purpose? Shushu Tabi. Yes, can I help you? What kind of place is this? This is the Archaeon, a structure built for the purpose of safely and securely housing all menace of specimen, both animate and inanimate. Together with the literary archive of Numenon, it houses much of Sharlayan's gathered knowledge, a veritable treasure trove of mankind's accumulated wisdom. What do you do here? I am an archivist at the Archaeon. I inspect all that is sent here to be stored and judge the threat they may pose. From cursed relics to disease-bearing creatures, we house some extremely hazardous materials. Such specimens must be kept securely sealed. Seems reasonable. Did it say an awful lot? You look strong, sturdy, and most importantly, idle. You think I've been running around this place all this time? Am I idle? Which is a wonderful coincidence, as I'm in need of a spare pair of hands. Let me explain. I sent one of my younger colleagues off to the estate's dollars to organize a shipment of ore, but after a second glance at the order sheet, I realized why it was taking him so blasted long. Seems the order was more than triple the size we usually handle. Something to do with all these large-scale preparations, I suppose? I can hardly expect that pup to shift it all on his lonesome. Come and pitch in with the hauling, and I'll make it worth your while. What say you? Well, I guess so. Good. Many hands make light work. Well, lighter at least. Let's go. Okay. I mean, I guess it makes sense to continue the main story for a little bit at least. Because it's right here. It's also cool that we can actually enter this, right? Ooh, God. Triple triad spotted. I don't know, do I want to get that right away? I could go for them triple triad. Let's see this first, I guess. Alright, sorry. I was rudely interrupted. Well, not really rudely, but I was interrupted. So let's check back to what's actually going on here. What are you doing? Oh! These are actually... That's interesting. That's cool. So they actually store things in those things. Store things in those things, yeah. Wait, what's this? That's another quest. Lift operator. That specimen is in need of another okay. What's this quest about? Raised on the Fallen. Sir, if you could hold out your hand, I have something you really must eat. Please, I insist. Really? I don't know if I want to eat something in here. Is that not the juiciest, sweetest, most invigorating thing you've ever tasted? I just finished baking a batch, and judging by your somewhat wan complexion, I thought you could use a little treat. Oh, don't worry, I know exactly what I'm feeding you, though I've settled here in this haven of archived cultural treasures. I was once a student of the nutritional sciences at the Faculty of Medicine. The knowledge from that course certainly comes in useful when it comes to keeping my wary colleagues healthy and hale, although I do struggle to find the time to collect all the ingredients I need. In fact, I wonder if you'd be willing to help in that regard. I was about to head out and gather some things east of here, but if you could scour the area to the northwest for a couple of rotting rocks, I'd be ever so grateful. This feels like a lot of errands, to be honest. But I'm used to it, so... I mean, it's also fun. I really, I know that a lot of people complain about, like, these fetch quests and stuff like that, but I really, really like them. They do flesh out the, like, environment for me, personally, and I don't mind it too much. It's just that sometimes I wish they were a bit more about the actual, like, environment or the place that you're at, rather than a straight-up fetch quest, but alright, I guess. Greetings. We are here to peruse the Archaon's vaults. Peruse? You are clearly not gleaners, then. Might I ask your affiliation? We belong to the students of Baldessian, but is that relevant? I was given to believe that the vaults, those open to the public at least, were open to the public. Ordinarily, yes, that would be the case. At present, however, access is restricted. Only persons directly involved in the reorganization efforts are permitted to enter. Well, that's inconvenient. Not us, then. I suppose we had better move along to another facility. This building has a lift which connects to the middle tier, yes? Might we at least make use of that? That service has also been suspended, I am afraid. For the time being, priority has been given over to the conveyance of inventory. What? So this is as far as we can go? I apologize for the inconvenience. Please come again after our restructuring operation is concluded. So, alright, that's interesting. So that's how they restrict access. I was wondering this. Because... well, one thing that's probably similar to Shadowbringers in that regard is, and I think Stormblood was Stormblood exactly the same? Somewhat the same. Which is that they, they tease two areas with these first, two longer quest lines in the main story, but those areas are restricted, right? You only see, a third of them or something. And then you return there later on and see the rest during the main story. So I was wondering how they were going to do this, but yeah, that makes sense. By that time, it will be too late, and we were so close to getting answers. We need to rethink our approach. Let us step outside for the moment, shall we? It's quite the unusual exchange of words there, right in front of that guy. Students of Baldessian. Yeah, I think he kind of knows, or at least suspects what we were looking for, right? The forums must be wary of exposure indeed, to so heavily restrict the use of public institutions. If they're going to close off facilities, then they ought to announce it. The students must be furious. The Berinthos is constructed in the shape of a mortar. This upper layer is called the outer circuit, and the medial circuit lies one tier below us. We are at an impasse. As we have no other leads, I should like to pursue this one further. But I doubt that our stone-faced custodian will be swayed by heartfelt pleas. We must seek another means to access the lower levels. It is likely that the people in this area are involved in the restructuring in one way or another. If we were to ingratiate ourselves, they might allow us to accompany them on the lift. Let us ask around. Surely someone is in need of a few strong backs to lighten the load. Sorry, I still need to get accustomed to the headset. Oh right, I wanted to play Triple. I almost forgot. Wait, how many, where is it? Gold Salsa. Heart list? These are the special ones anyway, so these are the new ones then. 15... 19 cards. Alright, that's not that much actually. I mean, I suspect there's going to be a lot more, but... Who are you? I'm switching out materials that have been reclassified, but it seems some have been imbued with protective charms to prevent theft. I'll have to be careful. Nah, let's play Triple Triad instead. A spot of Triple Triad sounds lovely. I can use the cards I stored here. Unfortunately, I couldn't find instructions for the game itself, so you'll have to teach me as we go along. And still, I suspect she's going to be pretty good, or at least have some really rare cards. 3 open, same. Alright. Let's go with this then. No, she actually isn't. That's interesting. Maybe you can get the troll from her? Would be my guess. Bum 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 bum. It's got the Mist Dragon. Seriously? Nope. At least this makes sense for a change. Like, usually the new NPCs all have, like, really strong cards, or at least very rare cards or something, which doesn't really make any sense. But she's saying, you know, she doesn't know what she's doing, and she actually doesn't know what she's doing, so that's kind of a breath of fresh air, I guess, in this scenario. And she's still not giving up her card. I mean, of course not, but... That one's the most annoying one in her deck. Let's go with this one. Oh, yeah, I completely forgot the 2 6s there in the middle. I mean, not that it matters much, but... let's go with this. Why did she do that? Oh, shoot. I did not see that. Whoopsie. This is going to take a while. Oh no. Let's do this. Okay. Finally, troll card. Yeah, there it is. Alas, it appears I've lost. I wonder if there aren't some better cards stored here somewhere. Perhaps I'll ask my colleagues if they have any to trade. Troll card. This is all still the same item level, right? It's all 515, yeah. Need to keep a lookout when it's increasing, but I think it's going to take some time to get to that point. One sec. All right. Let's take a look at these side quests. I suspect that the ether current to the southeast might not be reachable just yet, but maybe there's could still be reachable. Ooh, striking dummies. Somebody else is practicing their new summoner rotation. Maybe I should do the same. Nah. Don't really need to. Oh. It's getting foggy again. Lightly built lab assistant. Oh, that's the one who's... Please tell me you're here to help. Oh, thank the stars. My supervisor came past not a moment ago and scooped up half the ore himself. I swear he's part forest troll, but even so, I don't think I can manage the rest without doing myself an injury. Listen, if I take this crate, do you think you could carry that other load? Once you have it settled into a comfortable grip, I'll lead us to where we need to go. I need to follow him as well. Whatever. Yeah, let's just do that. I can't just let him stand here. You will have 3 minutes to complete the task. Should you fail, return to... It's funny that they're still using these quests, right? I see you're no stranger to hauling heavy things about. Come on, let's get moving before my arms fall off. Oh, we're going there anyway. Well, that's convenient. Is that the... No, that's a... that's a mount. But the ether current needs to... has to be here somewhere, right? I think... that one should still be reachable. I'm pretty sure. Oh, there's a cave over there. Again, I'm really wondering how much of this is explorable. Like, it kind of looked like the opposite side of the map might not be fully explorable, but then again, might be. Really looking forward to seeing that. I mean, at least there's going to be a ton more once we return here at some point. Why are you so slow? Or I guess I just have long legs. Ooh, I need that one. Just the environmental sounds are also really great here. Nice. That ought to do it. Come on back to Archaon and I'll pay you what you're owed. Thanks, I can handle the rest from here. The worst of it is over. Okay. I guess so. So that's the Archaon. And it has like a really big structure beneath it. Alright. Let's see. I want to kill one of those birds. I wonder what that cave is. There are a couple of caves here. It actually seems to lead somewhere. Interesting. Chicken nugget! Attack! I really need to get used to this new playstyle. The fact that they reduce the cast time on Ruin and you weave with that, and yeah, it's still really foreign. But it's cool. I really like it. But that's also the whole thing with only being able to do the party buff and the personal shield while the carbuncle is out and not through the summons. It's really interesting because Titan, like the little chicken nugget, was only there for like about 1.5 GCDs or something, felt like. But it's a really odd timing. It's probably something you have to get used to. Right, and this chat tab, I don't even know how many I need to kill, but... I mean, yeah, only having this one attack during this phase is a bit boring, but... whatever. These also give XP, right? I think? If I remember correctly. Oh shit, I completely forgot. Wait, did it say... What did it say? Southwest. There. Alright. Pretty sure that you can get that. I hope. Maybe not. Oh, yeah. Whoopsie. Wait, how are you down there? To the west. Wait, what? Is it down there or up here? Maybe it's down there. Yeah. Well, that's unfortunate. And the different cast times is also something I need to get used to. You know what? Let's look at my trades. There has to be like a further Ruin Mastery? No. No? No? I have a feeling it doesn't mention anywhere how you actually get the Ruin Mastery thing. I haven't missed that somewhere. Oh, grants further ruin. I'm an idiot. So energy drain grants further ruin. Interesting. Okay. Huh. I didn't actually notice that before when I was looking at Summoner. Let's actually try this. You know what? Since we're already here. So this currently is just this really fast-paced attack, right? And then I get further ruin. And then that's obviously on the timer as well. I mean, you definitely need to get used to pressing so many different buttons, right? It's definitely a lot more different buttons than it was before. Alright, and then you have these ones. Which obviously, you know, the other skills I don't have currently. Ooh, that was really fast. Holy hell, that was actually really, really fast. Yeah. Alright, I think I get it now. It is good though. I like the direction they've taken Summoner in. I just think that it would have needed maybe a bit more interaction at a couple of places. I don't know. Remains to be seen, but I think it's still pretty good. Right, how the heck do I get up there? I think this way? 1 second. Let's see. Let's go this way. Everywhere you look, there is some kind of research facility here. It's actually kind of amazing, right? There are all these different buildings with, I'd imagine, a bunch of different ways in which they work and different purposes that they have. Still the same one. At least I think it is. Should be. Pasmarin Posturponics. Oh right, that's the thing the... Whoever gave me the quest mentioned before. Oh, yeah, there's a path. It almost feels like it changes weather more often in here. I wonder about that. Or maybe it's just a different lighting. I guess some of the zones here have like an added fog effect or something. Yeah, gods and scholars, don't sneak up on me like that. Can I help you? Ah, my employer sent you, did he? Well, he'll be pleased to know that I was able to purchase all his requested Far Eastern items of cultural significance. That pot there was one of them, but I was leery of simply handing it over. I think there's something alive inside. You tell me where this is, yes? Oh! Yeah, there is something alive inside, and I kind of know what it is. There, you heard that, didn't you? I knew it was my imagination. You seem a well-traveled sort. What sort of creature might we be dealing with here? It's an Amazu. Trust me. The sort you shouldn't keep trapped in pots. One which will feed the whole family. It's an Amazu. Trust me. Oh, you know your Namazu. Yes? Oh, right, that's an Namazu. You know your Namazu. Yes. I crawled into this comfy-looking pot for a nice nap, and before I knew it, I was whisked away on an adventure. Well, now that I'm here, I might as well make the most of my misfortune. See the sights, try the food, that sort of thing. Convey my pot to the nearest inn if you please. Yeah, sure, buddy. Seeing as our guest is so eager to stay, least I can do is sponsor his visit and help fill out the paperwork. Meanwhile, I would appreciate it if you could explain the situation to my employee. Sure, buddy. Why can't I click on it? When I closed my eyes, I did not expect to wake up in a different country. No. Okay. I suspect that the main scenario is leading me over there. I don't know why, but it seems very likely. One second. All right, let's get back over there. I do wonder why this is called a hatching a hatching canal. Like, I guess it's because there are some creatures here that lay eggs in it. I suspect something like that. Just a weirdly chosen name. Or maybe not, considering where we are. And what this place is for. Alright, let's see here. How do I get up there? I also really like the vegetation that they've built in here. It seems a lot more dense than in previous areas. Which is something that I think especially the Stormblood areas were a little bland in some places. I mean, of course it's sort of a stone desert, but yeah, I sometimes felt they could have used a bit more detail here and there, so it's really cool to see all these different plants and things. Oh, do I need to do something with them? Oh, right, it just takes a while to disappear, I guess. Alright. This one's done. I guess let's complete a quest first, and then... Right, I can actually take a look at the triple try card that I won, right? The Troll. An air-slain fiend of towering height, a troll's upper body is covered in bristly hairs, while its lower half is exposed skin, with the hardened appearance of pinecone. To the Rogaden of its home island, this beast is seen as a rite of passage, for those who can defeat one are granted license to board the longships. Interesting. Okay. Did you get it? Did you back the Goblin? Yes, I did. It was like, 10 meters from here. You could have done that. Oh, right. The problem was that he's not really good with weapons, I guess. Oh, praise the scholar. You see, I've been assigned to evaluate the dietary claims of a work entitled Coblin Cuisine, and have been about to prepare my first dish. How will it taste? Is it even edible? You, my friend, have made it possible for me to answer such questions. Thank you for your contribution to culinary science. Cool. It does seem like I get quite a lot of experience, but then again, I'm not entirely certain whether or not like how much there is between levels 81 and 82, right? So I always need to think about, well, the next dungeon's going to be 81. Yeah. I guess it's fine for now. Like, if I realize that I'm actually 3 levels above the main story, then, which I don't think will happen, but, at some point I might switch to a different job if I hand in these quests. What's that? Take you down on the lift with me. Sorry, but not a chance. I've been up and down all day, and only now have I finally found a spare moment to rest. I did see a cleaner fellow heading out the gate there, though, shouldering a large pack, engaged in some manner of task. Maybe he'll be headed down below after he's done with whatever it is he's doing. Okay. At least one thing that I like so far, although I know I'm praising the game very, very early on that particular topic, is that there's only like 4 or 5 side quests here. One problem that Shadowbringers had, in my opinion, was that there were these quest hubs that suddenly had 9 side quests or something, which obviously led to them not being shown on the minimap, which is really, really annoying if you want to do side quests, right? So I actually appreciate them not having like a ton of side quests here, but then again, that might change in later areas, I don't know. Did you catch up with the Gleaner? What did he have to say for himself? Are you telling me that Namazu are real? What the hell? How can you not know that? Have you ever been to the Far East? By the scholar! I thought the stories of such beings were just that. Stories. And now we have the chance to speak with one in the flesh. We really must house this visitor here in the Archaon and record the conversations for posterity. Oh yes, here, you've been very helpful. Now, if you don't mind, I have preparations to make. I'm not entirely sure if that's really going to be helpful. I'm talking to a Namazu all day. But if you want, I'm glad you came along when you did. I can't be holding ore all day, and my colleague is not exactly built for hard labor. The estate Stallers is where we store our mineral deposits, you see, and it is our job to field and fill requests from our fellow researchers, but we're not equipped to process orders of that quantity, especially if the Central Circuit keeps sending up requisition papers at the same frenzied pace. We'll run out of stock before long, assuming our backs don't give out first. Anyway, you're not here to listen to me gripe. Take your wages and good work. Amused student. Am I taking the lift? Oh, no, we're just students. They won't let us into the Archaon, even though we found... Actually, we have no idea what it is we found. There's no record of such a creature anywhere. But it was wandering around Tranquility, and so we thought to donate it to the vault. Whoa. Squeal, squeal. Oddest little squeal, don't you think? Anyway, I suppose we'll have to take care of it until the Archaon is open again. What the hell? Okay. But I guess... Please do take care of it. I don't know if that's such a good idea to keep it in that particular box. Oh, right. Search for the pack-bearing gleaner. I think I might know where he is. Just a hunch. Bum 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 bum. Iron Bill. Quiet. Frighten it away. Ah, it's you again. I don't mean to be rude, but I'm in the middle of another task. The Cloudkin, I need to capture is close. Very close. Huh? You wish to help me with this too. You spent your time in unusual ways, my friend. Still, two hunters are generally better than one. Very well. The canal here is a common gathering spot for birds of all kinds, but the one I'm after today is the hornbill. Its feathers are green and its cry a distinctive caw. Single it out and shoot it with this sleeping dart. Oh, another one of these. The effects are short-lived, so I'll lie in wait down by the riverbank to climb our quarry. Be sure to hit the right one. From here, right? Search your surroundings for the hornbill. You may move the camera as well, zoom in and out. Hornbill with a caw sound. Yeah. Okay. Caw, caw. Large red bird. Walk, walk. Cool. Wait, there are two making caws. I'm gonna look for the green bird which caws. Seriously. Nice. I somehow have the feeling that I'm not advancing the main story all that much currently, but it's not a big deal. I really like doing these. It's very, very cool getting immersed in the environment.
A fair shot.
This is voiced?
Nicely done. Let me truss this one up and I'll make my way over to you.
That's a really cool voice.
There you are.
Oh, sorry.
Any new revelations? So you met with that gleaner again, this time to capture a hornbill. I understand catching and bringing in creatures from the outside, but what's the point of chasing after ones already here?
Oh, it's a simple thing, really.
Is it?
Occasionally, we remove specimens no longer needed for study, or those we've had difficulty raising. But we can't simply turn them loose. Safely returning such creatures to their native habitats is another facet of a gleaner's duties.
Alright. Guess that makes sense.
But not in this case, I'm afraid. I've been asked to bring the bird below.
The restricted section in the lower levels of Labyrinthos. Open only to a select few researchers hand-picked by the Forum. The projects down there are the subject of rumor and hearsay. Forbidden magics. Advanced technologies that can never be allowed to fall into outside hands. Even Archons are not privy to the truth.
That seems... Well, I guess... Well, yeah, it's dangerous, but... You know, it does make sense to an extent to do that, because... Otherwise, if somebody else would find out about these things, then you would be prepared to know what they might have done, right?
Those who are, the researchers involved in this secretive work, are not permitted to walk freely in the city, and are instead required to live in isolated quarters.
That seems rather harsh, though. I guess you have to dedicate your life to that, right?
What could a facility subject to such strict security protocols possibly need with a hornbill? An experiment?
Possibly. I wasn't afforded an explanation.
Huh.
But judging by the requisition list given to me and my colleagues, I doubt it's for any kind of advanced research. I'd be more inclined to believe we were making preparations to migrate to the south. Mericidia or thereabouts.
What? Wait, what? We were making preparations to migrate to the south? Wait, what would that do?
What? Why would you say that?
Much of the flora and fauna we were asked to procure could serve as reliable sources of sustenance.
Okay.
They're comparatively hardy species, too, able to endure harsh climates. And among them are specimens known to be effective in improving soil quality and purifying water.
Huh.
When you put it that way, migration does sound like a reasonable assumption.
But why? Wouldn't Mericidia be subject to the same final days as the rest of the world? I mean, I know that it's fairly far south, but even the Alligans were able to successfully invade there, so why wouldn't some, like, monumental threat like the final days be able to reach somebody there? Or could there be yet another purpose?
That's all it is, though. An assumption. Through our tasks, we gleaners glimpse only bits and pieces of the Forum's plans. Our prime concern is that our requisitions, be they living or otherwise, are properly preserved for the knowledge of future generations. Now, I really must be going. I regret that I cannot reward you as you deserve.
It's fine.
Perhaps you might reward us after a fashion, then. It is imperative that we reach the lower levels. And seeing as you are already set to descend with your assigned cargo, mayhap we could accompany you as your assistants.
I don't know if that would work with so many people, though, right? I mean...
I'm afraid that won't be possible. Once the animals have been prepared for transport, we send them down separately via the lift. I will, of course, follow after to make my report, but I can hardly pass you off as porters when there's nothing left to carry.
Indeed. Pray forget I said anything.
Huh.
How do you feel about climbing? If you've strength and the courage to brave it, then there is another way down.
Oh?
This path leads to the 33rd facet, a mine shaft excavated during one of our expansions of Labyrinthos. While I cannot guarantee that the passage is safe to traverse, it should provide access to the medial circuit below.
I never even knew such a place existed. Thank you. This is the perfect solution.
Is it, though? I mean, as soon as we emerge on the lower levels, wouldn't somebody get suspicious?
You're quite welcome, but consider yourselves warned. If the going proves too treacherous, you do well to turn back. I bid you good day.
Interesting.
Well, turning back is hardly an option, not when we've come this far. Let's go and take a look at this mine shaft.
Okay, then. I kind of wanted to go back and turn in my quests, but I guess at this point I just keep them for now. I mean, I suspect that we'll have to return to the entrance of Labyrinthos at some point. I don't know. I mean, I've turned in most quests. I think there's only like 2 that were left. Yeah, a couple more. I don't know, you think there's going to be other quests down there? I didn't actually expect this to go on this long. Well, then again... guess it makes sense. Let's see here. Let's at least explore the mine shaft. There are a couple of mine shafts here, though, so... There are peeing? Okay. Well, let's see what this is about then, I guess. I never would have noticed this cave on my own. Thank the scholar that Aaronwell knew of it, and that you were there to persuade him to share. I mean, it's not exactly hard to see. I took a quick peek inside, but it's awfully dark in there. The medial circuit, which Aaronwell mentioned, is the tier directly below us. Unlike the lowest level of Labyrinthos, with its rigid security, one can usually roam the middle layer quite freely. Let us see what we might find. This must be it, the entrance to the mineshaft. It is faint, but I hear something moving within. Creatures homed there by the researchers, you think? Well, slavering beasts aside, we will need to watch our footing. We should tighten our straps and such before we continue. Okay. The medial circuit. Assuming everyone's tightened their straps and checked their gear, then I say we head on in. Given the terrain ahead, though, it might be wise to leave some distance between us. We don't want to be stumbling over each other if it comes to a fight. Take it slow and don't forget to check your surroundings from time to time. We can meet up again at the other end of the tunnel. Oh. I was wondering what that weird sound was, and it's a car driven around. Alright. Is that a full gear set? No. I'm missing hands. The 33rd facet. I guess that means that's the 33rd mineshaft that they've uncovered or something. This is quite large. This I did not expect. I thought this was only going to be like a small thing. Small cave. Apparently not. This is rather big. Let's see here then. The Garuda thing is quite fun because it's so fast, right? It's almost, I mean, it doesn't feel similar to the Tempest, obviously. Here, there's nothing in here really, but at the same time, sort of the premise of going down, discovering new things, sort of the same. It's quite a large way as well. Another big, like, these caves are much bigger than I would have expected them to be. Interesting. It's also a rather ominous, like, wind sound. Soundscape's really cool. Really. They don't even break my shield. I mean, it's really interesting, right? So he said that they excavated this in order to... well, he didn't actually say that, but we can assume that they excavated this in order to be able to store more things down here. Maybe it's so big because it's not only, like, it's not entirely built by them, right? Maybe it was, maybe they specifically excavated a couple of mine shafts because they knew that behind them were large caves that were left over from the volcano. That might be a thing, right? Ooh. It's a pretty steep wall. I don't think you would be able to actually venture down this. Well, down maybe, but certainly not up in a real-life scenario. There's a fishing spot down here. The medial circuit. That mineshaft was infested with mithril caps. Some sort of research project, I wonder? I suppose they are a most unusual creature. Why did they develop such long limbs when all they do is shuffle about narrow tunnels? A good question, I guess. I was being careful, I swear. The slope was steeper than I thought, and I lost my footing for a moment, that's all. I'm not injured if you don't count my pride. The slope was rather steep. I was saying the same thing, Kryle. Did you know Kryle almost took a tumble back there? She can't possibly still be dizzy from the lift. Still hinting at something more going on with Kryle, though. Everyone seems to have made it through without incident. Nothing of consequence, at least. And as promised, the tunnel has delivered us into the medial circuit. As I recall, this tier is where they keep a wide variety of samples for agricultural production. If Ehrenwald's assumption holds true, that specimens are being collected in preparation for a great migration, then we should see evidence of such plans in the area's research projects. Let's follow the path to the nearest farming facility and see what we see. See what we can see. Alright. That's a big wall. Yeah, I wonder if the area continues beyond that. Or if it's an actual wall of the area. Oh, right. That means I can, in fact, actually get... Oh, shit. Wait. What? Was there a wind current in that tunnel? Northeast? That's a huge wall. Or is that in fact somewhere else? What are those? Genomos? Genomos? You look weird. You also make weird sounds. Bye-bye. Looks pretty impressive from down here too. Like, you suddenly realize how far you've gone, right? Because isn't that the Archaeon? Wow. Oh, these are 81. That's interesting. To the east. Yeah, I fear that was actually either in the cave or somewhere close to that. Nah, whatever. I can still get it. As soon as the MSQ leads me back out here, I'll just, you know, do the rest of the stuff. It'll be fine. Oh, so, yeah, these are some of the fields then. Aha! Now I know where we are. This is Mariel Agronomics. Labyrinthos is host to a wide variety of vegetation, which allows us to conduct studies on cultivation methods utilized in foreign lands. And it is this facility which coordinates and oversees those efforts. The fruits of their research go to feed their Labyrinthos colleagues, or so I hear. While notable successes might make it to the Agora, foods so exotic you'd be hard-pressed to guess their origin, let alone how they might taste. Indeed, mystery vegetables without a name, only a list of nutritional benefits scribbled on a card. I see no gleaners hereabouts, yet these workers seem to share the same sense of urgency. 'Tis possible they know something of the Forum's plans and their underlying motivations. Worth looking into, wouldn't you say? It is indeed. See what you can coax from the workers. The rest of us will do the same or cast about for useful clues. What are those? Why are there so many? Oh, that's a fate. Do I want to do that? I don't know. Do I want to do a fate? I actually, you know what? When I play the next time, before actually doing anything, I'll probably go over the hotbars of my paladin, so that I'll actually be able to change to a different job if I want to get experience on some other jobs, right? But then again, I don't need to do fates right now. There'll be plenty of time for that at a later date. These look like pumpkins of some sort. The goods we grow here are something of an agricultural wonder. We've crossbred varieties from all across the realm to create pumpkins that are sweet, sizable, and rich in nutrients. Okay. If there's this much research like this going on, then I feel like our world should almost be more advanced than it is, right? A field full of ripe vegetables being left to rot on the vine. Not a single picker hard at work. Clearly procuring readily available fresh food is not the Forum's priority. So it's only for research, huh? They don't care whether or not they actually get fruit from it. What's that frog doing here? Why, certainly, rabbit! Okay. Yeah, how do they... Like, where did the frogs come from? Why are there frogs here? No two corners of the world cultivate the land in the same way. My research involves poring over the many texts gathered by the gleaners to produce something altogether greater than the sum of its parts. Great. How do I get on top of that building? Oh, it's not often you meet someone here who so obviously doesn't belong. Can I help you with something? For now at least, I am the second most important person in this facility. Now, you may think I am shirking my duties, but even at this very moment, I am envisioning how I can improve our methods. Gazing upon this watermill calms my heart and clears my mind of unnecessary thoughts, leaving room only for brilliant ideas. Even so, inspiration takes time, and today it seems to be slower in the coming than usual. And what kind of place is this? Mariel Agronomics is where the finest agricultural minds gather to research plant specimens from around the realm and the methods by which to cultivate them. The plants grown here are also used to feed the people working in Labyrinthos. Straight from our fields to their tables, fresh as fresh can be. Okay. Oh, I need to speak with a couple of people. Alright. I am from the studium, here to gain practical knowledge of how to cultivate fungi. Being in the outdoors does have its advantages over the stuffy stacks of books. Well, I mean, technically it's not the outdoors, but I guess I get the point. Even here they have the automatons. It's funny. What are you doing here? What crops are we raising? Well, as you can see, this one is a variety of grape. Only needs a good source of sunlight to grow, and the conditions here are nothing short of perfect. Hardly surprising given that it's native to a particular locale in the very place upon which Labyrinthos was modeled, a region in the south of Ilsabard. Oh! Interesting. It boasts remarkable habitat diversity, allowing for myriad flora and fauna to thrive. Chilly peaks in the north give way to swaths of temperate plains, which in turn transition into a hot, humid coastline. Such bountiful territory is ever contested, as you might expect. It used to be called Corvus before the Imperials renamed it Locus Amonis. Right, that's where Grahati is from. Ah. The forum serves not as a prize, however, but as a researcher's ideal environment, one whose climates we strove to recreate within the confines of Labyrinthos. It since provided a rich foundation for countless experiments in cultivation. Okay. That looks a bit more complicated to actually get up there. Ruba Epocon. Of course, the light of the artificial sun is not so brilliant as the real one. However, it allows us to grow crops without having to worry about inclement weather or changing seasons, making the results of experimentation much more consistent. You have ought to be taken down below? More than I can carry and then some. Most of our stock is sent off via the cargo lift, but some has been earmarked for aerial transport. Hence the stack of crates atop that hill over there. God, hauling the lot up that slope was a job and a half. Yeah, I don't know if I can even speculate at what they're trying to achieve here. And so you've spent years researching these high-yield cultivation techniques. How do I get up there? I guess I'd somehow have to get on top of that ring, right? Now the question is, how do you do that? Hmm. That's a big of a wide gap, right? So... Interesting. Let's see this first. I'm told this card holds the harvest meant for the larders here. Nothing out of the ordinary. Okay. Jepka. Oh, hello there. We weren't expecting visitors, not with use of the lift being restricted. How did you make it down here anyway? The mineshaft, you say? Well, you're a much hardier soul than I. Under normal circumstances, I'd reward such tenacity with a guided tour of the fields, but I'm afraid the forum has us filling order lists a mile long. Massive yet detailed requests, literal wagon loads of crop samples, and hardly any time to put them together. When I first heard of this grand reorganization, I assumed we would be shuffling around old stock to make room for the new. Then came the orders for ridiculous quantities of seeds we've already thoroughly researched. Passing strange, eh? I pressed for an explanation and was met with vague assurances that all would be revealed in due course. Not the most satisfying answer. It does indeed sound like they're trying to build up resources for something. Wait, how the hell are you supposed to go to get on that thing? The north. I think that's the one that I was looking at before, right? Wait, where am I supposed to go? Investigate the stacked boxes. They're over here, right? A stack of crates on the hill is going below. That sounds promising. I'll gather the others and join you there. But there still isn't really a way to get onto the building, though. Unless I'm missing something else? Can you ride the water wheel? Is that a possibility? Can't really go through there. Let's see. 130. Let's get this first. Although, wait. Where is this supposed to be? Yeah, that's kind of strange. How are you supposed to get up there? There has to be a trick to that. I don't think it's from somewhere else. Oh, there it is. Shit. Should have just stayed down in the river. Oh, whatever. I don't mind running around these zones. They're really, really cool. Yeah, I don't know. Are you supposed to maybe actually take the water wheel up? There isn't really any connection or any kind of way to then jump over to the building, right? This ether current is also rather unusual because it's so out of beaten path. Unless there's, I don't know, another reason why we go here at some point. Well, at least I've got it now. Southeast. Yeah, that's the one that I think I missed in the cave. Probably. I really like the Garuda face. It just being so fast. It's really cool. Alright, let's try to figure this out. I mean, technically it's also... well, you would be able to jump. To jump down onto the building. But... I'm not entirely sure. I mean, you can't really... Or are you just... I mean, technically you could probably just get it with flying, right? Maybe you're not supposed to get it right now? Although it's kind of an odd location to put something like that, right? If it's only if you only would be able to get it by flying up there. But to be completely honest, I don't really see any other way. I mean, there isn't really anything to jump up in terms of the building. And you also can't get onto the ring spire thing. Let's just continue. I'll get that at a later date. I know it's kind of unfortunate. Always when you see these things, you kind of want to get them, but I honestly think you really can't. At least not immediately. Whatever. Let's continue with the MSQ for now. Yes, let's take the path first. So a lot of people here. To the west, alright? So that's definitely a different one. The labels on these crates tell the story of the contents. Bundles of common seeds and saplings accompanied by sheaves of reports. Oh. What?
Hard to look away, isn't it? But they're more than pretty flowers. Heart blooms are attuned to ambient emotion.
Okay.
You don't seem convinced, but believe me, it's true. This ashen grey, for instance, it mirrors the anxiety and urgency of those working nearby as they rush to fulfill sudden orders. Intense feelings like those spur the petals to change colour. Bright glowing hues in the presence of joy, dark subdued shades for frustration or despair.
Okay, so they're, I guess, they tune themselves to some form of ether or ambient ether around them, I guess.
Yet even with the collected wisdom of Sharlayan at our disposal, we've yet to identify the underlying principle of this empathic effect.
Huh.
And there are other mysteries besides. Although the flower is extraordinarily long-lived, its low reproductive rate has made it difficult to find younger populations growing in the wild. With too few sightings to map its distribution, and no closely related species to track, we've been unable to pinpoint its land of origin.
That is rather strange, okay?
To further complicate matters, every culture, even dimly aware of its existence, has given it a different name and mythos. Our attempts to study it via the historical record have been an exercise in frustration. As an avid botanist myself, I should one day like to unravel the Heartbloom's secrets. But I'm afraid other duties must take precedence. I will leave you to your thoughts.
Huh. It's a weird flower. Why does it grow here specifically? It's just a coincidence?
Have you learned aught of interest?
There's a very interesting flower here.
A flower that reacts to one's feelings? Strange. I must say, I have never heard of such a thing.
This theme.
This is all very fascinating. But as it stands, we fail to gain any significant insight into the Forum's undertaking.
Indeed. While there is certainly enough activity to support Erenville's supposition that a priority has been placed on improving food production, unfortunately for our investigation, these workers were never informed as to how their duties serve the master plan.
Well, obviously not.
If only we could interrogate the Forum members directly.
I don't know if that's such a great idea.
Isn't that the entrance to the Archaean?
Archaean.
Look, there. I think that's Erenville.
A little difficult to tell from here, but I think you're right. He did say he was coming down to make his report.
Erenville receives his orders from the Forum. Would it not follow, then, that the superior to whom he reports is a Forum member? Or at least a close associate?
That might be a good point, yeah. But I don't like... Seeing as we've not really been met with kindness when it comes to the Forum, I don't think that they'll actually talk to us about what they are up.
You mean to eavesdrop on their conversation? What of the risks?
Oh, well, yeah, I didn't think of that. I thought we would just like directly try to talk to them, but yeah, of course we can just do that as well.
Ours alone to bear. We won't interfere with Erenville's work, nor will he be implicated as an accomplice.
I hope so.
If you're not comfortable taking part, I can do this alone.
Nay. I said myself that I wished to know Father's intentions. And no answers will be forthcoming should we simply ask nicely.
True.
We can apologize later, should it come to it. Right now, we need every crumb of information we can get our hands on. Consequences be damned.
It might be best if you came along as well. In fact, we should all...
Kyle?
Cryle?
Oh, yes. That certainly sounds like a plan.
I'm glad you agree.
Quickly! Erenville is on the move. We need to get closer before we lose him.
What's up with this flower, though? That you can't, like... I mean, that it's sort of empathetic towards the surrounding or ambient ether or something, that's one thing, but not being able to draw your focus away from them is something else entirely, isn't it?
Almost. I can almost reach you.
What? What the hell is she talking about? It gets stranger by the minute. Combined with this weird music. Feels wrong to spy on Erenville, helpful as he's been, but what other choice do we have? Let's get after him already. We've waited too long as it is. Forgive me, my attention has been elsewhere. We were following Erenville, weren't we? Kryle's still feeling unwell. I've never seen her so distracted. Keep an eye on her, but keep moving too. We cannot let our quarry slip away. Oh, those are lifts too, now that I see it more closely. I thought that the other things coming down from the ceiling were supportive structures or something, but they're also lifts, I think. Erenville is headed westwards along the path outside the Archaon. Come, we can still catch him. Wait, how do I get down there? This path seemingly just ends here? Let's just jump down. I'd always want to run around the edge. So this is where we were before. Ether current is somewhat to the west, so that has to be close to where we're supposed to go, right? I still really love this zone. It has such a special quality to it, right? Almost like Azizla or something similar, but just with the completely different... Because it has such a different intention, right? Because it's almost familiar. Obviously, we've never been here before, as the Warrior of Light at least, but... it's... Because it's so friendly, right? I mean, obviously there are enemies here, but it's so different to, for example, the areas in Shadowbringers, right? Where they were really oppressive and dark for the most part. Well, literally light, not dark, but definitely very oppressive, right? Whereas this one is just sort of fun and interesting to explore, and it almost feels like an extension of the city above, right? Not just like not an open world zone like that, which I really like. Okay. Another one to the west. That might be further down though. That looks interesting. So that's all sort of warded off, right? I suspect those are some kind of security fences around them. Wait, I ran way too far, I think. Didn't I? Let's see. I think I need to get to the other bridge. Where does he make his report? We've fallen too far behind, and this damn mist won't help matters. It's not a really strong one, but alright. It seems Ishtola wishes to have a word with us. I can still hear it. What can you hear, Kryl? Talk to us! It doesn't help if you don't tell us what's going on. Hold on a moment, I have an idea. If memory serves, that colossal wall-like structure is Logisticon Beta, one of Labyrintha's climate control centers. So there's two of them, I guess? It should have its own lifts, with which one could access the upper or lower tiers. If I were an agent of the Forum, it would make for a convenient meeting place. But even if we happen to find Erenville in the company of said agent, we cannot expect them to reveal issues of importance as we nonchalantly stroll past. Nay, shall have to remain undetected. If only Graha and his vanish spell were here. Oh, but there are other ways of turning invisible. Whoa. Yeah, I kind of suspected this was where this was going. Hippity hop, my little toads. Goodness. Unaccustomed to transfiguration? Worry not, it will wear off with the passage of time. Certainly hope so. I suggest you and your green companions hop along and catch up with Erenville. Should you feel the magic's fading, return to me and I will refresh the enchantment. And what am I to do in the meantime? Wait here with me. In your current state of mind, you'd be as likely to leap into the jaws of a predator as you would learn anything of note. Which reminds me, were the creatures hereabouts? In that form, you were essentially defenseless. You've changed into a toad. You must remain transfigured in order to progress with quest objectives. You will return from your transfigured status if you move too far away. Look to your map for the transfiguration's area of effect. Speak with Ishtola to restore or prolong the transfiguration. Okay. 29 minutes. What? Mikasoma sits... Alright, this is actually brilliant. This is actually brilliant. Mikasoma still sits on my shoulder. That's incredible. Ribbit! 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 Alfie Toad and Alley Toad are now accompanying you. Keep them at your side in order to proceed with your quest objectives. You can leave your quest companions behind by entering a different area. Yeah, I know. Alfie Toad and Alley Toad. Alright, and then the red area is the transfiguration effect. There's gonna be a lot of toads running this way. This is brilliant. Especially that Midgasoma still sits on your shoulder as a toad. That's incredible. It's quite a long way. Couldn't we have done the transfiguration somewhere closer? That's the end, I guess? Discuss your surroundings. Ribbit? 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 Alfie Toad attempts and fails to shake his head, but you nevertheless understand that he is telling you this is the wrong way. Oh. Ribbit? 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 Alley Toad turns to face the north. Perhaps she is suggesting you cross the bridge. Yeah, how are we supposed to get up there? Is the red circle including the other bridge? I mean, we can just go here. I think that's the easier way. Yeah. There is a bunch of creatures here, though. Definitely fits well with the music. I hope there isn't something else here. It's actually quite scary seeing all the toads sitting here. Alright, this is fun. That's a member of the forum, correct?
I trust you will find your compensation to be more than satisfactory. We wish to make clear that we are pleased with the efficiency and thoroughness of your work. So much so that we have come bearing new tasks in need of your competent hand.
Another lengthy list. If I may speak frankly, the Gleaners have been pushed to the point of collapse by your unending demands. We are not familiars to be exploited. We are Sharlayan scholars, and we deserve an explanation for this unseemly treatment. What warrants such urgency?
In an age long past, Sharlayan was charged with a momentous duty.
In an age long past?
And now that word of the final days hangs heavy in the air, the time has come for us to fulfill that charge.
Okay.
I can say no more, but I promise you this. All will be revealed in due course. And when it has, you will understand that your toil was in service to the greatest good.
Oof, well, that sentence there at the end is really ominous.
Then I will do your bidding. For now. But unless you wish the Gleaners to rise up in protest, I advise you to offer tangible improvements for our working conditions. Your promised revelation does nothing to address present circumstances.
That's true.
A fair point. Your concerns will be conveyed to the Forum.
I think he knows what's up.
I hope that was informative. You may consider my debt to you repaid in full. While I do have my reservations about the Forum, I want to believe that they have our best interests at heart. Which is why I'm reassured that you're busy sniffing out the truth of things. We can ill afford to place all our eggs in one basket, this master plan of theirs, without first understanding the risks involved.
Why isn't he a member of the Forum? I feel like he's much more intelligent in a certain way.
Wait! How did you know it was us?
If you mean to impersonate a toad, try studying the real thing. And don't try to fool an expert.
Well, yeah, well, it's got a point. I mean, we were rather sitting a bit too interested in affairs on that patch of grass, right? I guess a toad wouldn't look that interested in whatever was going on around her. Our toad performance needs work, apparently. I'll have to pay more attention the next time I see one. I suppose we should have known a gleaner who specializes in animal procurement would not be so easily deceived. Yet he seemed inclined to put his trust in us all the same. More importantly, perhaps, we've discovered a new piece of the puzzle, this momentous duty the Forum agent mentioned. Sharlayan has been called to action, and the Telofroy's declaration was the catalyst. Whatever charge it is they hope to fulfill, they deem it of sufficient import to disrupt all of Labyrinthos, not to mention ignore Eorz's request for aid. Ooh, level 81! So, well... I mean, as far as I know, at least, Sharlayan might have been keeping secrets in terms of what's supposed to happen to the star, right? I mean, I think people were speculating that at some point the Asians told some Sharlayan scholars what, at least a part of the greater plan of the rejoining or something like that. Maybe they actually didn't tell them about the rejoining. Maybe it's more that, I guess... I mean, while the Asians tried to rejoin the shards, at the same time, at least up until this point, I think that whatever threat there was at the final days, it wasn't fully defeated, right? I was speculating about that when I looked back at the cutscenes with Renard in patch 5.2. Because what I was thinking about is that I think one of the reasons why they opposed Zodiark summoning was not only his methods, but also that it wouldn't really actually address whatever threat there was during the final days, right? And the reason for why the creation magic erupted in chaos. So whatever happened back then, this particular threat must still exist in some form or another. Which then also means, I mean, at least I think, wouldn't it be logical if Emmett Silk, Elidibus, and La Habrea would have not only tried to rejoin the shards, but at the same time keep a lookout for the same problem occurring again, right? The same threat appearing again. So maybe what I'm thinking about here is that they specifically built Sharlayan in order to have a means to sort of save the star in case it happened again. Or at least save some of its inhabitants, right? Because, I mean, think about it, right? In order for the rejoinings to actually happen, there has to be ether left on the source, right? The source still has to be, well, I mean, it still has to inhabit living beings and all that, right? Otherwise, I'd imagine that the ether from one of the shards that they're trying to rejoin wouldn't be able to actually rejoin with source, right? So, wouldn't there be... there definitely has to be a reason where they specifically thought that maybe that threat of the final days could be coming back before they're able to rejoin the shards. And maybe Sharlayan was sort of their, like an idea of a safe or a backup in case something went wrong. I don't know if that would make sense though, because Sharlayan in and of itself wouldn't really be able to do anything about that. Again, I mean, I don't think that they're actually planning to go to Mericidia. Maybe it just looks like it. But I think, again, it wouldn't really be helpful because the whole star would have the same problem, essentially, right? The final days encompass the whole star. So just moving to Mericidia wouldn't actually do anything. Now, having said that, maybe they actually have a plan to move to the moon? Maybe that's... because there are facilities on the moon from the Asians, and maybe that's their idea of a backup? I don't know, that seems like a bit of too much speculation, though. It seems a bit too far out there, to be quite honest. A guide of sorts. What duty could warrant the direct involvement of the Forum, the commitment of all its resources? Judging by what we just heard, none of the Gleaners were offered any kind of explanation. At this point, it seems abundantly clear that we'll learn nothing new by pressing them further. We should head back to Stola and Cry for the moment, see what they think of this. Southwest. Let's try and grab that, actually. There don't seem to be any more side quests down here, which would kind of make sense considering that we'll probably return here at some point. Oh, there it is. Alright. Southeast, yeah, that was the one that I saw before, or not saw, but that the compass showed me before. Must be down there somewhere. That's Valega, definitely. This seems to be the edge of the zone, though, right? If I see that correctly, yeah. So just as I thought, it actually doesn't... The zone itself doesn't extend all the way back there, which does make sense because it's, you know, it's not really important. Just more of the same, I guess. Still a very beautiful zone. Again, I'm absolutely behind the idea of this zone being this research facility of Old Sharlayan, and not just some random outdoor zone, right? Definitely want to finish the quests though. All the toads still sitting here. It's so funny that they actually put you into the cutscene as a toad. I mean, it makes sense, obviously, but it just looks very funny. You see them all sitting there. Do you think we have to go back through the cave? I mean, I kind of want to anyway, because I think I missed an ether current there, but yeah. That's still the same one. That's the only thing that I don't like about the ether compass. I actually really like the wind currents, or ether currents, but I don't like that the compass shows you the ones that you can't reach at that point in the story. That's a bit annoying. I mean, it's fairly obvious which ones they are, but at the same time, you know, would be nice for it not to be the case. Where's Cryle? It's funny how normal the forest seems now. As a toad, it was all so much more ominous and threatening. Where's Cryle? I was asking the same thing, Alphino. Welcome back. I trust you found Aaronwall then? Interesting. I had a feeling you would learn something important, even if that something was simply a confirmation that no one knows much of anything. We should share this with Cryle, then discuss how we'd like to proceed. Assuming we find her back at the farm, she was still behaving oddly, so I bade her return and rest there. Perhaps not the best decision in hindsight. Would you mind checking near those flowers she was so entranced by? The rest of us can survey the more distant areas, just in case she decided to wander. And what's up with those flowers? I mean, if they're sort of empathetic towards ether, then maybe they can also connect to other places, or, well, not really connect to other places, but especially for someone with the echo, maybe they would actually be able to show you memories, right? Memories of people whose ether they have partially absorbed, I guess. But we can definitely go into the middle of this thing. At a later point, that is. It's rather a large search area. I guess she would be back where the flowers were? Where was that exactly? I think it was up this hill, right? Yeah, there are a couple of new side quests. That's fine. There she is.
for you. The spell will keep it from wilting.
For me?
She said you would need it for the journey ahead.
Oh.
Will you speak with her now? I cannot hope to match Minfilia's clarity, of course, but...
So Heidelin was trying to reach me through Cryle?
Thank you. Do not worry. She has lent me her body for only a moment.
Yeah, but then how were you able to communicate with me before as a almost normal person?
Just as I could not save the first from the flood of light, it has become arduous for me to interact with the physical world without assistance. Though I might converse with you for a time, the incorporeal form I assumed on the ship would be incapable of casting even the simplest enchantment. It is in the depths of the ethereal sea, the place to which all life returns, where my influence is greatest.
Why, though?
After Minfilia's sacrifice on the first, it was to the sea, here in the source, where I ferried her soul. I wished that gentle spirit to find rest in the world she loved so well. Her, and another who may yet have a part to play, though that will depend on you.
Another?
Take the flower. Walk free, for you are free to go where you wish, to believe what you will. That bloom will be your guide, test and proof of your conviction. In darkness, seek joy. Surrender not to sadness, and see beyond despair. Walk free, and bear the light for others to follow. Together, raise it aloft and let it shine, till the end, blinding and radiant.
That was all too brief. Already she seems so far away. My apologies if I startled you. Ever since we began our descent into Labyrinthos, I had sensed another's will, straining to reach out. Even with my particular talents, though, I was unable to make a connection at first, so weak and tenuous it was. Once I took hold of that wispy thread. Imagine my surprise to discover it was Heidelin herself. Needless to say, it seemed wise to learn what we could before letting go. Her answers were more cryptic than I would have liked, but at least she left us with a guide of sorts, that unusual flower. Yes, we are definitely making progress.
I don't know if I share
You
your
can't be
enthusiasm.
serious. We've done nothing wrong.
Uh-oh. That doesn't sound too great. That light was ominous. Oh, hello there.
Master Fortuno, what business has the Forum with us?
Obstruction and suppression, apparently.
Why is it... what? This music?
Mistress Baldessian, our records show you facilitated the Scions' entrance into Sharlayan by claiming them as assistants for your organization.
And you didn't like that? Weird.
We are aware of your investigations. After alerting the major institutions to the presence of potential troublemakers, we received word from an Archean custodian. A group operating under the auspices of the students, skulking about Labyrinthos and engaging in clandestine behavior.
Clandestine? We may not have entered Sharlayan as Scions, but we did naught to conceal our identities. Our only purpose in this city is to seek the truth. I can think of no reason why our actions should warrant the Forum's intervention.
Really, Alphino? No reason?
'Tis not our way to discourage the pursuit of knowledge, but the timing of such pursuits must be considered, not to mention their potential impact. With the world in chaos, we, the true caretakers of wisdom, have committed ourselves to an undertaking that demands the utmost discretion. And we will not risk its success by turning a blind eye to disruptive foreign elements in our midst.
What, then, is to be our fate? Will you put us on a ship back to Eorzea?
The Forum will convene to examine your case. The results of said inquiry will determine your future in this city.
Great.
As for your absent companion, he has already been detained.
Absent companion?
Grah! But why? Is reading a crime now, too?
Reading is encouraged, celebrated even. Not, however, of the volumes shelved in the restricted section of the library.
Refusing to comply will only make matters worse. Let us instead treat this as an opportunity to open a dialogue with the Forum.
But I guess so. At least they're talking to us.
Silence is often one's best defense. I would advise against prolonging the proceedings with frivolous discourse.
You would, but I'm not.
But enough. This is not the place for debate. The rostra await.
I was sent straight there. I want to do the other side quests. Shit, should have done them before. With this music, holy shit, you would think they are the devil or something. It's still, I don't think that they're particularly clever with the way they're going about it though, right?
Forgive me.
I really like how it looks.
I was careless.
We would have been detained regardless. This way, at least, we managed to stay together. I trust your time within the Forbidden Archives was well spent.
Well, then we have what we...
The Forum will come to order!
What we wanted to be here for, right?
This inquiry is now in session. As Speaker-elect, I will be presiding over the day's proceedings. Master Fortuno, would you be so kind as to restate the matter which compelled you to summon your colleagues with such urgency?
Still this music.
As you are all aware, we recently denied Eorzea's request for Sharlayan assistance. Since then, certain individuals dissatisfied with our decision have taken it upon themselves to interfere with our work.
We haven't interfered, we just want to know what the fuck you're doing.
They entered our nation masquerading as associates of the students of Baldessian. But these malcontents are better known as the Scions of the Seventh Dawn. These militants wield influence with both the Eorzean and Eastern alliances, and are inextricably involved with the crises presently afflicting the world at large. Loose in our city, these warmongers sought to meddle with and expose matters of state secret. What are they, if not a dire threat to be expelled?
Strong case there.
You have tarnished the good name of the students. Galuf would be ashamed.
Galuf Baldessian was never one to forsake his fellow man. Even if this nation closed every door and retreated from the world, he would have found a way to help the Scions, help every soul of this star fight back against the coming doom.
A terrible enemy stands poised to lay waste to all we hold dear. In the face of such madness, Eorzea reached out to Sharlayan, a respected ally, in the hopes of forming a united front. Was your curt dismissal truly the best you could offer? Or are you so preoccupied with your momentous duty of an age-long past that even the end of the world is unworthy of your attention?
Well, in a way, if that duty of an age-long past involves evading the end of the world, then yes, probably. But, yeah, it seems rather unlikely, doesn't it?
Whence came this revelation?
From the mouth of a forum member within fortuitous earshot.
Then it seems your findings support my own. The reason I visited the restricted shelves was to study records of the Forum's policy-making process, to better understand the historical trends underlying their most major decisions. At first glance, the positions of neutrality in war and the accumulation of knowledge above all else appear constant and consistent, the unchanging pillars of Sharlayan society.
But I suspect they also show a slight trend towards something in particular.
And once upon a time, I might have left it at that. These days, however, I am more attuned to the subtleties of governance, and so I noticed something odd. From a particular point in time, the purpose of these policies shifted. No longer was knowledge preserved for the benefit of society. Rather, society was to be gradually reshaped to ensure the preservation of knowledge.
Huh. What point in time was that, though?
The most conspicuous and telling change was the one which befell Labyrinthos. Once little more than an oversized storehouse, an enormous allocation of funds saw it transformed into an advanced research and archival facility.
That was about 400 years ago, correct?
I also discovered a fascinating account on the finances of our Dravanian colony. The settlement attracted students from far and wide, and the connections and tuition fees thus acquired were funneled into further improvements for the archives. Now, there is no question that our nation's progress is tied to the acquisition of wisdom. Nevertheless, the vast resources diverted for this purpose borders on the obscene. But returning to the matter of when, our change in course appears to have been made some 270 years ago.
Okay.
The very same period when Sharlayan scholars in the hinterlands began a formal study of the ethereal sea.
Oh.
You found something, did you not? And whatever it was, gave rise to your oh-so-important duty.
Mind your tongue, Archon. If you had seen...
What? The fuck is going on?
We are bound by a duty we cannot ignore.
What the hell was that?
Knowing this, what would you have us do? Abandon our vital work and join you on the field of battle? We will never choose the way of the sword. We will fulfill our mission not through strife and bloodshed, but survival. Come what may, we shall live on. We must.
Do as you must, then. For we Scions will fight until the heavens fall, until our last breath.
Such misguided zeal.
Is it?
Father, Master Fortuno. I fail to understand the stance you have elected to take. But by the same token, I have yet to find a compelling argument to counter the challenge you put to us in Gridania. Still, in the midst of my uncertainty, I must trust in myself to do what is right, as others have chosen to trust in me. So I will continue, as I always have, weighing the consequences of my every action, and allowing my hope for the future to inform my decisions.
That's quite enough. Have you all forgotten the reason for this assembly?
There was another reason?
Skolok Monteshane. He's the head of the Studium and an old friend of my grandfather's.
Honestly, every discussion devolves into some interminable debate. Terrible habit. Let's return to the topic at hand,
I like him.
By their own admission, these Scions have resolved to fight alongside the Eorzean nations against the doom which swift approaches. But there exists no evidence of an attempt to incite our citizens to do the same.
Right. It was never like our whole purpose here wasn't to tell everybody what Sharlayan is doing wrong or what they should do differently, but rather just find out what the fuck they're up to.
Furthermore, while our decision may well have been the correct one, we cannot simply bull our way through these disagreements without inviting doubts or objections. Put yourselves in their place. Who among you would leave a tome unopened if an elder forbid you read it with no reason given?
True.
Now, if we're to quell further discontent, then we must conclude this matter with a fair and even hand.
That's the one thing that I don't really get about this at this point. And I think, you know, with the one that was trying to intervene, but for some reason really couldn't, there must be like a bigger thing that led to them sort of not really going about this the way they maybe normally would have done. And what I'm getting here at is, you know, they must have known. Like, first of all, keeping this a secret for so long is astonishing in its own right? So potentially having people find out what's going on, at least part of it, wouldn't they need to occasionally deal with that anyway? And the further they, like, shouldn't they have also had a plan for when they actually put their plan into action to then also sort of divert the attention elsewhere? I mean, I feel like they sort of went about this almost amateurish, right? That seems weird. I mean, at the same time, they probably, as Fortuno said, they probably didn't really have another choice. They're somehow bound to this, and we obviously still don't understand why, but that must also have led to them sort of doing these things way too quickly and in a matter where they aren't really maybe as prepared as they should have been.
Order! We will have order!
I know that line.
Master Montaigne raises some valid points. Keeping such concerns in mind, I propose we enforce the following measures. Until further notice, the students of Baldessian are to cease any and all activities within the domain of Sharlayan. You will also refrain from any further investigation into the Forum's decisions and duties. Failure to comply with these restrictions will result in the immediate expulsion of your Scion associates. Let us put this judgment to a vote. All in favor, raise your hand.
That looks...
I count 51 for and 48 against. The proposal is passed.
That was close.
Students, Scions, you have heard the Forum's judgment. Pray abide by it, or face the consequences. Honored members, I thank you for your time. This inquiry is concluded.
I don't know. It seems like they're... Maybe I put too much trust into the Forum? Before this all began, I had thought that there might be... I don't know, a bit more... I don't know, it just seems like their plan, whatever they're doing, and for whatever reason they're doing it, it just seems a little bit too... a little bit rushed, right? even though they should have had ample time to prepare and think about the consequences and how it might affect anything. I mean, well, given that this all started like 270 years ago, technically maybe they didn't expect it to happen this fast. Right? I mean... Well, this is weird. I can't even turn my quests in now, can I? We're not allowed to go there anymore, technically. What is this? Yeah, the cutscenes are pretty long. Who's constantly doing these weird noises here? Wait, is she even still online? So. Huh. Would have thought there would be more people online. I guess I can still... Oh right, there's still there's one quest that I also have to finish. Can definitely finish that. Well, this was rather interesting. I also didn't expect... It's interesting that they just yoink you out of Labyrinthos, right? That's really cool, and at the same time, I mean, obviously you can always go back and do the other side quests at some other time, and look for the other Wind Ether currents. And I'm going to adhere to their assessment, or their decision, that we won't be doing anything else with our research currently here. But it's interesting though, what I find pretty cool here is that it wasn't a unanimous vote, right? It was really, really close with the decision in terms of whether or not we can continue or not. But still, I feel like they... Well, obviously I'm looking at it from our perspective, right? So from our perspective, what they're doing seems wrong, right? At least in the way they're doing it. Because maybe we'd even be able to help them, right? So it's rather strange that they wouldn't allow, like, any kind of outside... Well, I guess it's more about the outside part. But then the Ethereal Sea... What is this about the Ethereal Sea that they've been talking about, right? And Hydaelyn has been talking about for that part. When Hydaelyn was speaking through Kryl, she specifically mentioned that as well. That she's strongest in the Ethereal Sea. But that part sort of never really played a role, ever, before, right? I mean, do we even know what the Ethereal Sea really is, in a lot of ways? And even the parts that we know, I mean, what's the... I guess... connection... Hydaelyn being the strongest in the Ethereal Sea in and of itself is strange. Because... What does that imply, right? If you think about the Ancients and their creation magic. What they were able to do, in that sense, right, if you look at it from this new perspective, so to speak, is that they were technically able to access the Ethereal Sea, access the ether within it, and form it to their own... form it with their thoughts, right? Form it to their own memories, their own ideas, own concepts is what they called it, right? But then what did Hydaelyn do, or how was Hydaelyn formed? Because Zodiark, right? Zodiark just seems like this being that exists somewhere, or existed somewhere, and... But it's this this external thing, right? Zodiark seems like, well, there's just a primal there. It's a being of some sort that was created by the ancients, and then it was given a lot of energy to do a particular thing. But Heidelin seems so different from that, right? Because Heidelin seems, well, obviously now she's apparently very weak and can't really talk to us anymore. She seems much closer, seems to be much closer connected to that ethereal sea, almost as if she's not really a being like Zodiark, but rather the ethereal sea itself in a way, or some sort of governing force of that sea, right? Or some, I don't know, idea that was inserted into the ethereal sea. Or almost as if the ethereal sea was given a mind of its own, maybe? How would that work, though? I mean, that all depends on how Zodiark was summoned, what Zodiark actually is, how it works, what the ethereal sea is. I mean, that is something that, while we do know about the creation magic of the ancients, they never really told us about what, I guess, what this, where the magics were coming from. Because, I guess the, if you want, the physics part of the world hasn't really changed, has it? So it was still ether that they were manipulating, it's just that they were able to actually manipulate it, whereas currently we can observe it, we know a lot about it, but we can't really do anything with it. It's just this life force, right, that we all carry in us, and that obviously changes or diminishes when people die or are born, but that's pretty much it. We can't influence it ourselves. Just in, I guess, very minor ways, like teleportation, for example, where we access a certain point, or two certain points, and just sort of flow through them, I guess. That's not where I wanted to go. Well, what do you say? I apologize for the trouble I've caused you. I was pondering the significance of what I had just read as I left the restricted section, and knocked over the security mammoth on my way out. Promise to be more vigilant next time. Seriously, Graha, that's how they found out. You may encounter some raised eyebrows, but do continue to claim the students as your sponsor whensoever the need arises. I believe in the guiding principles of the Scions, and I know my grandfather would have as well. My father may be right, but I am still groping in the dark for answers. But I needed him to know that I would never stop searching. I owed that much to Arnwald, and myself. Pikachu. Alright. Thank the gods for Scholar Monteshane. I absolutely loathe arguing in circles. Yeah, he seems pretty cool. Well, at least we've been allowed to remain in the city, and our endless investigations have not been in vain. We now know that this mysterious duty of theirs began with whatever the Forum discovered in the ethereal sea. With our freedom so sorely curtailed, however, we will struggle to learn aught more of substance here in Sharlayan. The overall picture has grown clearer, yes, but that's in spite of the Forum being so maddeningly vague about this duty of theirs. Yeah, I mean, again, so, first of all, if they discovered this in the ethereal sea, now that I think about it, do you think it's connected to Hydaelyn? Because it can't really be connected to either Elidibus or, like, one of the other Ascians, right? Which I suspected at first, that they gave them some grand task, which purpose they have to fulfill, right? But the Ascians would have given them that particular task pretty much from the beginning. At least that's how Emmett Selk did it with Alec and with Garlemald, right? While they obviously masked their true intentions pretty well, they ultimately set out the goals for these particular empires from the very beginning, right? They wanted to create a calamity through them. Whereas Sharlayan apparently already existed for over 1,000 years before they discovered whatever they discovered and changed their course, right? Which, you think they actually discovered something about Hydaelyn, maybe? That's why they changed their course? But they also apparently did nothing about the... Well, they sort of did something about the Seventh Umbral Calamity, but I also kind of didn't. That's a bit unclear, right, as to how far they... Like, did they purposefully let Luzois do what he did? Or did Luzois did that despite what they were saying? That's obviously something we don't know. But then, with all the knowledge that we have, and apparently they know about the final days, right? Which that is the weird part about this, because that would mean that there is a connection to the Ascians. And again, it would make sense that the Ascians would maybe build a nation as sort of a backup, right? But what I don't get is that what they're doing and how they're preparing seemingly wouldn't really help against the final days. Unless there's something a lot bigger that we still don't know. Again, if they are planning to, I don't know, go to the moon or something, then maybe that'll work. Otherwise, I feel like it's... I don't know, whatever they're doing, is that really helping? Or are they, like, is there some completely other purpose? But it seems like, at least from what we found out, it seems like they're just preparing to live, right? I mean, that's pretty much what Fortuno just said. They have to survive. But if survival is their only goal here, then I don't know if they're doing a really good job with that. Why are they so reluctant to explain their actions in plain words? It seemed like they couldn't. Survival come what may. His father's work so vital that it takes precedence over his own family? Well, that certainly. Alphino? Alice? It is you. Oh, who are you? When I heard you'd been dragged before the Forum, I came as swiftly as I could. I'm so very glad they allowed you to stay. Mother? Their mother! Hello there. Millions Levelier at your service. And you fine people must be the scions of the Seventh Dawn. How lovely it is to finally meet you. Well, that I did not expect. Mother, please, we don't wish to make things difficult for you. If word reaches father that you were here... Oh, bother that. Am I to be chastised for speaking with my own children? I am well aware that you and Master Fortuno are not on the best of terms at the moment, but I've been absolutely desperate to see my darlings again. You will come by the house, won't you? I have gifts waiting. The timing couldn't be better. As matters stand, we shan't be going anywhere until we discuss matters with Thancred's group and reconsider our options. Go visit your home. We will be back at the annex when you're ready to rejoin us. I'm not sure we... What do you think? Uh-oh. What a splendid day this has turned out to be. Champion of Eorzea, I insist that you join us. Okay. But we must be quick about it. Not for my own benefit, but should my husband return and find you enjoying our hospitality, the servants will be made to suffer the consequences. If you would be so kind as to escort my children to the estate. Sure. And then she was gone, and with her, any opportunity to protest. Indeed, the matter is settled. Enjoy yourselves, you three. Okay. Well, this is a development. I'm sure Alphino thinks nothing of it. He invited classmates over all the time, but I wasn't the most... It was a different time for me, alright? Oh, poor Arlesay. I apologize. My mother is not one to take no for an answer. Still, I am glad, relieved even, to see her in such high spirits. What say you? Though it seems we shall have little enough time to enjoy it, will you accompany us on our visit home? Fine. If we're going, then let's get it over with. But be sure to stay in the entrance hall. No peeking into our private chambers, thank you very much. Why ever not? Your room is always perfectly neat and tidy. Everyone has things they'd rather keep to themselves, don't they? Cherished mementos you couldn't bring yourself to throw away, or childhood toys. What the hell are you going on about, Alesay? I mean, never mind. Levelier estate is that way, straight down the stairs, come on. I wish they wouldn't have the tutorial text every frickin' time you have companions. But I guess I can live with it. The feature's too cool to not exist. But yeah. Well, this is going to be interesting. I don't know, this whole business is still so mind-boggling to think about, right? There's so much going on and so many questions that I still have. I want to know what's going on with Sharlayan. I mean, I have a feeling that it's going to take a while for us to get the answers, obviously, but... I really wish I had them now. Who are you? After all we've been through together, 'tis strange to be here with you now, to come full circle and see how much has changed. When Alice and I were little, this bridge was as far as we were permitted to wander alone. I say alone, but my mother or a servant was always somewhere nearby, keeping a watchful eye. And now look at us, traveling to different continents, different worlds even. That's quite the change, yeah. The Villiers estate is in the northern part of Journey's End, just down the stairs from the rostra. Oh, and please don't make a fuss when we get there. It's only a house. He's embarrassed. As children, Alfino and I would often wait here for our father to come home from work. It must have been a day when his meetings ran long, because I remember growing restless and leaning out over the railing to watch the water rush by. Father, of course, arrived at that exact moment, came pounding down the path in a panic, crying out my name. Well, he does care about his children then. Which is also, again, that is definitely something that I was speculating about before, right? Is that I feel like he purposefully did that to them, right? I mean, maybe it's not the most intelligent way to go about it, which unfortunately is somewhat of a, I guess, trend that keeps happening here currently. But, yeah, I feel like he did that to protect his children, almost. And again, there is this kind of force that they were mentioning, right? Almost as if they're forced by something to do what they're doing currently. So, I am wondering if that's his way to sort of protest that. Because, well, if that's just assuming that it would be the case that whatever they found in the ethereal sea forces them to do what they're doing currently, and they can't do anything against it, maybe this is his way to try to get around that, right? Maybe there is some actual physical thing that's forcing them to not be able to do anything else than what they're currently doing. So maybe by disowning his children and stripping them of their name, maybe he's trying to incite resistance in them because he knows that they will go for it in order to be able to sort of have a plan, or sort of a plan B, if you will, in case that whatever they're currently doing fails or isn't really what they should be doing. And here you are at last. Please do come on in. That's a lot of servants.
Welcome home, my lady.
Sort of rather grandiose estate. Bit too clean for my liking, but still pretty impressive.
What? What are you gawping at?
Sorry. Just admiring the craftsmanship.
Oh, I suppose I never gave the decor much thought. I'm glad that you approve, I think.
Lord Fortuneau is not to hear of this visit. And I should also like the children to have their gifts, ere my husband makes his return.
As you wish, my lady.
Somewhat of a strange, weird way of doing this, right? But, I mean, I guess they can't really do it any other way.
Master Alphino, Mistress Alice, if you'd accompany me upstairs.
We shan't be long.
The twins have been sending letters home from time to time, recounting their latest adventures.
So I've heard.
I am sure they withhold certain details, of course, if only to keep me from worrying. Yet a mother worries all the same. In the early days especially, I tried to support them as best I could, sending the Scion's coin and other such donations. Fortunately, they have found the strength to overcome adversity time and time again. Their words grow more confident with every letter, their depictions more vivid.
I guess that's a good thing.
The triumphs and defeats, the joys and sorrows. It is clear that they have come to find value in every experience. But of those they treasure most, it would seem that meeting you might be the most impactful. Why, since that fateful day, I do believe there has not been a single missive in which you were not mentioned by name.
Yeah, well, sorry about that.
'Tis plain they care for you, and I am glad they have such a steadfast companion watching over them. Under normal circumstances, I would offer you tea, but alas, these are anything but. In any event, why don't you keep me company whilst we await my children's return? Perhaps you might regale me with a tale or two of your exploits.
Ooh.
When you mentioned gifts, I wasn't sure what to expect. Mother,
Oh, look how well it fits you. And the style is to your liking?
It's perfect. Exactly what I would have chosen. But please, tell me you had something different made for Alphino.
Right, wasn't it their mother who always made them dress the same? Or was that the father?
Naturally. You are hardly little children anymore. And while I shall miss dressing you in those precious matching outfits, I must respect the individuals you have grown to become. See for yourself.
Thank you for the splendid clothes, Mother. Stylish, comfortable, and eminently practical.
I am so glad you like them. They are, however, missing one final touch.
If you'd allow me, Master Alphino.
What's this?
Wait. Are these...
A sage's tools of the trade. They belonged to your father.
Oh. Cool. They look really cool. With the runes and everything on them.
Though he may as well be chained to his desk these days, as a student he was often called upon to venture into the field. He wielded those armaments, both to heal and to harm in no few battles. None so fierce as those you two have braved, perhaps, but battles nonetheless. Thus did I pull them out of storage, to show you that he was not always the man who stands in vehement opposition to you now. And also because it would be a terrible waste of ridiculously expensive House Leveilleur commissioned artistry.
I guess it's good that they get repurposed.
I am told these devices are quite difficult to master, but someone of your extensive experience should soon have them darting about with grace and aplomb. May the wisdom in that crystal serve you well. And please, try to find common ground with your father, that you might come and go without need for this awful subterfuge.
Well, I mean, it's mostly up to his father, isn't it?
We will, Mother. I promise.
My final gifts to you, before you run off, are an observation and a suggestion. Firstly, Fortuno has ever been a serious man, but it was only after you were born that he truly lost himself in his work. I may not know the Forum's inner workings, but I know your father's. The timing of that change in him holds some significance.
Yeah, that's what I was speculating about, right? I do think that he is actually looking out for his children. That whatever he's doing, and that's, I think, why he worked so much after they were born, is because he knew that he wanted them to survive no matter what. So he put all his heart and soul into his work to make sure that they were able to survive somehow. That's what I suspect anyway, and that's why he turned them away, because he thought that that might... Well, that's kind of the question, right? What did he think would that do?
Secondly, do not seek to best your father with words. Far better that you simply show him. Let him discover the merit of your actions, after they cannot be undone.
Wise words indeed.
Oh, Mother.
We shall take your wisdom to heart. Thank you again for these gifts, and farewell for now.
Safe travels, my children. Eat well, stay warm, and keep your friends close.
It was a brief visit, but an enjoyable one nonetheless. Oh, there's a sightseeing log over there. Let me grab that real quick. And that was that. Only the gods know when we'll be back again. Hopefully it doesn't take that long. Thank you for indulging Mother's request. I can see it meant a lot to her, and I shall refrain from inquiring as to the content of your private conversation. Our visit was all too brief. For now, however, it will have to suffice. As will these tokens of home that we carry with us. These gifts to help us remember who we are and whence we came. But enough sentimentality. Let us return to the annex and rejoin our companions. Yeah, I guess I just have to finish the other side quests later on. Entry number 6. That's this one. Occupying the eastern side of Old Sharlayan, the residential district takes its name from the tale of the city's original settlers, History tells that it is upon this hill, alongside a colony of orcs, where the refugees of the Great Flood chose to build their new homes. Yeah, I can just cross the bridge and then I can turn in that quest. You know what, seeing as I have to work tomorrow, this would actually be a perfect time to stop, but I don't want to, obviously. So, yeah, I'll just have to continue then. It would just be so perfect because I could, you know, just go to my room and log out there. But, yeah, I guess I can't really do that. It is a bit awkward with the side quests, though, right? They unlock them? I mean, I don't know, I guess I could have just done them before the main story, but that would have seemed weird as well. All safely delivered? Of course they were. My shop is well known for carrying publications not only from Sharlayan authors, but from all manner of foreign chroniclers and tale-tellers, meaning every time a new shipment comes in, I'm faced with an avalanche of work. I would have been buried alive without your assistance today, so here's a little something to show my gratitude. Go on, you've earned it. I mean, it's only 3 quests, right? Those I can just keep in my journal until I visit Labyrinthius again. Let's see here then. I guess I'll take a short break nonetheless, and then I'll be back with the second part of our journey. It only took about, well, I mean, I got disconnected in between, and considering it also took about, well, at least an hour to actually get to Sharlayan, but it still took about 7 hours or something to get this part of the main story complete. Let's just actually wait, where is it? Oh, there it is. Wait, that looks weird. Why are you always standing so fucking far away from the wall? Well, whatever. Must be enough. So, I will be taking a short break. Only like 5 minutes or something. And then we'll continue. Guess I'll go for about another 2 hours, and then, well, I have to sleep, unfortunately. I hope tomorrow I get a little bit of time, probably can stay up a lot longer tomorrow, and then I'll just do the next days fully. Alright, short break. Alright, let's get back into this. And see what this is all about. Yeah, I mean, again, now would obviously be the perfect time to just lock out in the inn room, but yeah, I'm not going to do that. I want to know how the story continues. And to that end, I think, yeah, the side quests, I'll just leave them be. I mean, maybe there's another development after we visit Safnir. I don't really think there will be. We'll probably head off to somewhere else, so I just keep those quests in my quest log. I know that's going to annoy the fuck out of me, but it's going to be even more annoying to go against the Forum's decision and still do something in Sharlayan. Like, it just doesn't feel right to go back to Labyrinthius right now. Don't think for a moment that I'm jealous of Alphino's new weapons. They're far more suited to him than me. We left for Eorzea in matching outfits, but our styles, both fashion and fighting, have long since diverged. If anything, I'm proud of the differences between us. Yeah, I actually agree with that, I'll say. If I intended to master the sage's armaments, that will mean learning to imbue them with the same ether that I poured into Moonstone and Obsidian. It is difficult to grasp the essence of such an entity. For me, it will help to think of the Newliths as allies in battle, simply a new form of the energy which went into manifesting my carbuncle companions. Huh, sold something? Great. For us to feel responsible for the schism of House Levelier would be pure hubris. After all, we are merely on the outskirts of what is essentially a family affair. And yet neither can we claim the indifference of strangers. To hear their mother welcome them so warmly was a joy, and a relief. As curious as I am to learn the truth of this duty, I wonder what else the Forum is hiding. A calamitous secret whose origin lies in the ethereal sea. Duplicity aside, however, I do not believe Master Fortuno means us ill. Even the harsh words he had for his children stemmed not from anger, I think, but desperation. Yeah, that's exactly what I'm thinking. And, well, it remains to be seen whether or not he just wanted to shield them, or whether or not he had, like, he wants them to actually oppose him, so that he can sort of break free of whatever binds him to this weird decision that they apparently have to abide by. This is going to be really, really interesting. Enjoyed your time with the Leveliers, I hope. I would ask how the twins fared, if the new outfits tell the tale. I only hope we can help them to reconcile with their father, that they might return home one day, with their heads held high. In the meantime, we edge ever closer to the secret the Forum strives to hide, and the flower bequeathed to you by Heidelin is sure to guide us going forward. Yeah, what is that flower exactly going to be doing? I mean, well, it's definitely ethereally, like it responds to ether, correct? So maybe in a way that's actually will guide us to the ethereal sea or something? I'm confident that once you've scouted out the situation in Safnir, we'll be well equipped to plot our next move. Yeah, that's going to be really interesting to see what Safnir has to offer. I'm really looking forward to seeing that. And it's kind of shame, like, usually if I didn't have work tomorrow, I would just play at least 6-7 more hours to see what Safnir is all about, and probably play until we return here exactly, and then log out in my room. Unfortunately, that won't be possible, I fear, but, well, that's just the way it is, isn't it? What is this? Ambra Lassi. A meal. A blend of yogurt and spices. This refreshing drink is infused with the mellow sweetness of the umbra fruit. Okay, for Thavnir, bound. I have Kryle's instructions in hand. If you are ready to set out, then so are we. Having been to Thavnir before, I can travel by Aetheryte, but what of the rest of you? Another sea voyage would waste time we do not have. Kryle is of the same mind, and has already secured the aid of the good folk of the Confluence. We'll take ourselves there. The Confluence, thou sayest? I'm afraid so, my friend. What? What's wrong with that? Thou wilt recall the hunt for Iceheart, unto whose sanctuary we delivered the owning to the knowledge of our comrade Moonbreeder. Moonbreeder was an authority on aetherology, a field of study she did embark upon in pursuit of her parents' example. Both are authorities in their own right, and both are researchers at the Confluence. Haven't you gone to see them yet? Probably not. I attempted to do so earlier, but to my shame my courage failed me at the last. As it hath, the many times I thought to reach out to them after sending that fateful letter. Neither time nor introspection have revealed unto me the words I should speak, and thus have I kept my silence. Oh, Riange. I mean, I can definitely feel that. Sometimes think that I would react the same. Whether you come with us or no is your choice and yours alone. If it is too difficult, we'll manage. Thou art kind to say so, but I have no intention of forsaking our cause. I shall go to the Confluence, and I shall face that which hath long been overdue. If it's settled then, let us be off. When we arrive, we should look for a researcher named Kit. Kitty? Kitty? It's actually kind of sad how often Moonbreeder gets mentioned in these. Not only in the main story, but also that side quest with the little girl. That's pretty sad, to be quite honest. Where is that? Oh, it's right next door. Let's see then. I think we're gonna go into the building, yeah. Confluence. This looks rather interesting. We have a lot of crystals here. The old methods? Researching teleportation magics is difficult in that it requires an abundance of space, which in turn requires an abundance of funding. Thankfully, we can use this public facility free of charge. Okay. So they are studying aetherites here. It's interesting. Once again, brilliantly made. How they not only, like, usually in the past, this just would have been like a closed door, right? That you just can't enter. But here, they've actually gone through the trouble of decorating it a little bit, just enough, so that it looks like there's way more to the building than there actually is, right? It's really cool. The study of teleportation requires a firm grasp of the fundamentals of ether, so I make it a point to study the papers of those who have come before me. I'm currently studying a treatise? Written by Ichika Tsunjika, truly a luminary of his field. Right. It was his knowledge that actually made it possible for us to go into Baldesion's arsenal, right? I'm researching the Far East's Tenkonto. Here is a bit of trivia for you. It is made of timber. Is that not absolutely fascinating? My, what a mysterious and exotic land such a place must be. Okay. So what can the Confluence do exactly? Can they just unlock teleports for you, even if you've never been there? Well now, there's rather a lot of stern faces. Are my library books overdue again? Not to our knowledge. We're associates of Krile of the students of Baldesion. We seek passage to Thavnea and understand that you can assist us. Ah, the test subjects! Welcome, welcome! Say what now? Test subjects. Oh, you hadn't heard? Well then, allow me to explain. So, in order to travel to an aetherite, you ordinarily need to be attuned to it beforehand. Otherwise, you can't use it as a beacon to seek out while you're a mess of ether hurtling along the livestream. An inconvenient but incontrovertible limitation of aetherite teleportation. But what if I were to tell you that there is a way to travel to an aetherite without being attuned to it? A way to teleport instantly to places you've never been. For long years, we've labored to make such travel possible, that people might move about more freely. And we've finally done it. We've created a new kind of aetherite that doesn't require attunement. Truly, that changes everything. Well, my language may have been a bit misleading. The user need not attune to these aetherites, but the aetherites themselves must have been pre-attuned to each other, thereby facilitating travel between the 2 points. But it just so happens that of our first test pair of aetherites, one has been installed here in Sharlayan, and the other over in Yetlimad, port town at Thavnea. As you may know, our nation has long maintained strong ties with Ratzatan, and indeed we owe much of this breakthrough to the contributions of their alchemists. So to sum up, we're to test these aetherites. How fortuitous for you. I should mention that an accident has impaired my ability to channel ether. Will this be a problem? And not at all. As a matter of fact, you might say these aetherites were made for people like your good self. Magics imbued within will whisk you away without any effort on your part. A veritable dream come true. And far be it from me to worry about such things, but do we have permission to make use of your shiny new invention? The only permission required is yours, so assuming you're willing, we're all set. It may come as a surprise, but we actually struggle to find test subjects. Most people seem to have an unreasonable fear of their souls gradually disintegrating as they drift helplessly in the livestream, in the statistically unlikely event that something goes awry. Yeah, well, I mean, that's practically the same as dying. And you think that's not like a cause for concern or something? But it's plain that you aren't most people. Mistress Krile truly knows how to pick 'em. Well, it's not like we have a choice, do we, right? I mean, we technically have, but we really don't. If I might change the subject, are Master Wolfson and Mistress Blowida not present today? Oh, you didn't hear? They've recently resigned their posts. Their expertise was needed elsewhere. A large-scale project helmed by the Forum itself, as I understand, but I'm not privy to the details. Oh no. Moonbreeder's parents are involved with that whole thing? I mean, I guess it's not too much of a surprise. I see. Any other questions? No? Then let's get going before you change your minds. Please set to your preparations and head outside to the Aetheryte Plaza. I'll be along shortly. Well, this is going to be interesting. I love that they're all wearing the Shire attire, which makes sense, obviously, but, you know, it's just a neat detail. I guess let's see what Ratzatan is about, huh? I shall teleport the tried and trusted way. Good luck. Thank you, Estinian. Given my experience with teleportation, I'd be lying if I said I didn't have reservations, but I will trust in Kryl. Though words unsaid yet weigh heavy on my heart, I shall devote mine all to our task in Thavnair. You count him, you Oriange. Well, this is certainly going to be an adventure.
Right, we're all set. Just the four of you, was it?
By the way, I love how many voice cutscenes there already have been.
3. I'm already attuned to the crystal in Thavnair.
You are? Oh. I would have preferred more test subjects. Oh, well, never mind. If our 3 travellers could line up here, please.
This is certainly going to be interesting. Well, she is certainly...
right there is fine. Take a deep breath, and I'll soon have you soaring through the ether. Oh, and one last thing. You might experience a teensy-weensy touch of violent ethereal sickness. Good luck!
Great! Great! Thank you!
What?
She might have mentioned that before. Yeah, that would have been better, I think. Let's see how this ends. I mean, technically we're going through the ethereal sea, right? Or is that something else? I mean, isn't that technically the live stream? That's a long loading screen. Quite a bit of traffic in the ether, huh? This is a ridiculously long way, by the way, right? From Sharlayan to Thavnir? I mean, look at that. It's pretty much the same distance as it was from Eorzea to the Far East, but almost. Then again, we sailed past Ratzatan on our way to Kugani, correct?
Thavnir, home to city-state Radz-at-Han. Rising from the southeast waters of the Bounty, this Isle of Plenty served as the battleground for a conflict between two peoples. Their cultures bled into one another until a unique amalgamation was distilled from the chaos, in a process not unlike their precious alchemy. Once solidified as a single nation, an adamant stance of neutrality would hold invaders at bay. For a time. Now across this vibrant isle creeps a fog of malice. What choice do you have?
No.
What chance?
What is that
Against
music?
such an insidious foe.
Ilsabar? Thavnir. That tower is ominously close, isn't it? Holy hell. Poor Orion just sitting to the
Fairer
side.
faces after a bout of bad shellfish. Let me bring you something to drink. That should help settle your bellies.
There was a note with Kryle's instructions.
What instruction? What? There was?
Don't let a Stinian roam the markets alone. He's alarmingly bad with coin.
Yeah, great. Thanks, Thancred, for mentioning after he ran off. This music, though. You managed to will yourself to your feet, but given your condition, will you be able to reach Justinian in time? What? Where's he supposed to be? Oh, there he is. Holy hell. Ether sickness, okay. That is certainly something. You there, I need 3 drinks, something that helps with ether sickness. By the Monsieur, a traveler, greetings and welcome. You are wise, good sir, to come to me. A special umbrella tea made with only the finest and freshest ingredients is found for calming unruly bellies. By way of warm welcome to Tavernier, I'm pleased to offer it to you for the low price of 19,800 gil for not one, not two, but 3 bottles. A bargain amongst bargains. The price is high road robbery, and you want to say as much to Estinian, but you realize any words of warning you cry out would be accompanied by your last meal. You must stand before Estinian and, using gestures, deny that the deal is fair. Oh god. Huh? I thought you could barely stand. What do you need to tell me that's so urgent? Wait, I shouldn't buy the lassie? This merchant is swindling me. Ah! Sincerest apologies, sir, but I appear to have my prices confused. It's actually 1,890 gil for the 3 bottles of lassie. That confusion would have been quite costly for both of us. Very well then, your coin. Here, a bottle for each of you. Take them to the others and get some rest. I'll be back after I've explored the town. I think he's not supposed to do that. Oh, he looks kind of cute. I wouldn't have expected it to rain so much here. Let's see here. Just not saying anything. Praise be to the 12. My stomach doth loosen its death grip. My heartfelt thanks to thee and Estinian, to the fine fruits of this land. You were in time. Excellent. You spared us the tower's wrath. Sweet, sweet release. If you haven't already, you should have yours too. Right, I'm ready to get on with it. That lassie truly worked wonders. Back on your feet, I see. Thy hair. Aye, I found it. 'Tis the most I could do against this heat, short of shedding my armor. Ah, yeah, the heat. Sure. I mean, I guess it's very warm rain. May I ask where you got the cord for it? A local vendor. The man said it's a Thavnarian weave, tough and not easily unraveled. And how much did it cost? 9,400 gil. Steel, I was told. 'Tis nothing fancy, but I've always valued function over form. That's incredible. I dare say not even Alphino could hold a candle to you. Are all Hunnish merchants so unscrupulous? One mustn't be too quick to paint a diverse people with a single brush. If such doth prove to be commonplace, I would presume it's symptomatic of societal instability. Claiming Thavne as its dominion, the nation of Ratzadhan has long thrived as a hub of commerce. In the beginning, there were the Arkasudara, a Matanga tribe, indigenous to this island. Over time, they came to be joined by other races, and through their intermingling, a culture rich and distinct did emerge. From alchemy to textiles, the products of Hanish culture have come to be celebrated and coveted the world over, a development only aided by the nation's prime location as a waypoint betwixt east and west. All this have combined to make a trading power of Ratzatan, yet such a status cannot be taken for granted. Nay, it must needs be maintained through judicious governance and stringent regulation. Neither of which I see any evidence, given that merchants at a gateway town are free to fleece hapless travelers and tarnish the reputation of the nation at large. Just so, that opportunistic pricing is rampant doth suggest that oversight is much weakened, or mayhap that the people have fallen upon hard times. Whatever the truth may be, 'twould be prudent to ascertain the current state of affairs. Prudent and practical, aye. We've aught to lose by learning more. So, ere we seek out Kryle's acquaintance, shall we see what information we can gather here in Yetlamad? Excellent. We didn't exactly get off to a flying start, but we'll make up for it. And maybe this rain will stop. One second. Just a question about the carbuncle glamour. All right. Quite a lot of rain. Be thou assured that I am quite recovered. Lessie's truly a boon for unruly stomachs. Is it truly so amusing to see my hair bound? 'Tis how I used to wear it. A functional fashion. Perhaps you were confused by how you found me following Nidhogg's demise. It had fallen loose after the chirurgeons removed me from my armor and put me to bed. I simply decided to leave it that way for a time, seeing as I would not don the Azure Dragoon's helm again. That makes sense. Right. Let us split up and make inquiries in town. The pier is yours. Once we have learned what we can, we regroup by the Aetheryte, off-putting though the mess side of it may be. Sure. The music sounds almost a bit depressing here. It's a bit like I like the tune and the cutscene a lot. I want that back. Ordinarily, our silk sells out by sundown, but with the way things are right now, my unsold stock is beginning to pile up. Won't someone think of our poor weavers, or of me for that matter? Yeah, they apparently have a lot of problems now. The tower is really close. That is really concerning. It's much closer to the city than in Eorzea. All of the people getting afflicted. That also looks really, really cool, right? It's almost the same thing with Sharlayan, that you get the sense that it's much bigger than it actually is. And just the idea of the ships being parked outside, right? And then the passengers getting rowed in by small boats. Welcome, traveler. That's right, we're open for business again. Can't sit wallowing when there's sales to be made, am I right? So, got any bicolored gemstones you're willing to part with? Amazon tenderloin. Okay. These steps look interesting. With the trade routes closed off, merchants are being forced to just sit on their stock. I'm buying what I can of their perishables, but the coin purses are not the only ones who have suffered. Seems that there are a lot of problems here. I mean, I'd imagine so, right? But still. What are you doing there? Let's see what all of this is about. Gather information. Crate of fruit. The crate is laden with fruits, but they are on the verge of spoiling, as if they have been left too long. Oh, finally. This looks more like it, right? Without all the rain. Though the rain added to the mood, I'd say as much. Does look rather colorful. The soundtrack reminds me of some other ones. I can't quite put what it reminds me of though, but there's definitely a very similar one in 14. Gazing out from the pier, you spy boats moored off nearby isles, with the silhouettes of larger seafaring vessels farther away. Compared to other ports you have visited in the past, there appears to be very little activity. Oh, there is quite a lot of boats back there. I guess they're not allowed to enter then, huh? Interesting. What am I doing? Oh, recording my sales. Still do it daily out of habit, though I don't know why I bother. hardly sell anything these days. Business has never been this terrible, but I suppose things could be even worse. I could have a consortium to keep afloat, like Kazal. I don't envy his position. Better to be alone with my little operation, I've come to realize. You're a traveler by the looks of you. If you have a moment, perhaps you could pay Kazal a visit. He'd feel glad for tidings from abroad. Like as not, you'll find him at the Saltwind South, the Harbour Guild building across the water from here. Saltwind Sails. I guess that big one there. Am I missing something? For some reason, this area actually reminds me a little bit of Elder Scrolls Online. It has a very similar area. Wait, am I blind? Where's the final destination thing? Oh, there it is. Well now, if it isn't a traveler, you're a rare sight in these unsettled times. People have been giving us a wide berth since that accursed tower suddenly appeared on Naraner. It just stood there and loomed ominously. Perhaps things would be fine after a fashion, but no. It had to spawn fell fiends as well. We still have our lives thanks to the Radiant Host, but business is as good as dead. What will become of us, only the gods know. The colors are really pretty though, right? If you look at it like this. It looks incredible. Oh wait, I have to go into the building, I guess. I'd imagine this is already the zone, right? Not the city of Ratsatan? This very much looks like the zone. I really like this port feeling. Both in Sharlayan and here. This is a completely different one though. But like in terms of how it's structured, I guess. Ooh, this looks really cool. The harbor. I take it by your appearance that you don't hail from these shores. How fascinating. What do you require of me? What is this place? This is Yedlamad, gateway to the Tefnarian Sea. The old tongue of the peoples of the continent, the name means new port. The waters here are shallow, so only small boats can make it to the docks. However, that means the port is well protected from harsh winds and violent waves. Larger ships, more laden with goods, tend to moor at Alnair. Ever since the tower appeared on Naraner, we've seen fewer and fewer merchants make their way here. Trade has come to a halt, and our wares sit rotting under the sun. Me, my husband and I make our living by selling what goods we can. We met on a ship crossing to Limsa Lumensa when we were but fledgling merchants, and we've been inseparable ever since. We mainly deal in spices and fruits that can't be found anywhere else. This island tells a story through its cuisine, and we aim to share it with the world. Why don't you try some yourself? Go on, the journey will be worth it. This looks really cool. I really like all the ornaments and the colors. Kalzal. He's like the main merchant. The Dalmascans aren't coming, but we already have everything they ordered. What are we supposed to do with it? I don't know, but yelling at me isn't going to help. All I know is that their plans have changed, and that's that. Look, you must have known this might happen. The Empire is at war with itself, and the provinces are in chaos. And then there's the tower sitting on our doorstep, spitting out monstrosities. The city has its defenses, but we've been afforded no protection out there. We can't blame foreigners for not wanting to take the risk. This will be an enormous loss. Alright. Forget about the Dalmascans. Surely some ships are still coming. We have fresh produce, handicrafts, medicines, all the perennial Hunnish favorites. Our consortium works closely with merchants and artisans to supply only the finest wares. Quality is guaranteed. I know all these things, Khazar. I do. Which is why I regret to say I have nothing for you. All voyages have been cancelled or indefinitely postponed. And you are? Wait, you're a foreigner, are you not? A merchant? Please tell me you're a merchant. Unfortunately, I'm not. I see. That's a shame. I'm sorry, but we're discussing important matters. If you need something, please talk to one of the others. Excuse me? My name is Matsya, and I'm here to see Khazal. Oh, it seems he's busy. I'll come back later then. I like them. They look really, I don't know. They just look like they need a hug. Don't they? Guess there's not much that I can do here. I also really like how they've pulled off this, like, sort of small town feel. Like, you feel this is, you know, an important port, but at the same time it's a small one, right? It's very important to the people that are here, but overall it's not the, like, the most important thing in the world, right? It's like a small port town. It's very dependent on the trading that's going on here. Yes. Can I help you? I remember seeing you back in the guild. You wanted to speak with Khazal, too, did you? I'm Matsya, a fisherman of Apyali, a nearby village. I sell my catch to Khazal, who offers it to foreign merchants. But he hasn't bought anything for a while now. When I heard that the consortium had been struggling, I became worried and decided to come and see him. Just as soon as he's free, anyway. He's a hard-working man, and I dare not disturb him. If I may ask, what is it that you do? An adventurer, you say, and you travel the world helping people. Then that must mean you're great at dealing with strangers. Please, won't you teach me to be like you? You see, I've brought some fresh fish with me, a portion I couldn't preserve. I want to sell them. The problem is I'm terrible with people. I've ever only dealt with Khazal, and I can't talk to customers without getting my trunk in a twist. So please, as silly as it might sound, will you not peddle the fish in my stead, and show me how it's done? If you're willing, please let me know, and we can begin at once. Events to follow cannot be skipped. You may wish to cancel any pending duty finder registrations. Okay. You'll do it then. Show me how to deal with customers. I mean, you're dead. Right. Please try peddling my fish to, shall we say, 3 people here in Yeldermark. I will observe you and learn. Matsuya is now accompanying you. Yeah. I like him. He has an aura of, like, really peaceful friendliness about him. And he's just strutting along silently behind me. I wonder what that is there out at sea. Looks interesting. And Runa. Yes. Greetings, friend. How fare you of late? Greetings to you too. I suppose I'm well enough, given the circumstance. Things have settled down somewhat, but it was utter chaos when the tower first appeared. Everyone grabbing whatever they could, trampling over each other to get to the city. Many remain there for now, but I could not stay away. Had to come back, continue with my life, such as it is. Whether or not it was the right choice, only time will tell. There's no place like home, but don't do anything dangerous, eh? Oh, trust me, I don't. I make sure to keep well clear of the tower, and when more monsters emerge from it, I heed the Radiant Host's instructions. I hope they deal with it soon, so we can get back to our normal lives. To the days when you could earn as much as you gave, and tuck into a meal satisfied that you did good work. Speaking of meals, why not have some fresh fish today? Fresh fish, you say? Oh, you're a fishmonger. Heh. And you bait me like that, how can I not bite? Very well, give me some of your fish. Thank you for your custom. The catch of the day is Shallow's cod, delectable stewed in coconut milk, or baked with a sprinkle of salt. Nice! You succeed in making a sale. That's quite interesting. So they cannot be skipped. Why exactly? You have to be successful, or how does that work exactly? That you should make a sale on the first attempt. I've learned a lot already, and I hope to learn more still. Shit, I should have talked to him before, right? Probably had some other text as well. Alright. You know, when they first showed off Thavnir, it almost looked a bit too colorful. Like the colors weren't really matching. But now, when I look at it like this, right, and when the sun is shining onto it, it looks really, really good. Oh, alright. Like, it's not too much color at all. It really fits quite well together, in my opinion. It also looks... I mean, I guess some of the reason why I wasn't the biggest fan in the trailers was because they purposefully had this, like, bluish, purplish glint to them. And they did that back with Shadowbringers 2. But in this case, it was just... It didn't really match with the already pretty vibrant purple colors here. So it just looked weird in some of the trailers. A hawker, are you? Do you sell fruit by chance? If so, I want to buy some amra. Let's say a dozen. They don't need to be export quality. What do you need so many amra for? Why, for eating, of course. It may seem like a lot, but of late, I go through that much in no time at all. I'm a stock taker by trade, but with no vessels coming these days, the wares are beginning to pile up. By the same token, nothing is coming in from overseas. But not a day goes by that someone doesn't come asking when the next shipment is arriving for this and that, this and that. All of it wears me down, and I find myself feeling constantly hungry. I know how you feel. Thank you. A pity you don't sell fruit, but I enjoyed our little chat. It took my mind off my troubles for a moment. What? Never mind. If nothing else, you left her with a positive impression. Let's move on to the north side of town, shall we? Wait, okay. I did not expect that. I mean, she was hungry, right? That was a bit weird. I expected there to be like another option or something after it. Something like, you know, if you're hungry, why not have some fish instead? It's also really good. Whereas the first option that we had there just wasn't all that, like, whatever. Folk here are rather business-minded, for want of a better word, but at least they're welcoming of foreigners. In ordinary times, this harbor must overflow with visitors from all over the world. Does look like that, doesn't it? Not a bad result so far. Let's see if we can finish on a high note. So I guess you have to sell 2 out of 3 or something? What I like so far about this is that the buildings just look so different from anything we've seen so far, right? Like, this looks really, really different. Not only in terms of the colors, but also the architecture itself and just the connection between the sand. I mean, Ul'dah is a nation, you know, with a desert, but doesn't really have this, I don't know, like city in a desert style, I guess, that we have here. This is a storehouse like any other at first glance, yet in contrast to its scale, there is a distinct lack of activity. I mean, I really like the colors now. They come together so well when you see them for yourself. Alright. Let's try this then. What is it? If you don't mind, I'm rather busy. Oh god, my stomach. Ugh. Eat the sickness. No, nothing so unusual. In my hurry to get back to work, I just ate a little too quickly. You should take it easier. Eat more slowly and savor your food. Would that I could, but I can't afford to be idle. Like as not, circumstances will surely get worse before they get better. So I'm working as hard as I can, whilst I still can, the better to be prepared. How do you intend to prepare? By stockpiling supplies. For that, I need to earn coin so I can buy food, medicine, what have you. How about some fish for your supplies? They're fresh caught. Aye, well, fish wouldn't be bad, but I don't want to go through the hassle of preserving them myself. I'd rather buy stuff that's ready to store. So I'm afraid I'll have to pass on your fish. Now, if you'll excuse me, I must be getting back to work. Well, yeah, how are you supposed to sell that? Too bad we couldn't make a sale, but we did manage to build something of a relationship. Thank you so much for your demonstration. It was truly eye-opening experience. Come, let us return to the pier. I don't know if it was, though. But then again, I mean, him, I don't know if you... And I guess you'd be able to sell to all of them, probably. I mean, I was never really good at selling stuff myself, so yeah, guess that's in line. At least I managed to sell to one of them. These are hard customers to sell to, right? So one of them only wanted fruit, the other one already ate and stomach's feeling a bit weird, so yeah, I don't know. The music choice here is interesting though, because it's way more in line with the main theme of the expansion, right? And not as, I guess, adventurous as the one in Labyrinthos. It's quite interesting. But I really like the way they've built it, like the pier and all. Just looks really cool. I wish there would have been some optional conversations though. Started off so well and now there barely are any. Then again, I mean, we had a pretty obvious purpose. We're not supposed to exactly make a tour or something. Thank you so much for showing me how to talk to customers. You managed to sell to one of the 3 people you approached. It was difficult, but when you put your mind to it, you succeeded. Though you did fail too, but there are lessons to be learned in both success and failure. By applying yours, I'll endeavor to become a better peddler. Still, there's only so much I can do alone. I hope that things will return to normal for Causal soon. I thought I heard a familiar voice, and who should it be but Mats? Oh, I thought I heard a familiar voice, and who should it be but Matsya? Causal, have you finished your business at the guild? So you were there too. Forgive me. Try as I might, I can't find any buyers. With no ships coming in and hardly any going out, there simply aren't any options. At this rate, so can't buy my fish anymore. I'm sorry, Matsya. I truly am. But for now, you must peddle your own goods. But by myself, I can't. I want to help you, I do, but as it stands, I can barely help myself. I've put my all into the consortium. I'll be damned if I let it fall apart. My friends and families depending on me, and I won't fail them. The sisters as my witness. Kazal. Not to worry. Using what I've learned from you, I'm sure I'll manage. Somehow. Well, I had best return to my village. My thanks again, and please take care on the road. Well, that didn't start off sad at all. I really like them. I really, really like the Matanga. This looks so good when the sun is setting. Such a well, placed lighting, I guess, overall. Shelling out. From a distance, I thought you to be a fishmonger, but now that I behold you up close, it's clear you don't hail from these parts. Odd as your garments are, however, even I can tell they're made for hard work. Lucky for you, I have just the task. I mean to make a necklace for an acquaintance of mine, but my design calls for shells pulled from the vicious cachapa. As fine a crafter that I am, I'm afraid hunting is quite outside of my wheelhouse. If you'd do the rough work in my stead, you would be well compensated for your time, and have my undying gratitude besides. I require 2 shells from the hulking beasts. A simple feat for one such as yours, surely. God, that looks good. Setting sun here. Just incredible. I wonder what that huge shard there is. With the crystal sticking out as well. I mean, that must have been there before the tower appeared, correct? I don't think that it has anything to do with the tower itself. Let's see, what do you have? You there. Take it by the hunger in your eyes that you're in search of work. As luck would have it, I'm in need of assistance and have the coin to make it worth your while. Usually I'd haul these goods ashore myself, but today my back doesn't seem amenable to the prospect. If you could help an old merchant out, I reckon we can both go to sleep today satisfied. Ah, very good, very good. I've marked on the map where the crates are to be delivered. Careful now, the fruits inside bruise easily. Give me a shout once you're done, and we'll see about getting you paid. Wait, where is it supposed to go? To the right there, right? Dankrit must be wondering as well, why is he running past us with a crate of fruit? The crate of fruit rests snugly among the rest of the shipments. Report your success to... Wait, what's his name? Quelf? Kephiras. Kephiras? Something like that. Let's do the quest first. I definitely don't want even more quests clogging up my journal, so I want them done first. And then, yeah, I definitely have to... I definitely have to adjust my Paladin's hotbars so that I can take on quests with the Paladin too. No crate in your hands, eh? I take it that means your task is done. Good job. A particular shipment was packed to the brim with this region's finest fruits. Owing to this region's insufferable heat, they're sweeter than any other I've ever tasted. I was meant to deliver them to a client of mine in Limsa Lominsa, but no sooner had I set sail than I received word that my goods were no longer needed. Damned shame, but now that they're resting under the shade, at least they won't go to waste. That's life, eh? Sometimes the wind is at your back, sometimes you're left floundering. And other times you're stuck in bed on a beautiful day because your back's having none of it. But I tend to find that fortune smiles upon those with patience, as they did today when I saw you strolling along the docks. And you wrote, "Here's your payment for a job well done. Till next we meet." Great. And once again I could be here all day, right? This is... like, the way they've designed these areas is just incredible. Alright, let's return to the main story first. Mayhap, owing to the island's small size, the tower's impact upon the people's lives doth appear more pronounced here than in Eorzea. There you are. Gotten over the ether sickness, have you? I see you've been busy. Managed to learn a tidbit or two, I trust? I see. We also heard that the tower is affecting many locals' livelihoods, but to think that it would be set to such an extent. For another notable, if not wholly unexpected discovery, disappearances and kidnappings are disturbingly commonplace. As before, the culprits are almost certainly tempered Imperial soldiers. And as before, they mean to use the faith of their hapless thralls to call for the lunar primal. Business is usually for the Telothroi. That Matsya fellow you were helping, he's Arkasodara, is he not? Apparently, it is almost exclusively his people that are being kidnapped. Should he be traveling alone? If summoning is this perpetrator's aim, it doth stand to reason that Arkasodara would be their primary targets. For 'tis the faith of their ancestors which prevaileth in this land, and many are devout adherents still. We'd better go after him. Akyali lies to the west, as I recall, the same direction as Kryle's acquaintance, incidentally. It's settled then. Keep your eyes peeled while we'll make for the village. Alright. Let's see what this quest is. This also looks really cool, like the elephant head. Really like the design of this place. Pretty incredible. Take a hike. Oh, you look fierce, are you? Can you help me find my sister? She went off to hunt Sotermerg, so she could make me chicken tikka. She's so brave, but she's been gone for quite some time. I've never strayed far from the gates, and those beasts look so frightening. She shouldn't be far. Can you find her for me? She has red hair, and she looks so elegant in her hunting garb. She set off to the northwest. I'll be waiting here for you to come back. Well met, traveler. Might I interest you in a chocobo porter? There are some more striking dummies here. Ooh, the music. Really beautiful. See what's going on here. You do not see Matsya nearby, but the elevated ground up ahead may provide a better vantage point. Let's see where the possible ether currents are. Northeast. Okay. Guess I can maybe do that on the way back. Let's do this first. I think I'm supposed to slay something, right? Kachapa? Collect the shells. Those are the big ones, yeah. And it's also, I just like the openness of this place. Just, if you look at this, right? The way the beach sort of transitions into the water, it has this feel of openness and of space and I don't know, just a very unique way of designing this, right? Yeah, the only thing that's still weird to me is I guess you have to start, I mean this you can always just do, and then I guess you start like this, right? Oh right, no. I completely forgot. It's now instant. Yeah. Or not instant rather, but well it is instant. I completely forgot that Bahamut is is on the GCD now. Well, I guess people have been making short work of the... What's their name? Tortoises? Tortoise? I think so, right? Oh, wait, there's one. Come here. Not in line of sight. To the west. Must be behind those rocks there, huh? Let's go up the mountain first, I think. Those are mobs. They have like really big mobs in these areas. It's interesting. So one's to the east and one's to the west of here. Almost equal directions. Let's go there first. Oof. They all, I just noticed their red eyes. It almost looks like they've been also, well, not really tempered, but certainly changed somewhat. What's going on here? Wait. There she is. Auburn-haired aura. Head. Quiet you. I'm lying in wait. Can't you see? What is it? My sister. Oh, she does worry after me so. I apologize for her imposition. Today's her name day, and I wanted to do something special for her. So much has gone wrong as of late, and she's managed to always keep a smile on her face. I thought that soda mug would be simple prey, but now that I've seen one up close, I can barely bring myself to move. Never been so afraid, truth be told. But you look as if you've never known fear. You could make quick work of the soda mug, I'm certain. If you don't mind, could you slay the animal for me? I've already set the traps, so one should be along soon enough. Without the meat, I can't hope to make the chicken tikka that my sister so adores. Please, if not for me, then do it for her. I shall do just that. That was an inspiring display. Were you able to procure its meat? Ah, this is the most delicious part. Thank you, thank you. Must that repay you for your bravery? Please, meet me near the city gates, where I told my sister to wait. I do hope she hasn't wandered off. Southwest. Let's get this first. So either the mobs are like not as strong as they were before, but I don't know if someone is just really strong. Oh, there it is. I think. Or is that a carbuncle? No, that's it. All right. Ether current. There's so many carbuncles about, it's almost funny. Northeast, yeah, that's the other one. Alright. Let's continue with the main story for now. It's really rather beautiful area. It's also very different to Labyrinthos, right? Because it's a lot more open, whereas Labyrinthos was, I don't know, a bit more confined, obviously. I mean, it's under the earth, cave almost, but, you know, I mean, this is very different to that. Sky looks beautiful. Sky always looks beautiful in Final Fantasy XIV, though. You do not see Matsya from here either. No! Leave me alone! Help! Somebody help! Matsya's voice, and it came from the north. There? Oh, right, where the Imperials are. We just saw everybody fighting them. There it is. Just immediately dead. Well, that was very short work. Where did they go? Why are you here? I see you found him in time. You and your friends came to look for me. Don't know how to thank you. On my way home, I took a moment to stop and rest. Think about what to do about, well, everything. And then those men came. Kidnappers. We'd heard that the Arkasudara were being targeted. Surely you have as well. Perhaps it's best if you took refuge in the city. We've considered it, me and the others, but fishing is all we know. The ocean all we have. I see. That's your decision to make, but you should take care not to travel alone. A question, if I may. It's our understanding that strange fiends have emerged from the tower. What canst thou tell us of these beings? Not much, I'm afraid. I have no idea what they are. But I've heard that some bear an unsettling resemblance to our divinities. For that reason, some have taken to calling the tower Zot. House of Divinities in the old tongue it means. But they are not true divinities. They're monstrous imitations that bring only death. To have one's faith so twisted is a grievous indignity. Full justified art thou in thine outrage. Know that it is for no other purpose but to neutralize the tower that we have journeyed to this land. In time we may be forced to contend with these false gods, and thus we would learn all we may about them. Wilt thou not tell us of thy divinities and their true nature? You've come all this way to save us? Really? To think I had you peddling fish? But to answer your question, yes, of course. We would gladly tell you about our gods. We, I say, because I'm a terrible storyteller and I'd ask my fellow villagers to do it. So please, come to our village. We're good, gods-fearing folk, all of us, and we'd be honored to share our knowledge. And fish. What sayest thou? Shall we pay visits to Archiali? Wonderful. Just follow the road west and down the hill. You can't miss it. So, 'tis the simulacra of the Thnarian gods that are being summoned. If any doubt existed before, there can be none now. The kidnapped Hanish are imprisoned in the tower. I pray that we will be able to save them. Tough indeed. Saving them will mean confronting the false gods, like as not. Aye, as you said, we do well to study their religious traditions. To Archiali. Let's actually turn in these quests first this time. I'm pretty certain that we will return here, but I'm not 100% on that, so I think I want to turn in the quests first. And I can always just, I mean, it's not that far away, I think, hopefully. The trees are also really beautiful. Yedlamad. There's the brave traveler. Thank you for finding my sister. She said you took down that Sodamerk in a single blow. That's your name day after all. Thank you. The memories of us gathering around the table as a family over a homemade feast are among my fondest. Our parents have gone to Ratzatan to find work, seeing as how there is none to be found here since the tower appeared. They've sent word they'll return for this little one's name day. I want them to arrive to a feast rivaling the ones from before, and thanks to you they will. Please take this for all you've done to give our family a memory we can cherish. I have these anyway, correct? Let's get a couple more of them then. Yeah. Right. Another ring. Let's actually sort them. Alright. Gaja hide. Yeah, it's interesting that they chose to, for this city specifically, have a tune that's more in line with the sort of the main story theme. Instead of having something that's very unique to this area. It's an interesting choice. Stepchild. Ether current. Why are there Matanga everywhere? Has this town fallen? Ah, your face. It is known to me. You were the warrior who fought for the mole in the Nadam. I am Ogul of the Katayin. It was your bravery and skill which inspired me to embark upon my own hero's journey. Yet now I have foolishly blundered into a den of Matanga. Why do these others walk without fear? Do they not care if they are slaughtered? The Akasudara are a civilized tribe. I do not doubt your word, but grandmother would always warn me. If you encounter a Matanga, you turn tail and flee. As fast and as far as you can. Her tales were awful and bloody, and so now the very sight of them, the terror rises unbidden. No, I cannot stay here. I must earn enough coin to buy passage from this nightmare island as soon as possible. I beg of you, stay at my side for a time, just until I meet with this Kankana person that sailors told me about. She's said to have work that pays a fair wage, so I will see what she has for me. Ooh, I have a feeling that that's probably a Matanga as well. Or Akasudara? Quest accepted. Let's turn this in first. Yeah, the experience you gain this time around, I feel like is a lot higher than Shadowbringers. I see you've been busy. Do you have the shells? Ah, yes, yes. These are just what I seek. I mean to present my necklace to a woman with very discerning tastes, so thank you for choosing shells of such high quality. She collects and assesses taxation at Alnair, and her duties often bring her to this very port. We've become quite close over this past few moons. Only a few days ago she sent me a charm to ensure my good health and fortune. My spirits were much invigorated, for it symbolizes her deep trust in me. I've heard tell these are shared among siblings to express their love for one another. It's customary to send a gift in return, so I had it in mind to craft a... Siblings? Siblings? Is that how she thinks of me? I'm certain it was something altogether different, but now that I say it out loud, I suppose I can still be happy with this arrangement. I look over her as a brother would his beloved sister. Keep her safe from harm. Yes, and you wrote, I promised you recompense, didn't I? Here, you've earned it. Yeah. Sorry. Sorry, dude. Let's, Yeah, you know what I could do in terms of the experience? So I'm now level 81, right? And my current main scenario quest is still 80. So I'll continue doing side quests as a summoner until I'm 82. And then I'll stop until the main story turns 81, right? And at that point, I'll then be able to... I'll then go on to the next level. What the hell was that? Looked interesting. Okay, so, I guess there aren't any other side quests here. Let's see, northeast. Do you want to try to get that first? Where would that be? Let's go this way. I don't think I can... Like, the other way around probably wouldn't be such a great idea, I think. I mean, it should be somewhere around here. Oh, there it is. That's a nice small river. Can I go down? I mean, I can't go down. The question is more, can I go back up? Let's get this one. These are probably the closest two for now, I guess. I'd imagine the other ones are a lot further away. 50 yards to the north? Well, yeah, I can get to it. Interestingly enough, though, so far I feel like the Wind Ether Currents are a lot more off the beaten path again. I felt like in Shadowbringers in a lot of areas you just naturally happen to come across them while doing quests. Whereas now they seem, at least they seem like they're further apart once again. Well, not further apart, but, well, not really on the path that you would normally take. I don't really mind it, but I do like that in Shadowbringers, in some areas, I didn't even really need to use the Ether Compass. I would just, you know, run around and there they would be. You know, there wasn't really anything you had to look for. They were just exactly where the main story and other quests took you anyway. Yeah, I knew it. Kana. Why is that young lady trembling so? By the Dusk Mother, no one told me Kankana was a Matanga. Could I ask you to speak with her in my stead? Welcome to Yedlimar, traveler. I am Kankana, and it is my job to assign the right work to the right workers. Might I have your name? And Ogul, was it? Let me jot those down. Oh, grandmother, why? Why did it have to be a Matanga? Is your companion quite all right? Ah, an understandable reaction. The Gajasura tribe have done much to stain the reputation of our people. You are looking for work, though, yes? Many have been forced to take what they can get since the troubles began, so I'm afraid all the simple jobs are gone. As for what's left, I only have tasks fit for seasoned fighters. Does that sound like something you could do? Fighting? I can fight. Lest you doubt, my skill is likened to that of the Dragonbane, the legendary Shakazo herself. I'm not familiar with the name, but you sound formidable indeed. Why don't we start you out on escort duty then? A group of artisans set off to harvest materials and asked that I send a prospective protect their way should I happen to enlist any. What? They already set off. It's our duty not to escort them. There's to be a ritual dance performed in Kajaya's footsteps. They'll need incense and costumes for the dances and such. The entire thing was decided rather suddenly, so there was no time to waste. And, these artisans you speak of, do they also include Matanga in their number? It was an Arkasudara who submitted the request. I hope that won't be a problem. Oh, not at all. I look forward to fainting at the feet of my most feared enemy. I cannot do this alone. Pray lend me the strength of the victor of the Nadam, and half the reward of this task will be yours. The artisans didn't plan to venture far. Leave Yedlimut to the west, and you should soon come across your employer. Then that is where we shall meet. You will find me there, yes? Well, this is going to be great. As I said, they shouldn't be far. A short walk from the west edge of town. Who are you? These wares are bound for elsewhere on the island, but there's still a whole shipload in the other building that's not going anywhere soon. If overseas trade doesn't resume soon, then the gods help my business. It's actually kind of sad, right? Because it's eerily similar to what happens in a lot of places currently in the real world. Although for a pretty different reason, obviously. Wait, what are you doing? Oh, he's trying to rob him? Interesting. Wait, did I go the wrong way? Why is that so far north? Again. Thus, mother, give me courage. Master Artisan. Ah, you must be our belated escort, yes? Glad to have such courageous, is your companion not well? She seems a touch shaky. Of course, I should have thought of it before. I shall harvest the necessary ingredients while the artisan stays here. That way I have no need to fear him, being harmed. Perfect. I must say, this is less than ideal. My people are already scattered across the wilds, and I wanted someone to roam around and ensure they were safe from attack. Is your friend perhaps frightened by Arkasudara? I've met such travelers before. Well, no matter. If you could patrol the area as I asked, I must attend to my own harvesting. Ogul has run off into the wilds alone. Keep an eye out for her as you continue your patrol. That's a cool song. Dum 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 dum. What are they doing? Oh. You must think me foolish. I was so absorbed in my task that I failed to notice the ground shaking at their approach. Still, my injuries are light and my satchel is full. Thanks to you, I think I can make it back to town in time to meet the others. What happened? Did you slay the beast? That was a near thing. I took the first one by surprise, but the second... Knowing a Matanga stood at my back, my mind froze and my body refused to obey. Grandmother taught that we... Seriously? That's a bit annoying that they can just hit you while you're in the dialogue. Grandmother taught that we should let fear wash over us like water, but to my shame I could not have failed her more thoroughly. Not to sound ungrateful, but why did you follow me? We were to patrol? Forgive me, I should have waited for orders instead of running off alone and putting lives in peril. Come, we should return to our employer. I want to be sure that the wounded men reached safety. You know what? I'll probably stay here for tonight, right? Because it's already 10 to 11. Yeah. I really want to continue playing, obviously, but yeah, this will probably be it for today. Deep breaths. Let it wash over you. My colleague told me of his rescue. Although we had hoped for an escort from the start, imagine if you hadn't come at all. I've sent him and the others back to our workshop, so consider your duty with us complete. You have my thanks. As for your payment, that you can collect from Kankana. Right. I suppose we report to Kankana then. I wonder, I mean, obviously you really don't remember these characters all that well, right? But I guess she must have been there, at least during the Nadam or something. I had no such troubles in Doma or Kugane, I assure you. This is different. Ah, there you are. Your employer expressed satisfaction with your work, so congratulations on a job well done. As a response to the recent chaos, the upcoming ritual was hastily planned, to say the least. As a consequence, the artisans have been hard-pressed to make everything ready. But when times are hard, the people of Thavnair rely on such traditions to renew their faith and bolster their hearts with the teachings of the divine. The death of an artisan would have thrown the whole thing into disarray, and thus your rescue was timely indeed. Please, accept your payment, half each, as agreed upon. Are you interested in further work? I may have something for you, if so. I have a feeling this is a quest line. So I guess I'll just stay here and then log back in here. I don't know if that's a good idea, to be honest. I don't know how... I mean, this zone, obviously... Even tomorrow evening, it will still probably be filled with a lot of people, but then again, going back to Sharlayan doesn't really, make much difference, to be honest. Yeah. I'll actually stop here for today. It was a pretty eventful day. I wish I wouldn't have been kicked. Although it coincidentally fell together with my lunch, so I guess it was still pretty lucky. I mean, I lost about, well, maybe an hour, more like 45 minutes. I lost about 45 minutes of play, so it's a bit of a shame, but for the rest, it's still, I mean, that's more than 12 hours that I was able to play today, which is quite a lot. Yeah, and then tomorrow, I mean, it'll obviously depend on when I'll get back onto the server. I'll probably be home pretty late, so yeah, I don't know how successful that will be to actually get onto the server. I hope that I can. And that I won't be too tired from work, which is also why I definitely want to sleep right now. I think that's a better idea rather than... I mean, obviously I could play for like another hour or something, but then I would probably be pretty tired tomorrow. So yeah, calm down a bit. I mean, obviously, I sort of... I mean, there isn't really any time pressure, but I still want to... I don't want to take too long with the main story, and I feel like with seeing how long it took me today to do certain things, and you know, I mean, I like that it takes that long, right? Don't get me wrong, I really like that, but at the same time, it's well, it just means that it will take quite a long time to get through the main story, especially if you're doing the other quests as well and that kind of thing. So yeah. I don't know. Again, tomorrow we'll see how quickly it will be possible to get onto the server. If it takes too long, it'll probably be only like 2 or 3 hours that I can play maximum, maybe. Because I think it's actually more... It would make more sense to go to bed early tomorrow as well, so that I'll be able to play early on Sunday and just throughout the whole Sunday. I think that's a much better choice. It will also be a lot easier to get onto the server Monday morning, rather than waiting, you know, if I stay up too long on Saturday, then obviously, you know, at 11 in the morning or something on Sunday, servers might already be quite packed. So I kind of want to get up early on Sunday. Yeah, a bit of a shame that I can't play tomorrow, or rather, not during the day. I really would have preferred to continue, but then again, maybe that's also a good thing, but because, you know, you do get really immersed in this, and, you know, it takes quite a lot out of you as well. That being said, the story in Sharlayan was incredible so far. I really, really like that. Not only are the places and, like, the music really great, I mean, even the cutscene getting to Sharlayan was pretty cool, although it was obviously almost half of the launch trailer, it feels like. But other than that, it was pretty incredible. Sharlayan in and of itself is incredible. The music's incredible. The design of it is really good. Labyrinthus as well. It's just a really cool zone, a really cool idea. And yeah, like meeting all of them, meeting the Forum, meeting Fortuno, meeting Alisae's mother, and doing all that, just it's incredible so far. It really, really is. So I'm looking forward to see how the story in Thavnair pans out, and then, I mean, this is just our introduction, right? This is just purely the introduction. So I'm really, really looking forward to seeing what else there will be. I mean, you know, comparatively in Shadowbringers, obviously this was like Alisae's and Alphinaud's quests, right? Getting to know Yule more, getting to know Amarang, and the fate of those that were afflicted with the Sin Eaters. Whereas here, it's cool how they've set it up, although it's definitely interesting how different these two paths are, right? Because being here in Thavnair, it almost feels like a completely different storyline, right? I mean, obviously you are sort of working on the same thing, but it's definitely a very, very different thing altogether. And yeah, I mean, there's so many incredible things so far. I mean, I know that I've said a million times how great I think they've designed everything. The music's been incredible, but also the cutscenes. I really love how many voice cutscenes there have already been. The interactions with Heidelin have also been really, really refreshing. I really like that she's finally talking to us, right? I mean, it is almost a bit strange that she didn't do so before, but I guess she felt now was the right time to do it, right? So yeah. It's going to be an interesting journey. Definitely. A very, very interesting one. And let's see how far the story takes us, how long it will take me to get through it, and what things will uncover throughout all of it, and what things we learn, and how the final chapter in the Tale of the Star comes to an end, right? It's going to be really, really incredible, I think. Well, so far for that, it's been a 13-hour stream, and I'm really looking forward to doing the next one. So, good night, and see you in the next one, with the next part of the story, continuing here in Thavnair, hopefully rescuing the people from the evil tower. Alright, have a good one, everyone. Bye-bye.